with me. You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane, it's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. Coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling
Stewart here. Tonight, we have a special show. We are looking for Bigfoot, trying to find out if the giant myth is true. The Saliba is clear of Christian Romero. Will we be able to find the exclusive data that shows or proves this? Or is everybody's delusion or feelings or emotion getting the best of them? I've been looking, right? I've been hearing it from Arsenal fans. That's expected. It's their player, right? There's nothing wrong with bigging up your own player. I've also been hearing it from Spurs fans. And I don't get it. So tonight, we are going to do a special call-in show. I will be joined by a partner in crime, Stelios, here in just a second. But we are going to throw the link in the chat. And we want you to change. I want you to change my mind. I want you to change my mind. I want you to explain to me exactly why Saliba is actually better than Christian Romero. And you know, you can use your feelings, you can use your emotions, all that stuff's fine, but you have to convince me. You have to make a convincing argument. Right? You have to show, you have to demonstrate, right, why it is the case when all of the data says otherwise. But we're going to be getting into that here in just a second. We're going to be getting here in just a second. And before we do that, I have gone to the trouble to, you know, conglomerate some data. And I'm just going to run through it very quickly. It's not going to take a long time. We're not going to go through it line by line. We're just going to hit the key points and the key attributes to this. And, you know, I find it interesting that people are so convinced, like it should be like, I'm delusional for thinking this, right? And I think that it's obvious, it's crystal clear that Romero has been a better defender so far this season. But let's look at the last 365 days, not just the last 8 games. That's the excuse. It's only been 8 games, Will. As one of my favorite gooners always likes to say. It's only been 8 games, Will. And we're going to take a look at the last 365 days, and we're going to do this based on percentile, just because it's easy. So based on the top 5 leagues in Europe, compared to their peers as defenders and center backs, right? Who has been the better player? And by better, I mean who performs the best on the pitch, right? Better looking, better swag, better style, right? All of that stuff's irrelevant. I want to see who is the best defender on the pitch, right? Who plays the game? And we're going to look at the game in its entirety, right? Center backs need to be able to finish. They get into set pieces. They pick up balls from outside the edge of the box. They need to be able to finish. We're going to look at passing. We're going to look at shooting. We're going to look at shot and goal creation, meaning that the pass that leads to the pass. So setting up play, transition play, putting balls in, helping their team switch from the defensive phase to the attacking phase. We're going to be looking at miscellaneous stats, yellow cards, everything. All of it's going to be taken into account. Then we're going to total all of those things up, and we're going to find out who is the greater and best player overall. Who is the best overall player, performance-wise, on the pitch? So let's take a look at this really quick. And we are going to bring this up onto the show with me here. And we are going to take a look at this. So this is Christian Romero and William Saliba. This is sourced from FBref.com. This is their full scouting reports. And we are going to take a look at the total. So these are your standard statistics, goals and assists, just your basic ones that you're going to find on like the EPL website or SofaScore or FotMob or any of those things, right? Just your basic stats overall. This is primarily just, goals and assists, non-penalty goals, stuff like that. Not really any defensive actions in here. But as you can see here, looking at the totals here, we've got just even in the basic standard stats, when you look at percentiles, you've got Christian Romero with 904 points to 731. And this is simply just a sum of the percentiles, right? So 75th percentile, 64th percentile, etc., etc., etc. Add those puppies up to get a complete number of all that entire category. Who is better compared to their peers in the top 5 leagues in Europe? Christian Romero is. Let's go to shooting statistics. And we're going to see here again that Christian Romero is better than Saliba in shooting statistics. Let's go down here to passing statistics. Right? This is passes completed, possession, totals, XA, XG, all of that stuff. Again, we will see that it's a very close battle. But once again, Christian Romero is better than William Saliba at passing. When we look at different pass types, dead ball passes, through balls, passes from free kicks, all of those things, in and outward swingers, all of the etc. above. Again, Christian Romero is better than William Saliba, 923 to 743. Goal and shot creation. This is playing balls in, setting up goals for your team, being creative. You're playing those long diagonal balls into wingers and stuff like that set up goal scoring opportunities. And this one's not even close, folks. Christian Romero is again better than William Saliba. Let's look into defensive attributes. And this one is the one that shocked me the most, because within his resounding 1,241 to 347, Christian Romero absolutely destroys William Saliba by a factor of almost times 5 as far as being compared to his peers. This is unbelievable, folks. I couldn't believe it myself. I could not believe it, but it is true. Let's look at possession-based statistics. So touches, getting onto the ball and stuff like that. Take-ons and successful take-ons. We'll see successful take-ons that Christian Romero is better than Saliba. Percentage-wise, Saliba is better than Romero on successful things like that. When you look at carries, when you look at being miscontrolled and dispossessed, Christian Romero narrowly misses out on being better than Saliba overall in the possession category. He is better as far as, he doesn't miscontrol the ball as much. He doesn't get dispossessed as much. But overall, Saliba is clear in one category. Thank God. I always hoped this was going to be an absolute shutout. We had to give the guy a little bit of stuff. Let's look at miscellaneous stats. And miscellaneous stats are things like yellow cards and red cards and all of those things. But we've also got aerials won and aerials lost and percentages of aerials won. And when it comes to ball recoveries, Saliba's a little bit higher here. But when we see in the air, I've heard that William Saliba is better than Romero in the air. Not apparently, because he's significantly higher in percentile than William Saliba. But William Saliba, again, narrowly edges Christian Romero in the miscellaneous stat category. But let's look at the overall player. Is it even close? Grand total, 8,462 to 6,936, right? Almost being 30% better of a player performance-wise over the last 365 days compared to all center backs in the top 5 leagues of Europe. Christian Romero is undoubtedly better than William Saliba. So, folks, I don't know what to say. So the statistics, you've seen it. I put out the post on Twitter before. It is on the community page here. Every statistical website you go to where you compare them overall, page by page, whether this year or over the last 365 days, there is no statistical metric that shows that William Saliba is a better player than Christian Romero. So if it's not in the data, if it's not in the numbers, where is it? So let's bring on the partner here before we put the number in the chat, because I'd like to get, he's not a data guy, he's an eyeball guy. So we're going to bring him on. We're going to hear from him first. And then we are going to discuss. We're going to put the number out in the chat. We're going to discuss with the salty gooners in the audience to see if anyone can convince us. Stelios, my man, welcome to the show.
What's up?
Are you surprised by those numbers as I am? Like the defensive statistic, 3 times higher in the defensive categories: tackles, dribbles, challenges, blocks, shot block, passes block, interceptions, tackles and interception, clearances, and errors. When it comes to errors, William Saliba is in the 4th percentile of center backs for errors. I thought Christian Romero was the error-prone one. He's in the 24th percentile. That's 20% better at causing errors than William Saliba. Are you surprised that when it comes to the defensive numbers, even just the defensive numbers, not the whole category of every possible statistic collected by, known to man, but simply on the defensive ones, there is a 1,200 to 300 difference. 4 times as much. 4 times the defender.
Look, first of all, good evening to everyone watching the show. Smash a like, subscribe, big up. Well done to Will for actually putting the show together, because all we're hearing from everyone else in the YouTube world is just a lot of noise, but no evidence to back up their noise. So at least Will's actually decided to come with some facts and actually have a proper conversation about it. Will, I've got 2 questions for you before I say what I think, right? First of all this data and all these facts that you've just shown us, is that based on this year, last year, or since they both joined their clubs in England?
So the one that I put up on the tweet, I can bring up the tweet if people aren't familiar with that particular one. It's the one that's in the thumbnail of this video. Yeah. That is based off of this season, right? So even in that one, Christian Romero is far clear in every category. As far as transitional, that particular image has 2 photos. It has the defensive radar, which shows the defensive attributes, and then it has the transitional or creative aspects of it. And Christian Romero is clear, William Saliba in every category. Significantly higher percentile-wise. That one, too, is Christian Romero's in the 97th percentile this season, and William Saliba is in the 83rd percentile. So almost a 14% difference between the two.
Yeah, but what was that? Is that for this season?
That's this season. Now, the data I just showed at the beginning of the show is over the last 365 days. So this includes the majority of last season, all but the first 8 weeks of last season, which one could argue were Christian Romero's best part of last season. So even over the last 365 days, Christian Romero has by far been the better defender as far as being performances on the pitch. And if performances aren't the pitch, if that's not what matters, I don't know what does. Because William Saliba's highlight reels will put you to sleep. But Christian Romero's are fun and interesting, bone-crushing tackles. Bam! Cross-ball passes across all the way to Son Heung-min, who slots him into the back of the net. I mean, it's just night and day, man. Look, like, I'm a fan of Ramos, right? I always liked players like Ramos. I always liked defenders like Cellini. I like defenders that get stuck in, right? That come in and they're high energy and they'll run from 30-yard deep and read the game and run from 30 yards behind and pick off a man and take the ball and slide tackle and do all of those great things. That's what I find is exciting defense, not sitting there passing around the ball around the back and then making a tackle, just running up and swatting it at it with your foot lightly and then missing it most of the time. Like, I don't understand it. Even from the eye test, though, I can't find an argument for why I am. Because, look, I've criticized Spurs defenders in the past. I don't rate Eric Dyer. I don't rate Ben Davies. So it's not like I'm doing this through, white tinted glasses.
Yeah, no, listen, Will. So look, my first question to you was, what's the data from? Is it from this season or last season? So half of it is from this season, half is from the last year. The second question I had for you is, this data that you've shown,
Mhm.
how reliable is it in terms of is there anything in this data that could possibly suggest, hold on, that's a little bit unfair? Or from your statistical, you're one of the most statistical skilled guys on YouTube when it comes to the football conversation. Is there anything you can say, do you know what? Maybe that is a little bit biased. Or would you say, no, this is a fair comparison?
Yeah, so the source is right here. This is basically, I'm sure everybody's seen these. You guys have seen them on YouTube and stuff like that, right? You've got, this is just the full scouting report, which includes every single statistic that William Saliba has for these things. And you can see here when I get to the very bottom, it's a huge list, right? The player compared to positional peers in the men's Big Five leagues, the Champions League, the Europa League, over the last 365 days based on 2,705 minutes played. And these are powered by Opta, right? So all of the data is coming directly from Opta, who is the most reliable statistical source known to exist right now. Everybody uses them, right? And this is the last verse center backs for William Saliba, complete scouting point, the last 365 days. So all I did was basically just copy these graphs, right? Place them side by side, add up each category so you can notice how each one has a category: shooting, passing, right? All of these. So I just added up these numbers, which shows their percentile, higher numbers being better, lower numbers being, red, and added the total up to see who is the best overall in the passing category, who is the best in the pass type category, who is the best in the goal and shot creation category, who is the best in the defensive category. And this one is the one that shocked me the most. This is William Saliba's defensive radar when it comes to being compared to his peers in the Champions League and the Europa League and every competition known to men. I mean, it's gross.
All right. So my two questions were, one, is the data from this year and the other years? You've answered. And the second one is, how reliable is this? And you've shared the sources so people can go and check out the data for themselves.
Absolutely.
The way I look at it is this. By the way, sorry, I'm all dressed up. I just come back from my brother's birthday. Happy birthday, Alex, if you're watching.
Happy birthday, brother.
To me, there's a few things that have happened here, right? First of all, a lot of the people that are talking about Saliba being better than Romero are failing to use either any evidence or enough evidence to make their argument viable to defend their position. So a lot of people,
which is why I say it's finding Bigfoot, right? Because when you look for Bigfoot, everybody says they've seen it, right? But no matter how hard you actually look, you can never find him, right? So that's right. This is the case of finding Bigfoot. We are trying to find Bigfoot here, which is any demonstrable evidence whatsoever, any logical argument that makes William Saliba a better defender or a better player or a better footballer than Christian Romero.
So yeah, listen, 100%. That's the first thing that I've realized. Okay, so that's number one. People are failing to use enough evidence or any evidence at all to back up their argument. Number two, this is controversial. It's going to upset a lot of people, but this is the truth, and people need to accept it or explain to me where I'm wrong. The majority of people on YouTube and the majority of people with podcast accounts, none of them have worked in football, coached, managed, have any footballing experience in terms of what they're arguing, or have worked with data, analytics, and statistics to fully understand the data. So what a lot of people do is, just for having an opinion, just for wanting to sound good, and just for wanting to get clicks and likes and subscribes, they get into arguments that they can't back up because they don't have the experience in the field that they're trying to back up. Or, like you said, Will, statistics aren't the issue. People shit themselves when they see statistics. Now, when you started doing all your statistics conversations, Will, you lost me ages ago. But slowly, I've come around to it, because I'm open-minded. And you said something the other day that completely made it sense to me, and that is statistics aren't the problem. I hate when people say, "Oh, use your eyes. You watch football with your eyes." Data is there to back up what you think you've seen or what you haven't seen.
Correct.
And you said something the other day, which was data and statistics isn't the problem. It's knowing how to interpret it. So
Correct.
when people just say XG, that means nothing unless you look at other stats to understand what the XG number means. What does that really mean? Because you explained the other day how Spurs could have 3 really good chances on goal, but if the opposition gets 1 penalty, their XG is higher automatically. Even though we had 3 really good chances, the other team's XG will be higher because a penalty, for whatever reason, gets awarded like a really, really high XG. So it's
100%.
about interpreting that data. So I'm not against the eye test. I'm not against stats. I think both are important. But when people dismiss the stats, that's when I kind of shift over and say, you know what you think isn't true, and your eyes are lying to you. The data has to back up what you see. The only thing that I've argued that data doesn't measure, and this is a different conversation, is it doesn't measure emotion or handling pressure. Now, I'm sure you might be able to argue it with me, but I'm not here to argue that. But I think emotion and pressure are human factors, but everything else you can measure.
So if pressure causes you to make more mistakes, that aspect of it would be reflected in the data, right? Or if pressure caused you to perform better, it would be.
Or you could just be a really rubbish player. That's why you make mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, the data doesn't tell you if somebody acts good or poorly under pressure, right? It doesn't tell you that. And it definitely doesn't tell you emotions because it's objective, right? All statistics are the objective things, the things that no one can argue, right? What the player did on the pitch that's recorded on the day. All statistics is a recording of events that happened on the day. That's it. That's all it is. They recorded an event, right? So-and-so made a tackle, X. So-and-so did this. Now you have analytics like XG, XAG, and PXG, all of those things, which tell you how a player is performing in some sort of context, right? How difficult was the shot, how easy was the shot, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why XG or X anything is an analytic, and then other things are numbers, statistics. And this rates players both. The data that I showed today at the beginning of the show rates players on both analytics, X somethings, and statistics, and it gives a percentile. So according to your peers, how good are you at that task? Are you better than 99% of the people? Are you better than 85% of the people? Are you better than 24% of the people? And it puts that out there. And so I added up that, and this is the most fair way to compare 2 players, apple to apple, that could possibly be. And we're looking at every possible aspect of the game, not just cherry picking this, that, and the other thing, the whole player as a whole, right? And that's what we're doing. But we are going to be throwing the link into the chat now, and there are conditions. If you are a Spurs fan and you just want to come on and chat, hang out, and all that stuff, please do not click the link at this point in the show. We want to put the link in the chat now. If there are any Spurs fans or Gooners who wants to try to change our mind and argue the case for William Saliba, we will be throwing the link into the chat now, and I will be pinning it to the top. So the link is there now. If you are watching on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're at, make sure that you can click that link and you can come on and you can have your say. We will bring people one-on-one at a time, maybe 2 at a time, depending on this, that, and the other thing. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things to what you're this conversation. Okay, so I'm just with my coach's hat on now. I think why this argument actually exists is because what fans are doing is they're misleading their minds between the individual and the team, and I want to explain.
100%.
When Romero played for Argentina, they won the World Cup Romero was one of the standout players and he lifted the World Cup, part of a winning team. Does that make Romero the best centre-back in the world? No, it doesn't. Does that mean he can handle pressure in the big moments and be part of that team that had to manage the pressure? Yes, it can. Virgil van Dijk last season, he was in the second best team in the country. Does that make him the best defender in the league? No. That means he was part of a team that, he was part of a team that had a successful campaign and he could handle the pressure of being in the top four. Last season, for Romero's team, the team were a disaster. Romero was part of that team that was a disaster. So there's an argument to have where people say, oh, but Romero's part of the problem. But this is where it all goes wrong. When you compare teams, Saliba will always win because Saliba's in a better team. But if you compare international teams, I'm sorry, Romero wins hands down. So is it fair to compare teams? No. But this is what people do in the argument. You begin talking like you did about comparing Romero to Saliba, and then the argument you hear is, yeah, but look at Arsenal. No, don't talk to me about Arsenal. Talk to me about Saliba, because this is something that was sent to me today, right? And I want to show everyone watching this. An Arsenal fan said to me, you and the Yank are full of crap. This is what they said, are full of crap because you just think the stats are everything. So to that person, I want you to see this. I screenshotted what he sent me. Okay, and it was this. He said, but Mustafi had better stats than Virgil van Dijk. So therefore, Mustafi's better than Van Dijk. You're a Muppet, Stelios, you and Will. And this is the stats he showed me. There's a period of the season where Mustafi had better tackles, more tackles, success rate, more interceptions, heading goal, blah, 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 blah. The problem with this is it's the most basic, cherry-picked, misleading set of stats you could have chosen. That's why at the top I put misleading info. Because what this person and a lot of Arsenal fans are doing is they're not doing what you do, Will, with a really thorough analysis.
159 columns or rows.
Exactly.
159 rows of data, not two.
Yeah, but what exactly? Like a thorough analysis. But what Arsenal fans are doing this? They're cherry picking something out of a random tabloid newspaper, like a clickbait section of a newspaper to get people to have an argument. But what you're not seeing is this. The stats they didn't show. Dual successes. Van Dijk wins. Error win percentage. Van Dijk wins. Dribbled past. 0. Nobody dribbled past Van Dijk that season. 9 players dribbled past Mustafi. Goals conceded. Virgil van Dijk. 66% less. Fouls conceded. Almost 90. Almost 70% less. Percentage of touches resulting in lost possession, 10%. Mustafi, 16. That Arsenal fan and a lot of the Arsenal fan base, they don't show you this. None of them show you this. What they do is they say, yeah, but look, stats are rubbish because Mustafi, he had better stats than Van Dijk. No, he didn't if you start looking deeper. Right.
If you look at the underlying numbers, right. Exactly.
So to that fan that tried to, get one on me, no. Your analysis is poor. Your understanding of the stats is weak. And I suggest you actually listen to this channel, which a lot of channels seem to hate because we're stats this, stats that. But you can't argue it. It's a fact. This argument is a fact.
Yeah, we're looking at multiple categories. We're looking at the entire player as a whole. We're looking at them compared to their peers and center backs. How are they performing as in comparison to their peers? That's what the percentile means, right? So when you're looking at percentiles, you're saying, how does this player perform, right, compared to their peers, the other people that they're competing against in the league? And I'm taking that percentile and summing them to get the number. This isn't cherry-picked totals, right? This is a percentile. This is comparing the data per 90, right? Because that's what it's based off of, per 90 statistics, not totals. You always get yourself in trouble when you deal with totals because you're dealing with players that play different amounts of minutes and different times, right? So you have to go with per 90 statistics. That's what FBref does. I'm telling you, it is the most thorough analytical possibility. And we're looking at every statistic, right? It's not just the defensive ones. We saw here that out of all of the categories, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 categories, Christian Romero is clear of Saliba in 6 of them. 6 out of 8.
Will, can I add 2 more things, right? Last
Sure.
2 things I want to add. Number 1, too many people are focused on specific stereotypes, and then they just use that to make decisions. Example, Romero is rash, he's a hothead, so automatically Saliba's better. Let's not look at anything else because last year Romero was rash. That is a really incompetent way of making a decision based on what facts and what we see going on. And the second point I wanted to make is, because we can prove that Romero is better than Saliba, that doesn't mean Saliba is rubbish. Saliba
Correct.
is a quality defender. Let me make this clear, right? Will, I, and everyone on this channel, we accept Saliba is a top defender. I would have Saliba at Tottenham, no question of a doubt. But when you compare him to Romero so far, Romero is ahead. Does that mean by the end of the season, Saliba won't be ahead of Romero, or Romero will stay ahead? We don't know. We will do this show again at the end of the season. But right now, we're talking about now, the here and now, where we are right this moment. Guys, Romero is better than Saliba.
And I just think even from the eye test, this is how much that because I don't like it when I hear things that I don't see with my eyes, right? Something that caused me a cognitive dissonance, right? That I need to go find out the truth. I watched every 23-24 and 22-23 William Saliba highlight reel that exists on YouTube, right? Bar the ones that maybe are made by some random guy. But all of the ones that are available in a search on YouTube, and I watched them with my eyes, and that's the best aspects of him, right? And the best that Saliba has to offer pales in comparison to the best that Romero has to offer, even from the eyes. Even from the eyes. William Saliba is one of the most boring defenders I have ever seen. Doesn't do anything that's outstanding. Look, he's a steady Eddie, and that's great, right? If that's the type of defender you like, is a steady Eddie, right? Who doesn't take any risks, doesn't put any, jaw-rattling tackles, doesn't make any, 60, 70-yard diagonal balls into strikers on the run to their feet, right? If you don't want your defender to do that, then maybe in your opinion, right, which is I'm fine with, William Saliba is better. But remember, folks, if you are joining the show and if you want to come on and have your say, you have to be taking the opposite position to us. You have to be believing that William Saliba is a better defender than Christian Romero at this point in the show.
Can I? There's something I was going to add to this about.
Okay, hold on. Before you do this, Tottenham bias. It's not possible for a Tottenham bias because the numbers agree with me, right? The numbers are not biased. The data is not biased.
How is this even an argument? Like, how is this an argument? Where are you?
Again,
where are you proving
no bias?
The title of this show is "Change My Mind." How is that
change my mind?
And do you know the last thing? Because more and more things are coming into my head as we have this conversation. A lot of Arsenal fans and even some Spurs fans. This isn't just about Arsenal and Man United fans, rival fans. They've also said, but the experts say Saliba's brilliant and Saliba's this. Correct. But they're not comparing Saliba to Romero. Not one expert that people are, Gary Neville, Gary Lineker, whoever you listen to, Jamie Carragher, not one of them has said, I think, Gary Neville, Jamie Carragher, I think Saliba is better than Romero. No one said that. They praised Saliba, yes, but none of them have compared the two and given their verdict. No one's done that. So when fans say, oh, but even the pundits say it, no, they don't.
But even Lionel Messi, hold on. Even Lionel Messi, who has played over the last 20 years, has played with and against some of the best defenders in the history of the game, right? Who didn't praise Otamendi, who didn't praise Martinez, said that Christian Romero was the greatest defender in the world right now. the best defender in the world. Lionel Messi, who didn't have to give that compliment, by the way, who didn't praise the other Argentinian center backs, singled Christian Romero out. And if you think that your ball knowledge is better than Lionel Messi's, please click the link that's pinned to the top, come on the show, and change our minds. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear the arguments. So far, nobody that I can tell, except for one individual, is sitting in the back room, willing to come on and change our mind. If you're so confident, right, get out from behind the keyboard, click the link, and come on the show.
Come on and argue it. And for the record, saying Romero is better than Saliba doesn't mean...
I doubt it, because Saliba can't play for France. He doesn't play for France. This is another thing. William Saliba doesn't even play for his national team. And then people will say, oh, they blame the coach.
No,
if he was good enough, he would play.
Then they say he's one of the best defenders in the world. Surely he'd play for his national team.
Exactly.
By the way, can I also let people know watching this show, because we are saying Romero is better than Saliba, it doesn't mean we are saying Romero is the best defender on the planet. Because I know when we say things, people hear something else and they spin it to be something else. All we're saying is right now, today, Sunday, October, is it the 14th or the 15th? Romero is better than Saliba.
14th. And look, it's just to prove it.
That's
just to prove it. You're hearing it from my mouth right now. Hakeem Anderson has been better defender than Christian Romero this season.
Yeah, he has.
So far this season, Hakeem Anderson has been a better defender than Christian Romero this season. In case you want to say that we're saying that he's the best center back in the league, he hasn't been. He's not even the best center back in the league right now. What we're saying is he's better than William Saliba.
And I also said a couple of weeks ago that Mickey van der Ven, I think, is better than Romero. And I had this argument in the will. But when you look at the data, I can't argue it.
He hasn't been.
I can't argue it.
It's been close, and he's getting better and better every game, right?
Romero is better than van der Ven right now. He is.
He is getting better. Yeah, he doesn't play for France.
I think a lot of Arsenal fans and Man United fans and Chelsea fans and whoever, I think they're falling into the trap I fell into, where you just want
11 caps, man. 11 caps for France. Seriously, dude. Go look at the numbers.
You just want to dismiss the data and not be open-minded. And also, because you've got a favourite, you just want to back it. Like me, I prefer Van der Ven as a footballer, so I kind of back it. But if you're gonna be honest and actually look at it from, take a step back and actually look at it, you'll see you can't argue it. Or if you are, put the case forward. Come on the show.
Yeah, the link is there and is pinned to the top. We're gonna bring on one guest here who I'm hoping, because if your position isn't counter to ours, we will remove you from this segment of the show and we'll bring you on in the second hour.
Adrian's going to support us, dude.
You never know. There are Spurs fans that don't rate
Adrian
so let's add Adrian to the stage. Adrian, change our mind. Why is William Saliba better than Christian Romero?
Well, stats of there's so many variables with stats. I mean, you'll compare this season. I would have been in agree with you with your stats against his stats this season. Last season, what the variables don't tell you is the fact that we played a low block defensive counter-attacking style of play, and Arsenal played a possession-based attacking brand of football. That has got to reflect. It probably won't reflect in the stats, but it's just there's two different styles. This year, when we get to the end of this season, you'll have both teams playing a possession-based attacking style of football. So I would ask Stel here now if he thinks, because I'm an eye test man like he is, I go to stats secondary, and it's good to have the stats. I like what you do, Will. Stel, how do you think it would affect the stats that the two teams play a different style of football last season?
I don't think it's the style so much that affects the stats. I think it does have an impact. But for me, I've said it many a time, Adrian, it's the environment. The environment is fundamental to the performance of players of all ages, adults, kids, men, women. The environment at Spurs last year was horrendous, and you just saw pretty much every player fall apart. The environment at Arsenal last year was fresh, it was new, it was exciting, people were pushing themselves. We now have the environment Arsenal had last season. So we're seeing our players now excelling. The environment is different. So I think that's the big game changer. The style will help more with the attacking stats.
And just so people know too, Adrian, this is not just Romero versus Saliba. This is Romero and Saliba compared to every center back in the top 5 leagues of Europe, right? So this is amongst all styles. Hold on, this is amongst all styles of players in all competitions. Champions League, Europa League, the league, right? This is in all competitions. This is comparing them. How do they compare to their peers? All center backs in all the top 5 leagues, right? And then comparing those two comparisons to each other. So the style, while the style isn't going to affect that, because the only way that would be the case is if every defender who plays attacking football has bad stats, and that's not the case.
Can I? I can't stay too long, so I just want to say this, and it really goes to context, but also too, people don't watch, and I like to say English Premier League fans, like some of the Arsenal fans, in the sense of Romero. You have to look at his scouting report when we first got him from Atalanta, right? From Atalanta, right? If you look at scouting reports, right, and I've showed the diagram, cat and dog. You guys will and Stel or anybody who's watched the channel, I've put that chart up. His scouting report was Romero, very good on the ball, excellent for what Atalanta want to do, because Atalanta offense focus and the three that they play on the back and the support that they had on sides for Romero suited very perfectly for what he wanted, what Romero did, to the point of winning Serie A Defender of the Year. If he doesn't have that, they say yes, he could be a bit rash, like Sergio Ramos you mentioned, who has the most yellow cards ever, but people call Sergio Ramos a legend. Now go back to that same time where Atalanta he won Serie A Defender of the Year. For Argentina, Copa America, Argentina, he was so important for the. If people could go back and watch Argentina, ask any Brazilian, they'll tell you the reason why Argentina won 1-0 against Brazil. The reason why Argentina are Copa America champions is because of Sergio Romero, right? People bring up, Mustafi won the World Cup. Well, Mustafi was he a major player? Was he a major player in the Euros? Right? Romero has done it for 2 tournaments. And actually, I would say he was better at Copa America. This is where everybody in Argentina said, oh, wow, Christian Romero, man, we got a legend here. Because his play, those 3 games in Copa America were legendary. So now coming on to Spurs, right? The environment, as Stel says, right? Argentinians, right? Most of them very good on the ball, passing from the back. You know, we don't like to play long ball. Like the way Argentina plays, the skill set, right? Coming to Tottenham, he didn't have that playing next to Eric Dyer, Davies, whoever was on the other side of him. I forget, Emerson Royale. Chicken Royale. He didn't have that. Number one. Number 2, what people are forgetting, which it is a hit on Romero. Romero apologized over the summer. What did he apologize for? He didn't say he quit, but he said he did not like Conte. He did not. He was not. He wasn't. He was.
I think we presented the case for Romero pretty good. We need to bring in some guests that want to argue that.
One last thing too. Another thing too. The injury. What people don't understand. Remember when he had to apologize because he went on TYC Sports, talk about his injury, criticizing the Tottenham doctors. And remember, in a couple of hours, he had to apologize. So last year was just for him a year to be rash. There was no control on the team. And so that's why right now you're seeing the best of Romero, because he promised with his apology. He said this year, and now that I'm vice captain, oh yeah, you're gonna see a better me. First 4 games did not get a foul until finally he got a foul and a card. One for partnership with VDV. So, we'll see at the end of the year. But so far this year, yeah, the numbers don't lie. So,
but not even this year. It's in the last 365 days. And rashness is only relevant if it impacts the team in a negative manner, which in the last 365 days, William Saliba has conceded more penalties than
Romero
has.
Well, I'll add on to this. Remember, Will, I've said this. You heard me say on streams. Those interceptions or those tackles for us last year, he was trying to start the counter. He would win the ball and do a through ball to Sonny. Saliba, I don't see Saliba doing that. He does those short passes. It's not in his two belt. Argentinians, they teach your center backs, your defenders to pass, to be good on the ball. And so that's why people forget.
Dribbling, turning on guys, burning guys on the dribble.
Yeah. So Romero has that in his tool belt.
But we need to move the show to the change my mind segment. Do you have anything else, Adrian, that you want to argue? Saliba's better than Romero.
I went to all the games last year, home games, and there were times in games, although I'm a fan of Romero, he was casual on the ball, and he gave the ball away at times. Now, I don't know how the stats reflect on that, and I thought...
Yeah, it definitely gives it... It's called loss of possession. Every time you lose possession.
Yeah. I'd seen him play better previously than that, and I thought it was casual in some games. I thought, but then the team were that bad. We conceded 63 goals, the most ever in the Premier League.
That's a team statistic. That's not an individual statistic.
I'm not blaming it on him. So he would have been under more pressure because of the low block. So he'd be more involved in defensive duties, wouldn't he, under a low block? So, and I think he's like
right. But again, remember his statistics are better this year, and we're both playing than Saliba's, and we're both playing the same type of a system.
Yeah.
We've actually have more average possession than Arsenal so far this season.
Yeah.
So if we have more of the ball, which means the other team doesn't, than Arsenal so far this season on average over the 8 games.
Yeah.
And you can't necessarily say that the statistics, which are over the last 365 days and this season, not just one or the other, would skew in Christian Romero's favor.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else? We have another guest that we need to bring in.
No, I've got nothing else. You can kick me off.
All right. We will add you, but you can stay in the back if you want, and then we can bring people out later. But we're going to bring you to the back. We're going to welcome to the stage Jez is in the show. Big up, Jez. I'm glad you came on. I appreciate it.
Big up.
Oh, man. How are you doing, gentlemen?
We're doing good. So please change our minds. I'm here to listen with open ears, honestly, not banter. I want to hear good arguments.
Well, I think, I don't believe in stats because at the end of the day, stats can be manipulated whichever way you want to have them go. Right? And I respect what you're telling me. I do. I respect you. But you've got one statistic wrong straight away. William Saliba has played for France. He played
not significant minutes for France, right? I'm not saying he's never played for France. Like, for example, so far in the European or the Euro Championship qualifications, he played 17 minutes against Ireland, right?
Statement that he didn't play for France national team.
No, he can't even get into the French team, is what I said.
Well, that's not true, is it? Because at the end of the day,
if he doesn't start regularly, he's not getting into the team. That's what I mean.
Okay, let's agree. Right. Let's agree that he's played one game for France. Okay, that's cool. We can agree that.
Fair enough.
That's okay. One game.
I'm not here to have an argument. I've come in to just have a debate, right?
Yeah.
I think, Will, you rely way too much on statistics.
Okay.
This is not American football, and I'm not having a go at you, but this is proper football. In America, having been to America numerous times myself, I've watched American football. I personally think it's a load of crap, but it's all stats.
I agree.
stats. How many yards run, this, that, and the other, how many touchdowns, goal kick here, It's a totally different game in football, per se. Now, I hear what you're telling me about these two players.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say to you this is my stat.
Okay.
All I care about is who wins more games. That's the only stat that competes.
But that's a team that relies on the team, not the individual, right?
I don't care.
So how can you compare? How can you say, as an Arsenal fan, William Saliba is better than Christian Romero?
If he wins more games than Tottenham, then that's good enough.
So all Arsenal players are better than all Spurs players, then, by that logic, including Harry Kane.
Yes.
Right? Jesus is better than Harry Kane, and Nketiah is better than Harry Kane.
If we win more games, then yes.
Yeah. So last season, Nketiah was better than Harry Kane. Is what you're saying?
No, you're never going to get me on that one because he should.
Yes.
He should.
Hold on. Nketiah won more games than Harry Kane.
Yeah. Okay. Fair play. You've got me on that one by the throat. I'll get you that. But
Jez, can I ask you a question? Right? Because I think this is something that a lot of fans don't realise, actually. This isn't about you. This is about 99% of fans, okay? If I was to ask you two questions, right? One, Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool that won the FA Cup, the League Cup, the Super Cup, the Champions League and the Premier League, would you say that team was a good team that Klopp had for like those 2-3 years?
Of course.
Okay. And right now, what Brighton are doing, being in Europe, challenging for top 6 again, considering how big they are, would you say what Brighton Football Club are doing right now, would you say that's pretty impressive from a club like Brighton?
Of course it is. I mean, let's be fair. Look at what they've got to play with. You can't deny that.
Okay, so the reason I asked that question is because that Liverpool team and the Brighton team you're seeing now was purely built off of data analytics and stats by the analysis departments of those two clubs, the data-driven American model. As much as I was against it, and as much as I was like, no, I don't like the stats, it's this American thing, I was exactly the same as you, Jez. But the more I've got into it, I'm not obsessed by it, but I've accepted, actually, it's quite a major part of the game now, and it works. And Klopp's Liverpool and what Brighton are doing now are proving it.
And I think that a lot of people misunderstand what stats are, right? Stats aren't these magical things that don't tell the whole story. They're simply recording what they record, right? So, for example, possession lost. Every time a player loses the ball, whether through a pass or a dribble, you get a tick. And that's all it is. And they record every single game across all of those places. The bigger games, for example, like you'll notice that on smaller games, they'll have less statistics available. But on the major games like Champions League, Europa League, and the Premier League, they record hundreds and hundreds of statistics on a day, right? That tell every single type of possible thing. I just think a lot of people, most people, just go to, SofaScore or PremierLeague.com, and they have very basic stats, right? That are good for a quick analysis. But the ones that I showed like earlier on the show, I don't know if you missed the very beginning of the show, but the sites like an FBref that give hundreds and hundreds of statistics cover every possible thing that you can measure for the most part. And then that's so player to the game, right? How they impact buildup, how they impact all different types of things, right? It's not just, XG, which is a completely misunderstood. People think that all XG records is the difficulty of the shot. That's it. Was the shot a difficult shot or was it an easy shot, right? Penalties have high XG because they're easier shots, right? Shots from outside the box have a lower XG because they're difficult shots. But people make this XG thing sound like it's the be-all, end-all of how many chances a team creates or yada, yada. It's not, right? It's really not. It's really just showing. So people misuse the statistics, right? And this isn't an American thing. I'm not a fan of any American sports at all. I've been watching the game since 2000, and I've been coaching and refereeing and raising kids who play at almost the highest level possible here in the United States for 22 years of my life. So it's not about statistics being an American thing, because they're not, right? These statistics are collected in Europe by European football clubs. Liverpool themselves have purchased missile guidance technology to be able to track their players' movements in 3D on the pitch. Missile guidance systems from militaries. I mean, this is the level, because in elite sport, all of these metrics matter because it's the fine margins, it's the small details. And when you're comparing a player, and when you're trying to find a player, when you're trying to weed through 100 to 200,000 18-year-olds, what's the thing that's going to cut down that to the smallest piece? And then you can watch with your eye. And I watch, you guys watch Tottenham games. You may not watch it personally, but I watch Arsenal games because we talk about it every Thursday. It's part of my job. I consider it part of my job. I watch every Spurs games twice. So I have watched Romero more than I've watched Saliba. But I've watched Saliba, and I've watched him on YouTube highlight reels, and I watched him on all touch compilations where you can see the good and the bad, right? The negative and the positive, not just the positive. And from what I'm seeing, William Saliba is a very good defender. I would love a partnership between him and Christian Romero if I could have my wet dream, right? But when it comes down to who I think is the better footballer, right? Turning on the ball, spraying passes long, defending, slide tackling. I've never seen a defender be able to pull the ball off somebody without going to ground better than Christian Romero. He has this way of sliding his body in between himself and the defender and then turning at the same time, beating the guy on the dribble and then immediately transitioning into attack. And I'm sorry, I just haven't seen William Saliba do that as often as Christian Romero does.
I can't agree with you on that because, let's get it right. Would I want Romero at Arsenal? All day long. He's class. He's quality. Is he better than Saliba? I'm sorry. I think Saliba is better. Romero is a decent player, and I would take him in a heartbeat. My point is, I can't stay on long, but I just wanted to make this point. I just want to make this point. To me, statistics are okay, fine. If you're into that, I'm not. I just look at the game and I look at the fact of what the player achieves. Because I'm sorry, statistics can be manipulated whichever way you want to go.
But you have to manipulate the data, right? The person manipulates them, not the statistics themselves, right? So if the statistics that I've shown here today have been manipulated in some way, I've simply just shown you the data. I haven't made a conclusion. I just totaled it up.
Okay,
I'm going to back you up a little bit here on the grounds that, not that I agree with what you're saying, but there is one thing that I've always not given into the stats, and that is this. When we came to your ground this season and we drew 2-2, I never went by stats, never went by data. I just felt that there was a psychological factor where a lot of Arsenal fans and people felt that this was a given and they were underestimating what we were doing. And I thought, do you know what? This could play into our hands. So just from a psychological perspective, and that's one of the most important factors in sport, psychology, I thought Spurs could actually surprise them. And it actually played out that way. That had nothing to do with stats. So on that side, I would side with you. But on the actual data that proves what's going on, I side with Will all day long on this one. So I do meet you a little bit on where you're coming from.
Yeah, so this is why. So Jez, I agree with you. Like I think Saliba is a great player. Like I would have him right now in our team all day long. Right. In fact, he's the only one out of your back line that I would take right now. I know you would disagree with that, but for me personally, as a Spurs fan, he is the one that I think shines above the rest of your back four. Right, as far as quality is concerned. So I'm not saying that I don't like William Saliba. But if I like Christian Romero more, and like I said, one of my favorite defenders of all time is Sergio Ramos. So we already know that I kind of have an inkling for that physical, jaw-breaking, Cellini tackle, that type of physical game, which I would think you would say is Christian Romero is probably better at that aspect of it than William Saliba is as far as coming out and just taking guys off their feet and still winning the ball cleanly. And you prefer a William Saliba type of a player. And then we're going to have the debate, who's better? What is the objective thing that breaks that symmetry? Because, right, you've got your position, I've got my position, and I'm fine if your opinion or your preference is William Saliba, because I can't argue your preference, right? It's like me saying chocolate ice cream is better than vanilla, right? That would be silly, right? You like vanilla, I like chocolate. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong, right? It's just simply a preference. But if we're going to try to compare, as maybe not you, because I think you're a very level-headed and very genuine and honest Arsenal fan, your content it demonstrates that. But there are very many people in your fan base that are just like, Romero's trash, William Saliba's world-class, best defender in the world. They take it to the far extreme. If I was having a debate with one of those people, what would you go to say, okay, Will's being delusional, this person's being delusional, where's the fact at? How do we find the fact if we don't go to the stats?
Okay, I mean, that's, yeah. Look, I don't get swayed by anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say it as it is. And if I think Arsenal are crap, they're crap, right? And
yeah, that's your opinion. Nobody can change your opinion. Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't follow the narrative. I'm sorry, there's way too many people out there that will follow the narrative because they want to be popular. They want to be liked. They want to get massive views on whatever.
We're not popular.
Yeah, we're not popular either. We've already got canceled once, and we're building our way back.
I just say it as it is. Now,
yeah.
This is my honest opinion. Talking about Saliba and Romero, okay? I think Saliba fits Arsenal's setup better than he does, and I think Romero suits your setup better than I think Saliba would. But if we look at the game plans of what your setup is under your manager, and we look at the setup of Arsenal under our manager, it seems to work. I'm not sure Saliba would fit into your game plan, and I don't think Romero may well fit under our idiot manager Arteta. I have to say that your manager has, I think, a better game direction from when I watched the Arsenal Tottenham game.
Mm-hmm.
You came on us and we were in trouble. Let's get it right. You came down the Emirates, got away with a point, and fair play. It's first time for a long time. We've got to come up to you now next year, 2024. And I just think, hoping we do the right thing in the transfer window, and we're not going to get into that. That's a different subject. But the fact remains, I just think that Saliba fits the game plan in our defence maybe better than Romero would. And I'm not sitting here disrespecting Romero at all. He's a quality player. But the point I'm trying to get across to you, Will, Stel, is I don't fall down this trap of statistics. Okay?
I just don't think it's a trap. I think that sometimes when people don't understand things as deeply, and I'm not talking about you as an individual, because there's a lot of people that don't necessarily, because I am American and statistics have been such a huge part of sports here for decades. I guess you could say that we are more aware and or educated as to what they tell and what they don't tell than European fans maybe.
Will, 1 minute, hold on. Say it as it is. The reason you're big in statistics is because when you were in the military, you were a statistic or data analysis.
Yeah, I was a signals intelligence analyst. So I was an intelligence analyst. I'm an analyst. I've been an analyst. I've been a production analyst. Right. So, for example, the analysts always are the hated people in my particular profession. I worked at a machine that made wrapping machines, like the cellophane wrapping machines, that cover like a cup of noodles or something like that. Right. So they have these heat machines, and you had the engineers, and they're the geeks, right? That design all of these machines. And then you have the mechanics, who are the blue collar guys who put the machines together. And I'm the guy in the middle who has to figure out, does the engineering that the engineers do match the production time of the mechanics, and how do I make this faster? So I had to tell both people if they were doing their job wrong, right? So I was not a popular guy at the factory that I worked at, right? So numbers for me, analytics, statistics, all of these things, right? Time on the machines, everything. It's been a part of my life for a long time, right? So obviously the things that I know well, right, that are available to me, I apply in everything that I do, right? And so for me, I try to be a very logical and rational individual, and I don't try to argue subjective things from subjective points of view. I would rather try to be objective if I can, right? And the only thing that's my opinions, I have opinions. I watch the game. I do watch-alongs on the channel. Everybody knows that I'm watching Spurs play. But they always like to throw you need to watch the game with your eyes. Well, I don't know what else I'd watch it with. I can't watch it with my arse, right? Like, it's not possible. But when I do go to analyze things or compare things, I try to do it equally, apple to apple, not apple to orange. I don't use totals because totals tell a false number, right? They don't give context at all. It doesn't talk about minutes played. It doesn't talk about competition that played against or any of those factors. None of that's weighed into totals, right? I try to use underlying per 90 statistics, right? And I use large numbers of data over long periods of time because it gives you the clearest possible objective appearance that you can get.
I get that, and I respect your view on it. It's just not my view.
Sure. Yeah, it's not your cup of tea, and that's okay.
And that's the only reason I just wanted to put my point. Can I just answer a comment, if I may?
Sure, absolutely.
Arsenal de Gru, he says that Arsenal history more. I am a fan. I'm not a fan of Arteta myself, but abusing Arteta, I haven't. All I said was I don't want him. And praising the donkey like Ange is extremely disingenuous. I haven't praised Ange at all. What have I said? I didn't praise him.
I didn't know Ange was a donkey. I thought he was an Australian.
I mean,
more of a kangaroo.
Yeah, kangaroo.
I didn't praise Ange at all. All I said was that I don't rate Arteta, and I don't. I never have. Never wanted him. So, yeah. I think people get clapped over comments. Seriously, man.
Oh, it's all good.
But
we've got Hassam's crying bum here too. It's great.
That's great. That's a true comment. We did bottle it. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
Wrong investment, but that's another story for another day. Will, thank you, mate, for having me on.
No problem. You're welcome anytime, man. We appreciate it. But one last question, because your original logical position was whoever wins the most games. So then you would say so far this season, Romero and Saliba have been the same, just as good as each other.
Yeah, I would say that.
All right, great, cool. Coming to a conclusion.
You can't argue that, can you? No, none of us can argue that.
We can't. We've won the same amount of games. We've drawn the same amount of games. We've not lost any games. You've scored. You got, was it 2 better goal difference?
2 goals more than you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So there's no argument for debate, in my opinion, on that one.
I would say I would say this about Saliba and Romero right now. If both teams lost either Saliba or Romero, I think both teams are going to feel there's going to be a problem in the team. There's going to be a big problem. I don't think you can feel them in either team.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I've got to bounce, but I have to say, great show. I like watching you guys when you're on, when you got TJ on and all that crew. It's great fun. So
yeah, it's a good time.
Jump on Thursday, North London is ours whenever you want, Jez.
Yeah, I'm around, man. I'm around.
Jump on.
It's always a great debate. I really enjoy it, and I know Adrian like he likes to debate with me, but it's all in good. It's all in good heart, man. It's all good in heart.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, great show, and catch you soon. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Jez. Big up, Jez, my man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Up, Jez.
Yeah, take care.
All right,
if anyone knows Jez's channel, can someone put it in the link, and then you can all subscribe, watch, listen.
Yeah, if you got any mods in the channel, if you guys will go get Jez's Arsenal history, something like that. Just comment in the chat one more time, Jez, so we can throw you in there. But actually, I can pull it up from the past, or maybe.
I've got a question I want to ask you, right?
Go ahead.
So
Then we'll bring Adrian back into it until we get a new caller.
Liverpool, I'm not going to say they were the first, but Liverpool had the biggest impact in football, I would say, in recent times by using data-driven models. Brighton are clearly onto something special with what they're doing. You know, they lose Caicedo, and then the defensive mid that they've scouted from France seems to look better than Caicedo. It's just unbelievable. Now Spurs, we've been told, we don't know if it's actually real, but we've been told Spurs are looking to go down the data-driven model. Do you think, in your opinion, that stats and data, the stuff that you talk about that everyone loses their heads over and hates, do you think it's going to become more and more and more used in pro football? Or do you think it's a thing that, you know, it's got its limits? Or, you know, how do you see the projection, the direction of travel with this?
Hold on. I just want to tell somebody to our moderators. Whoever blocked or timed out Arsenal fans today is going to lose their mod privileges.
Don't do that, because then I'll just go in the back end and unblock them, guys. Don't block fans.
Right, like the whole point of this show is to challenge and to have a conversation and debate. We want Arsenal fans in the chat, because I know for a fact that Jez commented in the channel before, and now his comments are gone. And the only way that the comment disappears is if somebody timed him out. Do not do that just because they're Arsenal fans. If people aren't taking racial, xenophobic type of dirty comments, do not block people simply because they big up Arsenal. You will lose your mod, and if you do it habitually, I will block you myself.
Do you know the name of the Arsenal channel blocked?
Yeah, it's Arsenal, the history, and more. It may have just been a timing out.
Yeah, it wasn't blocked. It was timed out.
Do not time people out. Right? And other mods, you know, if you see a mod doing it and they're not supposed to, please let us know, because that is unacceptable. But if we have anybody else that wants to come on the show, yeah, if anybody else that wants to come on the show, make sure you can click that link and come on. In the meantime, though, we are going to bring Adrian back up on the stage just to increase the conversation while we wait for another person to come on stage and change our mind as to why Romero isn't better than Saliba, right? Because our claim is Romero is better than Saliba. Your job is to change our mind. Why is he not better than Saliba? But Mr. Adrian, what did you think? You were listening in the background. What did you think about Mr. Jez?
Yeah, he's defended his team, and we know Saliba's a good player. It's like with a lot of judging teams and players, right? I watch my team play at home and every home game, watch the away games, I stream them. But when it comes to watching other teams, as a fan, you know, you can go and watch the highlights of other teams or catch the odd game, but you're not going to see players in other teams as much as you see your own players. And it's natural bias will come into it. And so to me, it's very hard. It's very hard for me to judge players. You know, it is hard from other clubs. It's a hard thing to do because, how much do you see of them? You don't. We don't see hardly anything of Arsenal, do we? Really? We know when they're doing.
Well, I mean, I watch their games. Right?
Yeah, it all depends how much football you watch. I mean, would you?
I watch too much football, probably.
Why do you watch other teams as well? And how many games do you watch of Arsenal, or do you watch more of Man City, for example, or Liverpool, or Man United? Or
so I always watch. The only time I don't watch Arsenal live, and maybe sometimes I might miss one or two games, like if I'm out of town or something like that. Like I don't go out of my way to watch Arsenal, but if they're not on at the same time as Tottenham, That's a game I'll always watch, right? Especially if it's in the 9, 10, or 12 p.m. slot.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to wake up at 7:30 to watch Arsenal, so I usually wake up around 8:30 on the weekends. So I might catch the second half or something like that. But if it's an important game and I missed it, I'll go back and watch. So this is the one thing for us. We have in the US, everything comes through streaming services. So we can go back and watch any Premier League game that's ever been played, right? For the last ever, right? So we can just go click on it and watch it. So it's a little bit different. But yeah, people, I guess, don't have the opportunity because of TV, the way the TV thing runs in the UK, to watch as many games as us foreigners do. But we can watch every single game all the time. So there's never any blockouts for us, right? We don't have to wait till match of the day, right? We can have access live at our fingertips 24 hours a day, any game that's been played all over the world.
Yeah, it's only here in the UK that we get bumped.
Yeah.
It's true.
So it's our league, our sport, and we're the ones that struggle to watch it. I can't write it.
I mean, like, and you know, we start to do well, and other teams say we're lucky, you know, and like, you can kill that straight away, can't you? Lucky. How many teams go away to Brentford? You know, we've got 6 points off of 3 teams which you consider being the top 6. You don't come from a goal behind against Brentford, Burnley, Sheffield United, run non-stop and win that game. 2 goals against Arsenal and beat Liverpool. If that's down to luck. If we'd scored a late goal or, you know, against one of them once or twice, 2 games on a spin, yeah, but not when you get up to 4 or 5 games. That is not luck. This team runs non-stop. And it's lucky goal against Liverpool. You can say it's a lucky goal, or you can say it was an enforced error because we kept pressing them right to the end of each game as we did Sheffield United. So, I mean, to me, go on, Stella, let's go.
Ancelotti, who is regarded as the GOAT of football management, he famously said that an own goal, a last-minute goal, it's not luck. If you put enough pressure on a team, you force errors. That forced error is a strategy. There's no luck in it. If you continue to put enough pressure on a team, at some point something's going to go wrong for them. So, and you're right. Once, okay, maybe 2 times, 3 times, 4, 5 times, it's not. And when you look at the the data from Spurs games, the amount of forward progressive passes, the amount of creativity, the amount of chances created, the shots on goal, the possession, where the possession is. You realize Spurs are putting a lot of pressure on teams in most games, and that's where
I mean, I think
that's where this luck is coming from.
I mean, I don't know if Will's got it up there, but we probably have it somewhere. But
Man City have been doing it for 5 years, Adrian. Man City have been doing it for 5 years.
We've had the 3rd most possession this year, which you can assume Man City are first, maybe Arsenal or Liverpool are second. I don't know, but we've had
Arsenal's below us.
Right,
it's
okay.
Manchester
Liverpool?
City, Brighton, or Chelsea and us. I think.
All right, I can understand if it's Brighton. And again, what dispels the luck myth still is the fact that we've had more shots on top. We've had more shots than any other team in the Premier League.
We actually lead the league in quite a few stats. Non-penalty XG, expected assists, right? So it means we're creating the most chances in the league.
It's just,
but I just want to hit this comment here real quickly from Arsenal to Gru. Tottenham Way, so your so-called data, it's not so-called, it's right here. You can everybody can access it at fbref.com. Again, fbref.com. All of that data is available to anyone. It's not manipulated. It's all there. If anybody would like access to this file, I will send it to you. Just at me at WillStewart365 on Twitter. If you're an Arsenal fan and you think this data is somehow inaccurate, I will provide that to you. Your so-called data, so it's not so-called, it is data, is as simple as saying, since Saliba has contributed to a team which has conceded less goals than Romero, hence Saliba by law is better, I'm not that simple. I'm a little confused. Your wording doesn't really work. But this is specifically why I use percentile based on the top 5 leagues of Europe over the last 365 days. This isn't about Arsenal games versus Spurs games or Arsenal style of play versus Spurs style of play. This is each individual defender compared to all top 5 league center backs in Europe over the past year, regardless of style, system, or anything. This isn't an Arsenal Tottenham, right? The fact Saliba has conceded less goals than Tottenham has, right? Saliba's Arsenal conceded less goals than Tottenham is irrelevant, not applicable, right? This is a as objective comparison of two people's performances on the pitch, and Saliba doesn't even come close. It's not even close, right? You're talking over 2,000 percentile points, right? Not 2,000%, but 2,000 percentile points higher than William Saliba compared to the entire world. This isn't a simple, let's go to EPL.com and look at totals, right? Right? I'm not Statman Dave. This is Will fucking Stewart, right? I go deep. I hit them walls, baby. Deep inside the data.
I'll tell you what would be good now.
And I make babies.
And you've probably got more people in your chat doing it. You could now refresh and go back. Because do you remember, prior to the Arsenal game, everyone was arguing on how many Arsenal or how many Spurs players would get in a joint team. It would be interesting to do that. Like, I mean, we're nearly, when we get a third way through the season, then 2/3, and then at the end or whatever. Or you could do it again. I think that you'd get a lot more people on arguing the case for who would get in now. Because I think I had 6 Spurs players in the joint team, but that's me. But there was others, you know. I mean, Paul Merson had 11 Arsenal players, didn't he?
What stats, Connor? Because it's not the stats that I'm showing. If you were looking at the stats that I'm showing, if I were to go to do this, I mean, I'll do it if you want me to. It takes a lot of time to compile the data that I presented today, right? This data right here. It took me over an hour just to compile this, right? And format it, right? It wasn't a simple click and paste. This took hours, over 160 lines on a spreadsheet here, putting in, pulling in data, pasting, deleting, cells that jack crap up in order for me to be able to format and calculate and run formulas, right? It's not as simple as going to sofascore.com and say, but I would even be willing to bet that if you looked at the Sofa score from the entire season, in fact, we'll do it now just for shits and giggles. I will go to Madison, and
by the way,
we will hold on.
Needs to go back to rehab after his comments, I tell you.
Okay. So James Madison's Sofa score in the 22-23 season was 7.33. You can see that there. And now I will pull up Kevin De Bruyne's Sofa score, which is based on stats, by the way, people. It is a accumulation. Kevin De Bruyne, Manchester City statistics, and his Sofa score for the Premier League last season was 7.78. So the statistics do not say that James Madison was better than Kevin De Bruyne last season.
Just very quickly, J. Mason Carther, if you want to come on, we'd love you to come on and tell us how sleep is better. That's the point of this show, to prove us or change our minds. The link to come on, StreamYard.
Pinned to the top?
It's pinned at the top. Come on, just like Jez did, and the floor's yours, okay? You're more than welcome.
But they don't. That's what I'm saying. They don't. That's a hypothetical that doesn't exist, right? Madison, Kevin De Bruyne was 7.78, almost 40% better than Madison was at a 7.3, right? 4 100ths or 4 tenths better than which is a significant amount on SofaScore. And that's averaged over every single game over the year, every performance of the entire season. That's a significant difference between the two, right? The significant difference between De Bruyne and Maddison that you see with your eyes is reflected in the data. But when that same data shows you that Christian Romero is better than William Saliba, you don't believe it. You dismiss it. That's the unfortunate part, right? You'll believe it when the stats match the eye test, but you dismiss it when it doesn't match your confirmation bias.
Hey, boys.
Howdy.
Oh, good. We've got an Arsenal fan on. Excellent.
No.
Oh, no, it's another Spurs fan. Still welcome. Still welcome. Still
Are you
welcome.
here? Are you here, Jose, to tell us why Saliba is better than Romero, or are you just here to join the party?
No, well, good evening, Will. Good evening, Stel.
The Arsenal fans come on at the bottom. Hello, mate.
No, I was just going to say, I've seen so many shows lately where people shouting left, right, and centre about centre backs. The latest one was Kulu versus Neto, and it's interesting that you've got people that don't want to believe the stats. That they believe their eye test, and from their eyes, they're seeing something because they're clouded. And then when you put the stats to them, they won't accept the stats, and it just makes me laugh.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But we've got Jay Carth in the back. Spurs fans, we will throw you in the back while we bring on Jay here to have a chat. So you guys can stick around if you want and jump back on. But we're going to hear Jay's argument as to why William Saliba is better than Christian Romero. Big up, Jay. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Big up, mate.
Tell us, convince us, change our minds. Why is William Saliba better than Christian Romero?
I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, your connection is a little bit choppy, but we can hear you.
Yeah. First of all, big up to the panel. I appreciate what you guys are doing. He's not able to fix up his stream or come on live on YouTube with all the insult and everything. Okay. So big up to you guys. First of all,
Figure yourself out for coming on. It's not easy either.
I want to make out. So what?
Go ahead, man.
He said big up to you as well. He said big up to you as well.
Oh, thanks. First of all, I want to throw out like 3 visible points. Okay. William Saliba is 22 years old, right?
Okay.
While Romero is 27 years old. So the comparison, it doesn't tally. Like, he's just an upcoming footballer, like upcoming player. He's not even at his peak yet. Do you understand? He's not at his peak yet. He has levels to go up to. While Romero is at his
Well, I mean, Romero's still young. Romero's. I hear you, and I agree with you. William Saliba is what, 2 years younger than Christian Romero, right? 2.5 years younger. So William Saliba does have potential in age wise, and so when William Saliba reaches that potential, then it very well may be the case that he is a better defender at 25 than Christian Romero is at 25, right? But we don't know that yet.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, and again, right? You can't compare the two because they are not age mates. Romero has gone to the World Cup. He has played for Argentina. Saliba is just coming up. Romero is a better defender right now, but Saliba has levels to go to. That's the point I want to make. All these things Saliba is doing, Romero did not do it when he's 22 years old. He did not do it when he's 22 years old.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he didn't do it.
Team of the year.
He didn't do it. He didn't do it like that. Sorry, he didn't do it at a club the size of Arsenal at the age of 22 years old. That's right. You're correct. But he did do it at Atalanta in Italy, right, where he was the Serie A Defender of the Year at 22, right?
And Copa America for Argentina.
And there's another point I want to make.
Go ahead.
I made that point. There's another point I want to make. At Atlanta, right? They played three at the back. Last year, he was playing in Atlanta where they played three at the back. He had every opportunity because he has done it before. He has every opportunity to try through that position, to try through to be the anchor of that center back, bring others together. He didn't do it last year. He did not do it last year. So this comparison is too early. It's so much too early. Do you understand?
Jay, so someone else brought this up earlier on, and I made the point of it's about the environment as well, right? Romero was in a toxic environment. Not just Romero, the whole Spurs team was a toxic environment. No player other than maybe Kane. I mean, you might argue some other players. No one really had a good season last year at Spurs. Whereas Saliba last season was in a very good environment. When Romero was at Atalanta, that was one of Atalanta's best seasons in a long time. The environment was really good. They were a very attacking team. So
they were making the Champions League for the first time in like 50 years, right? Like he was a big part of that success.
Whereas Spurs last year, I think whoever played for us, it was just a nightmare. It was just.
But Romero's always played four at the back for Argentina, right? So it's not that he can't play in a four in the back. It just depends. I mean, sometimes Argentina plays three at the back too. But what formation did Saliba play in France when he was on loan to France?
He played three at the back.
Three at the back. So yeah, so similar
the first time he played
Romero.
back to Fofana. He played at the center to Fofana. And, Then,
so they had similar upbringings, right?
He played two at the back.
Yeah, so at Arsenal he played two at the back. I think they have similar upbringings. Like, so you have. He was. I'm sorry. There seems to be a bit of a delay, so that's why we're talking over each other.
Jay, can I just add to this, right? For me, I've got no problem saying that Saliba, as a season with Arsenal, had a better season.
I didn't bring up
than
any of
Romero.
that. That was
right?
Stell. At Stell, if you want to do that.
I've got no issue saying that last season as a whole, Saliba had a better season than Romero. That's not the argument. That's not the debate here. Although there is data to suggest actually he didn't. But put that to one side. If we're talking about the here, the now, what's happening at the moment, that's the argument. So when you talk about the past, that's not what this particular question is. We're talking about right now, Romero is better than Saliba. It's the here and now.
Yeah, I'm bringing instances from the past because you guys brought it up, like when he played for Argentina and all those kind of stuff. That's why I'm bringing instances from the past. Okay, Saliba came to us now, like he started playing last season, and he had an unbelievable season. This season he started better. Spurs are on fire now. Nobody can deny that. You guys are a very good team to play.
In Romero's
we're not denying that William Saliba has been great for Arsenal. That's not what our point is, right?
You could also say that in Romero's. Jay, you could also say in Romero's first season, we got
brilliant
Champions
for
League.
Tottenham.
We got Champions League football. He was our main defender that season. He got us back.
We went on a 12 game unbeaten run. We 2.2 points per game under Conte in that season. We came from a mid-table side under Nuno into the top four. There's a lot of positives, and Romero was a key to that.
There's a lot of positive. I understand that, okay, but you guys didn't do well in the Champions League. Like you guys didn't do well in the Champions League, even as of last season.
But hold on. We topped our group. We topped our group, right? The only thing is we didn't play very well against AC Milan, and that was because that was when Antonio Conte himself was we were having the big drama. If I remember correctly, and some fans, please correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Stellini manage the second game, the second leg of that? Still?
Second, Will? Sorry?
Didn't Stellini manage the second leg of that AC Milan tie?
It was the first leg.
First leg, sorry, yeah. So Conte was in and out of the team being sick and was sick, and I say that, and here I'll put on my in air quotes, sick, because he was in a fight with everybody.
I'm not making the point. Yeah, I understand. I'm not making the point about Conte. I'm making the point about Romero. Like, he's supposed to stand out for this team. Saliba
Romero was good in those performances. Romero wasn't bad.
Well, okay, well, where was Saliba in the North London derby, dude?
You guys, it's a draw.
I know,
And
but where
he
was
wasn't
Saliba?
at fault for any goal.
You could say the same for Romero because he scored an own goal, but
He
Saliba, Son
he was better than Romero.
Where was the standout performance against? For me,
he was better than Romero. He was.
How was he better than Romero? Son cut Saliba to pieces twice.
How? He did not dribble past.
So for the first goal, I'll tell you. So for the first goal, when Madison beat Bukayo Saka, the ball was played back into the middle of box. Both Gabriel and Saliba, hold on. I'll get there, right? Bukayo Saka got burned by James Madison, right? But when James Madison played that ball to Son in the middle of the box, both Gabriel and Saliba attacked him, closed him down, and Son slotted the ball in between both of their legs coming in to block the shot, hit the post, and went back in. Don't you think they should have been marking Son better in the box there to prevent him from getting the ball in the first place? Second point is that when you had Romero, when Jorginho gave the ball away to Madison still had to drive 30 yards into it. Saliba was, I believe it was Saliba that was the one who was out of position that allowed Son to get in behind him so that Madison could play Son the ball, and Son put it in the back of the net both times.
He wasn't out of position. It was 2v1, 2 against 1. It's just him there. So
you saw Van Dijk do the same thing against Son and Sissoko, and he handled it just fine. Did you freeze up? Did we lose you?
The point I'm trying to make is that if we throw this,
I think there's a delay.
Yeah, I can understand. The point I'm trying to make is that if we ask other fan channels talk about this Saliba and Romero, nobody will put Romero ahead of Saliba.
Because none of those fans, Jay, I said it right at the start of the show. The 99% of fan channels haven't got a clue what they're talking about. None of them have got experience in the game. None of them have coached in the game. None of them look at the data. None of them know how to interpret or understand the data. None of them. Most of those channels are about people going on shows and saying, let me land, bro. Let me land, bro. Oh, you got smoked. You got smoked. It's more about drama and clickbait. You don't get good quality debates on 99% of those shows, man. I watch it and it drives me crazy. And it's more about people trying to, who's the best guy, who's the main, who's the main actor on these shows.
A lot of fans.
I'm sorry. I'm okay.
Go ahead. I'm trying not to interrupt you. There's a bit of a lag. So.
What you're saying, because, yeah. I'm sorry to say, but I disagree a little bit with what you're saying, because most shows I've listened to, right? Most people give their unbiased decision about the game and what.
How is it unbiased though? What makes
Romero
it unbiased?
is not just like
what makes those fans unbiased? What makes those fans unbiased?
They give very good decision on every club, not just Arsenal, not just Liverpool, every club.
Yeah, but what are you basing that
That's
on?
That's unbiased to me.
No, but I'm saying, right, if you've got data in front of you, Jay,
of the clips that I've watched. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm challenging what you're watching now. If Will presents to you 150 stats comparing two players, and 95% of those stats.
Well, like, what's biased about these numbers?
That player A is better than player B. What someone's opinion on another channel means nothing unless they can prove the data is wrong or they can argue it. They don't do that.
Like, what's biased? What's biased about these numbers?
Yeah.
The numbers we're trying to see, like you made a point earlier on the show that you said Saliba does not go into tackles, that he's not rash, he's calm, and you don't like a defender that way. But he reads the game perfectly well. That's why he doesn't go into unnecessary tackles. That's why he doesn't he reads the game well. He reads the game very well. That's why he doesn't go into unnecessary tackles. Like,
right, but it's not unnecessary. It's
bringing him down, stuff like that, because.
Right, but I mean, look. So if you look here, 90, hold on. Christian Romero gets 4.241. This is over the last 365 days. Christian Romero gets 4.24 tackles and interceptions per 90, and Saliba gets 1.73. Right, interceptions. These are interceptions. These aren't tackles. This is reading the game. Right. In order to intercept the ball, you have to read the game well. Correct. Right, 1.68 interceptions per 90 to 0.83. So almost 2 times as many, exactly 2 times as many interceptions per 90, right? Christian Romero is 86th percentile. That means he is better at intercepting the ball or reading the game than 86% of center backs in the league. And Saliba is only 17% better.
Jay, do you know if you look at the data, do you know which defender is better than Saliba and Romero? Do you know there's a defender that statistically is better? Anderson at Crystal Palace is better than both of them. Keem Anderson, yeah.
He's a very good defender, no doubt about that.
He's the best this season. He's number 1 this season so far.
I want to make one more point before I leave.
Sure. Go
Big
ahead.
up to you guys one more time.
Big up yourself for coming on. It's not easy.
Saliba, he doesn't engage on tackles. Do you know why? Because he relaxes and read the game. Why Romero he goes into tackles like I don't know how to put it, like he's anxious for tackles. That's why he makes a lot of tackles. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I'm not just using tackles. Yes, hold on. Freeze right there. You asked if we understand. Hold on. You asked us if we understand. I understand, right? But we're not basing this just on tackles. If our argument was Romero makes more tackles than Saliba, therefore he's a better defender, then you would have a great argument as to say why we're being biased. But we're not. We're looking at 150 different statistics, right? And totaling up the percentile by which they're better than or less than the rest of their peers across all the top 5 leagues of Europe, right? And that's what we're basing the numbers on. That's the data that we're presenting here. And, right, if reading the game is something, hold on, if reading the game is something that Saliba does better than Romero, then you would expect, right, as a defender, there's only 2 possibilities. You're either intercepting the ball before it reaches its intended target, which I've already proven is not the case in Saliba's instance, or you're marking your man so well that the other team doesn't pass the ball to him. And how would you demonstrate that? If that's your claim, how would you demonstrate that to be the case? That William Saliba is marking his man so well that the other team doesn't play the ball. The only way you could do that would be striker and winger touches per 90. But we know that even Haaland had touches with Man City, right?
But he didn't get his snake. He has nothing to
he didn't take any shots, anything. But he had touches. That's because of Saliba. But I mean, the strikers that Saliba plays against have touches.
The box.
Yeah. Okay.
Outside the box, he didn't do anything in the match. He didn't do anything in that match.
Right, but I mean, you've been scored against, right?
And
Son scored a hat trick at your ground for the first time in Premier League history. You do realize that Son scoring that brace was the first time it's ever happened at Arsenal in Premier League history, right? In the Premier League era, it's the first time that anybody has scored a brace. That Tottenham scored a brace. Not even Harry Kane. a world-class striker, has ever scored 2 goals at the Emirates in one game?
He has scored in every game that's played against Arsenal.
He scored
And
a
that's the
lot.
part.
Harry Kane scored a lot, but most of
And
them been
one
at
more
home. He's only scored 6 goals away. Son scored 2 in one game. That's the first time it's happened since 1993.
You guys are playing better. You guys are playing better. That's right. You guys.
No, it's people.
That's
No, it's
match.
people.
The second half
See,
of
this is Jay. This is the problem. When people see the data and then the data's explained to them, they can't argue it. So what they then do is say, "You're just data," or "I just use my eyes." That's not an argument. This is what I'm saying. The facts don't lie.
How can you just go?
This is
How
what
can
those
you just
fan
go?
channels
See,
talk
I
about.
want to. Sorry,
I'm listening.
Go ahead, man.
sorry. I want to make a point, right? Like
Yeah.
all of us, we have football brains. Like we watch football. We know what we want for our players. You can see the match with your eye. You don't need data. You don't need stats to tell you about the person. Like you see what
Yeah, but I don't need stats. I don't need stats.
central midfielder Busuma.
I
You
agree.
see, you don't need stats. Like
I agree with
you
you,
can
Jay.
give a
Though. I
pass
agree with you,
outside
Jay.
the box.
Jay,
It's
Jay,
an
Jay,
assist.
Jay.
So you don't
How-
need stats for any
how
of these
do you-
things. You can see your
how do you-
defender how good it is.
Right,
How
but
do
Jay,
you
what
think
But Jay,
Arsenal
I hold on. I
scout
got the
players?
Jay.
They
I
use data.
watched. Hold on. Jay, I agree with that, right? But I have a footballing brain too. I've been watching the game for 20 years, right? I've coached the game. I've refereed the game, right? I have kids that play the game at a really high level in the United States, right? So I've been in and around the game. I played the game myself, right? As a youngster. I think I know the game pretty
Fair
well,
play to you.
right? I think I know the game fairly well.
I'm a UEFA qualified coach, by the way.
And so
Just so
when
you
I
know.
watch the game, I think, me personally, my opinion, like I've already said, right, that one of my favorite defenders of all time was Ramos and Cellini, right? Those are two of my most favorite defenders as I've watched the game over 20 years, right? Both of those players are a little bit more, I guess you could say, rowdy, right? Physical, right? Break a guy's leg, right? Dark arts, all of the good stuff. I find that entertaining. I find that type of defense entertaining, right? If Romero gets a yellow card for breaking some guy's leg, like you remember when Richarlison was still playing for Everton last season or the season before last, and Christian Romero came in and scissor tackled him and just, almost broke his legs off, right? I enjoy that type of a defender, right? As long as it's not costing me goals, which it hasn't in Romero's case, because like I said, he's conceded less penalties than Saliba has in the last 365 days. I would say that I find that entertaining and a sign of a good defender, right? Because when you're that physical on the ball, when you put the hurt on people, it makes attackers think twice before they come at you, right? I mean, there's a benefit to it psychologically in the game, right? When you know that center back's going to hurt you, forwards and attackers are less confident making runs or going at them one-on-one, right? I mean, that's clear with the eyes. We don't need statistics to tell us that.
Yes, you don't need the statistics to tell you anything, right? Even at that, Saliba is very physical. He's very strong. So he doesn't need to do all that to prove very strong. He doesn't need to do all that. He's very strong. So he doesn't need to go into tackles like want to injure someone or anything to prove that he's very strong. He doesn't need to do all that. If you're an attacker, you want it physical with me. He will go into physical battle with you, right? He can do everything. He can play out from the back. He has in signs of composure in very difficult spaces. I don't even know why we're even so. I understand the reason why we are talking about this, right? But Saliba, the sample size and everything that we've seen is far more better than what Romero has done in the Premiership.
But it hasn't been.
No, that's wrong.
The country is another. I'm trying to say something. The country is another different conversation, right? He has done far more in the Premiership than what Romero has done, right? That is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but
how?
Last
He
season,
hasn't.
Arsenal team, you know, like
Saliba's
like-
been at a better club with a better team.
Right, Romero was in a team.
how many changes did you guys make? Like you lost your best attacker, right? You lost your best attacker, right?
You're
That's
breaking
right.
up.
It's first team made of Kulusevski, Kane, Son. They just added Madison to it, right?
No.
Last
Van de
season,
Ven.
you guys had the better.
no. You're wrong.
Last season,
Van de Ven.
last season, you guys had the
No, the
better
whole
squad
team's
than
different.
Arsenal.
7 different players, 7 different starters this year.
Van de Ven, the centre back. Udoji, the left back.
But last
Mario.
season, you had the
Hold on.
better team than Arsenal.
No,
Last season we had a terrible team.
we had
We had
Eric
Chicken
Dyer,
Royale, Sessegnon, Ben
Chicken
Davies,
Royale,
Eric
Emerson
Myers,
Royale,
You
Hugo
played-
Ben
Lloris.
Davies.
You played
Højbjerg.
terrible. You never had a
Højbjerg.
terrible team.
I'm sorry?
I never said terrible. I never said
No,
terrible.
no, we didn't have a terrible team.
If
But
I
you have to
said
remember,
terrible, if I said terrible, I take it back. You had a better team than us last year, hands down. You had a better team all day long.
your midfield was better than ours last season, right?
If you take Son and Kane out of Spurs last season, we're in a relegation battle, and the data actually proves that we're in a relegation battle.
Because your player refused to perform. That's what I'm trying to say. Romero was in this thing. He refused
So
But Romero performed last
you
season.
put them in high standard. They refused to perform. That's a different conversation, right? Saliba came into this
hold on,
Arsenal
because
team.
in
He
this
brought
data,
the standard.
this data,
He
hold on,
lifted-
this data,
he lifted.
hold on. This data includes both performances from both players last season and this season. It's the last 365 days, right? So this data includes Romero's performances. People think that just because Spurs were bad, Romero was bad last season. Romero wasn't. Right? Yeah, he struggled. When you're playing in a back three and you have to make up for 2 other defenders' mistakes, it's a lot more different. Saliba was blessed, right, to play alongside Gabriel, who's also a competent defender, right? And you saw Saliba make less errors or less mistakes because he was playing alongside a competent defender. Romero didn't have that luxury. Right? But now when you see Romero playing in and alongside a competent defender in Van de Ven, right? Romero's numbers are light years better than Saliba's in these 8-game period. They both played, and Romero's played 1 less match. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm trying to say, all right, is that Saliba has done. My point tallies with what he has done for this past few seasons. But you guys are bringing the the national team. Like he has not played for his national team yet. He has not. If he started playing for France, I can bet you that he will bring more performance than what Romero has done.
But you're guessing.
All these
You're
are the
guessing.
facts I'm
Romero,
trying to
guessing.
make.
That hasn't
you're
happened
guessing.
yet.
Romero won a World Cup playing centre back every single game in the World Cup.
I'm not guessing because he's doing
All
it.
but one.
I'm not guessing because he's doing it now.
Romero's done it.
He's doing it now.
Achieved it.
He's doing it now.
Romero has achieved the
Hold on.
greatest international prize to be a World Cup winner. That is the pinnacle of international football.
Romero was the
Done that.
youngest. Not only that, but Romero at the age in the Copa America, which is 2 years before the last World Cup, right? So you got the 2020 was the 2022 World Cup, or 2022 World Cup. You have in the 2020 Copa America, Romero at the age of 22, right, was the youngest starter at center back. He was getting in over Martinez, who plays for United, right? Playing alongside Otamendi, who was a stalwart for Manchester City for many years, right? And you can't say that William Saliba. Everybody as football fans, we always say if you're good enough, you're old enough, right? So I understand that Arsenal fans can feel frustrated that he's not making it into the starting 11 of the French team, right? Even in the Euros playoffs that are going on right now, he played 17 minutes, right? So there's something that's going on where his manager isn't picking him. Look, no manager wants to lose football matches, right? If he thought that William Saliba was better than the other two options that he had, he'd be starting, right? That's the logical thing to say.
That's not fair to say because the manager himself doesn't fancy him.
Yeah, but the manager doesn't fancy him for a reason. Do you think the manager of France wants to lose games?
And we've seen it in so many cases that so many managers are biased. We've seen it in so many cases. We've seen it in so many. So this is not just a one sample size. We've seen it in so many cases. They have favorite players. I see no reason why Saliba cannot make the France team. There are no better defenders than him right now in that France national team. He's better than Kanute. Who else
I mean,
is there?
if he's better than why? If he's better than why isn't he getting in? Like what logical sense? Is there a relationship problem? Is there an attitude problem? Like what's the problem between him and the manager as to why he's not getting time for France?
There might be. He has a very good attitude. There might be a relationship problem. We don't know. We can't just say and conclude. Like we say it with our eyes, he's a very good player. He's like very good understatement. He's a generational talent. Like you don't just see this every day.
Right, but I'm saying I'm trying to hear your argument. I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm trying to be reasonable.
Generational talent is a term that's thrown at so many players.
Jay, I'm trying to be reasonable. Jay, I'm trying to be reasonable here, Jay, because I'm trying to hear your eye test arguments, right? But the eye test arguments also have contradictions that don't the logic that doesn't follow. The numbers don't say it. The eye test doesn't say it. Practical sense doesn't say it. The only place where he's performing well to be considered the best, I've heard people say he's the best center back in the league, right? I don't see it. The numbers don't say it. France doesn't say it. Only his performances at Arsenal say it. But then that's a biased particular position. I just don't see that there's an actual there's truth to that. I understand. I can go and say that Ollie Skip is the best midfielder in the league, right? But the data doesn't back it up. The fact that he doesn't play for England doesn't back it up, right? And like people want to take shots at Maddison. Well, Maddison's starting for England now, right? Maddison started for England this weekend, right? So he's performing so well that even Southgate, who's come out and said he doesn't like James Maddison because of his attitude or whatever, is still hold on.
He has done more than Romero.
He hasn't done more. That's my point. The data says he has not done more than Romero, right? The fact that he can't get start for France says that he hasn't done more than Romero, right? Romero has won World Cup.
You're basing your data on
Romero has won Copa Americas.
Apart from the World Cup, he has done nothing in the Premiership. Saliba has done it in France. 2 seasons ago, he has done it in France.
Saliba hasn't won anything in the Premiership either. You guys, hold on. Arsenal have not won anything with William Saliba in their team. Arsenal have not won anything with William Saliba in the team, unless you want a Community Shield. He has a Community Shield. That's it. He wasn't in the FA Cup winning team. We lost him. Let's bring on the next Gooner. Welcome to the stage.
By the way,
Mr.
big up
Minerals.
to Jay. Big up to Jay who came on the show.
Yeah,
man.
big up Jay. Appreciate it.
On, Jay.
Mr. Minerals left too. He ran away as well. No, I'm kidding. Big up, Jay. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it, man. You're welcome on anytime. It's a great time. I agree. Appreciate it. Cube, are you asleep or you hanging out?
I'm here. I'm here.
Right.
I was away, but I'm here.
Are you in the Are you in the negative of this position? Do we need to put you on the big screen?
Well, I always back with Romero, my boy.
Just checking.
My boy. He's probably my after Sonny. He's probably my second favorite player now. It's Romero, and then it's Basuma. Those are my boys. But I do have an argument against you guys because because I want to put a little bit of
Here
work.
comes the fool.
No, I want to put Will to work because I appreciate that the Gooners is not easy. The Gooners that came on, I appreciate that they came on and everything.
Mhm.
But I don't know if they've put forth the best arguments for their side to
They haven't.
allow.
I'm still waiting. The link's still out there.
Allow Will to really, answer, some hard questions. Okay, so first of all, I want some parameters.
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Wait, first of all, I want some parameters. Okay, what do you define as a better defender? What is the most important things for a defender to like?
So
do?
for me, the thing that a defender should do is to defend first and foremost, right?
Okay.
So perform the best in defensive actions on the pitch, right?
Okay.
It includes blocks, interceptions, shot blocks, pass blocks, tackles, challenging dribblers, 1v1s, right? All of the defensive metrics.
Mm-hmm.
Also, too, then offensively is to be able to control the ball, right? Be able to beat a man, be able to play passes. So the transition aspect of the game, right? Immediately and quickly taking it from the defensive phase and initiating, right? Your defenders are also the first attackers, right? It's their job to break presses, to initiate the attacking phase of play. So they got to be good at that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say would be the most important aspects that I look for in a defender.
Okay. And then the other question I have
And then
is,
set piece finishing.
Okay. So the other question that I have then is we are comparing Romero and Saliba on form then in that case. So on form being this season, on form being, because I know you're looking at last 365 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot
and this
of that
particular data is a little 365 days.
Yeah, but a lot of that was last season, right? And right, so
Which was Saliba's best season.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just asking. So are you saying that Saliba, putting that 365 days apart away, are you saying that you feel like Saliba is not as good as Romero this season? Just on this season, or do you also feel like it's comparable for last season as well?
Well, so my original tweet that I put out was based on this season's numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can bring up that tweet if people are curious, or you can just go to @WillStewart365 on Twitter and you can see the tweet for yourself. It's there, and it's like one of the last 4 or 5 tweets that I've done. It's the thumbnail for this particular video. It's on the left-hand side. That shows this season's percentile, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this data, but because people were telling me that's just this season, blah, 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 I went ahead and pulled the data from the last 365 days. I didn't want to pull raw numbers. I mean, per 90 numbers are here in this column here, so people can you can see the per 90 numbers for each individual attribute as well. But I wanted to put in the percentile because that compares people to their peers across all of Europe and how they compare statistically in each individual column to every other center back across the 5 leagues in the Champions League and Europa League, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we add those percentiles up per category to get a number, so a total percentile. So 904, for example, 904 percentile points versus 731 percentile points, because that tells you for each category who has performed at the highest percentile per category, right? And so for the last 365 days, Christian Romero has outperformed William Saliba 8,462 to 6,936 percentile points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So whichever way you wash the baby, still gets clean.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about, and I actually have an argument against myself, but I want to see what you say. What do you say to people that say that that Saliba is a better defender because he is less error prone and he has less fouls, less yellow cards, less red cards, and is, marginally has to be, has more, it was marginal, like less for this season, for example, marginally the last man defender than Romero.
But last man defenses, he hasn't been better than Romero this season.
Well, he's had like 2 last man defenses won versus Romero's like 1. It's so marginal. It's like, let's just put that to the side. So let's say those who claim that Romero is more rash or more error prone.
Yeah, so
because I do think that is the argument that probably most people that have a bone to pick with Romero would make. I think that's probably a big.
You got to let me answer the question right
okay.
now. Yeah. So the question is, do cards make a difference? So red cards, I would say, make a difference because it allows your player to do it. So that's 1 point for Saliba, right? But apparently 63% of center backs in the leagues don't get red cards, right? So Saliba has not had a red card in the past 365 days. That's included in the data that we showed, right? Romero has 0.06 red cards per game, right? So that means for every 100 games, he'll get 6 red cards. Right. So that's not a lot. That's not a high number, right? But that has not cost him the most. When we talk about actual errors, right, or penalty kicks conceded, which impact games more, right? For every 100 games, William Saliba will concede 7 penalties, and for every 100 games, Romero will only concede 6. So it's a marginal, but Romero's not as rash when it comes to conceding penalties as William Saliba. But when it comes to winning penalty kicks on the other end of things in the other box, Christian Romero wins a penalty 3 times out of every 100 games, and William Saliba wins none. He's never won a penalty. Right? So do the yellow cards that Christian Romero get actually negatively impact, because sometimes yellow cards are tactical and actually benefit the team, keep the team from conceding, not the other way around. So using yellow cards against him is only a negative if it impacts the the points of a game. If it helps the team, then it's a positive.
Yeah, I mean the
burden of proof is on you to show that the yellow cards negatively impact on.
So the discrepancy between how many fouls, like for example, it's like 40 something fouls, okay, last for Romero versus Saliba, which is very low. I think it's like 6 or something like that.
He averages 1.55 fouls per game, where Saliba averages 0.5.
Substantially more for Romero.
One
that
more.
Being said,
hold on, 1 more per 90 on average.
But, okay. So I know I'm asking this question because I know a lot of people will use this kind of debate, and I'm giving you an opportunity to argue it, So, however, which you kind of already mentioned, keeping in mind that the other thing is that Romero was in a team that was a worse team and has people around him that are more error prone themselves, right, last season, that he had to actually potentially foul or he had to potentially do that in order to stop somebody because somebody else was because somebody else was letting them through, right?
Sure, I mean that could be the context for the argument, but it really doesn't matter because we're looking at the data as a whole. And even knowing the fact, right, that Christian Romero is in the 1st percentile for yellow cards and in the 5th percentile for red cards, and in the 2nd percentile for second yellow cards, and the 7th percentile for fouls committed, and Saliba is really good at all of those things, Christian Romero still outperforms Saliba overall by a far distance. And then it becomes, if someone says to say that that's a negative, you have to demonstrate how that's hurt Tottenham on the table, right? Name me a game in which that has cost them points, right?
So Arsenal, the group, is saying to you, remind me of an incident last time the Saliba conceded a penalty. I can tell you that Romero did it.
I'd have to look up the numbers, but I'm looking up I can show you the numbers right here. The numbers are exactly right here, right? William Saliba, penalty kicks conceded, 13th percentile. He averages a penalty kick conceded every 0.07. Romero only adds 0.06, 14th percentile. 14th percentile is better than 13th percentile.
Cubed, can I say, like, without even looking at the
That's
data,
the fact.
If there's an argument over penalties where Romero looks worse than Saliba, my counter to that would be conceding penalties is one metric out of 150 that we use to make a decision.
Well, I totally agree. I'm just having a conversation for the sake of the conversation. So because
I'm just play devil's advocate.
Yeah,
I'm bored.
I'm just being devil's advocate because I feel like that is an argument that even some Spurs fans might make about, you know,
I mean, they're wrong. They're wrong.
Yeah, but
right?
but that is an argument that people make about Romero versus Saliba, and I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to like.
Because there are good fouls and there are stupid fouls. There are good yellow cards and there are stupid yellow cards, right? Oliver Skip pulling a guy down who's on a counterattack, right, is a good yellow card. Basuma diving in the box for no reason is a bad yellow card, right? There's a difference. Yellow cards aren't bad in and of themselves. It all depends on the context in which it was used. So it then becomes, if you want to use the yellow card or the red card argument, right, you then have to, and red cards would be for second yellows, by the way, as well, not straight reds, right? There's no evidence that Romero gets straight reds, right? And actually, red cards, he hasn't had that many in his career, to be honest with you, red card wise, right? He's not a high proponent, high red card individual, right? He does get a lot of fouls, but it's because he's a very physical defender, and that's the nature of the game. Sergio Ramos, who everybody says is a footballing legend, a defending legend, Cellini, who's a legend, they all had yellow card and red card problems. All of them. That's a part of being a defender sometimes.
Well, and then also, I mean, with yellow cards and red cards and fouls, even calling on fouls, that's not like a metrics where you can be like, oh, they did this and that was like a fair, like apples to apples comparison, because we already know that refs, which is what everybody's complaining about these days, right?
Come join the show, Arsenal Good Group.
Get calls wrong. They get calls wrong, right? They call, you know, a foul when it shouldn't be a foul, and not a foul when it shouldn't, but you know, when it should be a foul. So there is a lot more human influence on the calling of fouls and giving of yellow and red cards. There's a lot more human influence and human error on that than
yes, it does. It overrides eye test. Okay, statistics override eye test all the time. So they are the symmetry breaker for the eye test, right? No matter how much two people want to argue, if I'm right, if I think I'm right, and Cube thinks she's right, and we both think that, how do we know who's wrong? The data. The data is the only symmetry. Hold on. Let me finish my monologue here. The data is the only symmetry breaker between the two positions. The only way you can prove your opinion to be correct is to use what? Statistics. It's the only way. So I've already demonstrated the evidence. Now it is you to convince me, Mr. Cruz Banter, why your eye test, right? I don't know what your vision is. You could wear Coke bottle glasses. I don't know. You could be blind. I don't know. I don't know your visual capabilities. I don't know your knowledge of the game or the understanding. Right? I don't know your qualifications to say why a player is good or is they or aren't they. Right? So until you present an argument that convinces me, right, the stats beat your eye test every day of the week.
Can I back up what Will was saying here, right? So this is the flaw with the eye test, okay? With the eye test, what you can't remove is emotion. So when you're watching a game of football, there's emotion attached to it. even if you don't support the team playing, there's one team that you're going to want to see win. So there's always a slight bias. So, for example, the North London derby, Romero scored an own goal and he was controversially awarded a penalty against him, right? Those two moments, the emotion of fans, oh, Romero's rubbish. Oh, look at him. So that own goal was a 2-second moment, and the penalty he gave away was a 1-second moment. Those 3 seconds had made the decision of most fans for a game that went 90 minutes long. So let's just say, for argument's sake, for 89 minutes, nobody judged Romero. They judged him on 1 minute. Whereas if you watch that game, other than those two moments, one was unlucky and the other one was controversial.
He was the best defender on the day.
He had a very, very good game. But the eye test of the average fan who's in an emotional state will have made the decision that Romero was shit. And it's not just Romero. You could do that for any player.
They do it for Son all the time.
Our fans shit on Son all the time, right? For the same thing. But not just the emotional aspect of watching a game, but you, Cruz, for example, and I'm going to say you because you're the one that's brought this point. I have no idea how you watch a game of football and what you actually see. You might see a player do one thing, but with my eyes, I see something different because my lenses have been trained differently to yours. I don't know how you've been trained to watch football. Most fans have been trained by just watching it. There's no training. It's like, I watch it because I love it. I've been on coaching courses. Doesn't mean I'm better at watching football than you, but I look at it from a different perspective. I'm not saying my perspective is better than yours. The point I'm making is we see football in different ways. Therefore, how do you measure the score of how good your eye test is? You can't. I can't measure it. So what we do is we go to the one thing that can't be argued, the stats. You can't argue it. It is factual.
Right.
And
so
that's where people say the eye test, they fall apart. When the eye test and the stats together is the best way. But to dismiss the stats purely for the eye test, I'm sorry, you fall flat on your face.
And then you've got people here that like to use what I call the appeal to authority fallacy, right? So Stevie Nicol is a professional player. Stevie Nicol doesn't like. Hold on. Stevie Nicol isn't a fan of Spurs. Never has been. Has been. If you watch ESPN FC for any amount of time, you know that Stevie Nicol shits on Spurs more than any other pundit on that show. Okay, all the time, right? Always has, right? But this is the problem. This is the failure of your authority, right? Are you going to tell me right now from the comments that Lionel Messi isn't as good, doesn't have as good football knowledge as Stevie Nicol? And Lionel Messi said that Christian Romero is the greatest defender in the world right now. So what authority opinion do we take? When you have conflicting or contradictory opinions, what is the symmetry breaker? What proves one right over the other? The data. It's the only symmetry breaker that breaks the subjective into the objective realm. It is the only objective thing by which we can measure anything. Objectively. Subjectively, which is what the eye test is, it's all subjective. Right?
And Will, to remain balanced, in case people dare to call us an echo chamber, Jermaine Genus and Jamie O'Hara are often biased towards Spurs. So it's not just Steve Nicol hates Tottenham. There are people out there that are biased towards Spurs as well, which is why, which one do you listen to then? The one that hates Tottenham or the one that loves Tottenham? We need something to,
You're also talking about Stevie Nicol, who said that Arsenal were going to batter us in the North London derby and had predicted a 3-1 win to Arsenal because he said that Spurs were awful and that we were going to be completely ripped apart. And now
Paul Merson said we're going to get destroyed.
Stevie Nicol had that prediction, and look what ended up happening. Where was Arsenal's battering of us in the North London derby? And if you look at our league table right now, we're on top. So Stevie Nicol doesn't know shit.
Did you not see the game, Liverpool? All Liverpool fans, like Hassam on TFT, right? He's got nothing to be biased against Spurs about, but Spurs are just, you know, he's tearing us apart, right? Stevie Nicol, you obviously have not watched ESPN FC. You actually have not watched. I've watched that show on the regular for years, right? If you go back to my Twitter page, at WillStewart365, by the way. If I haven't mentioned it 100 times on the show, I'll mention it one more time. At WillStewart365 on Twitter. Go back to my very first tweets all the way back to 2018. What are my tweets and who are they at? You will literally see me calling, because they have this period on the show on Extra Time and ESPN FC where you can they read tweets out. Who is it? It's going at Stevie Nicol for shitting on Spurs all the way back to 2018. Go look on my Twitter page. Scroll all the way down to the very bottom.
Just because Stevie Nicol is from Liverpool does not mean that he does not like Spurs and that he does not prefer Arsenal to Spurs.
But what I'm saying is,
everybody has biases that aren't just your direct rival.
Opinion,
you know?
Hold on. But appealing to another person's opinion who is authority is literally a logical fallacy. Just because an expert has an opinion does not make their opinion correct. Experts can have bad opinions. Right? There have been actual other players besides Lionel Messi. It's on Twitter. You can go find the quotes themselves, who have said that Christian Romero is the hardest defender to play against. Other players in the Premier League now, currently, their opinion is that Christian Romero is the hardest defender in the league to play against. So why is their opinion not valid, but Stevie Nicol is, who, by the way, hasn't played with Christian Romero, hasn't played against Christian Romero, simply watches them on the television, right? And remember, Spurs fans sitting in the back, we are here to bring people on who are against us. So unless you think Saliba is better than Romero, you need to, we'll keep you in the back. Anthony, I'm going to bring you on stage. Cube, I'm going to throw you in the back for a second. I don't know Anthony's position, but we're going to throw you in the back. We're going to bring on Anthony. Anthony, welcome to the show. Please change our mind. Why is William Saliba better than Christian Romero?
Can you measure positioning stat?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You had a lot of background noise. You sound like you're kind of in a tunnel. We can't hear you, my man. Are you there? Hello, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Barely. It sounds like a bunch of...
Just a minute.
Yeah, try to find a quieter place or a place where you got a better microphone, or maybe take your headphones out. If you're wearing headphones, try to take your headphones out of your phone or your device. But all right, we're going to put you in the back for a second. Let us know in the private chat when you get your mic situation set it out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Great. How's it going?
Yeah. You said Romero is better than Saliba, right?
Yes. Our position is Romero is better than Saliba. Please change our mind.
Okay. Does positioning of a defender can measure in stats?
I'm sorry?
Positioning of a defender.
Positioning of a defender.
Is the most important thing. I am a defender.
Okay.
Okay.
I was as well. I played center back and goalkeeper.
Did you know how many times Romero has been dribbled past?
Dribbled past. Let's see.
18 times since last season. Saliba has been dribbled past thrice.
Okay.
Only thrice.
So the dribbles passed, right?
Yeah, that's comes under positioning. Okay.
Okay, where are you getting this numbers from?
Yeah, it's in Sofa stats, Sofa score.
Okay, so dribbled past last season?
Last season till now.
Last season till now. You can't look that up on SofaScore unless you add them together. Is that what you do?
You can just go check it in every game. You will see that he has dribbled past 18 times. Do you know how many times Romero has been dispossessed?
Yes. Less than Saliba.
10 times. 10 times. Saliba has been dispossessed 6 times.
I'm sorry, that's not correct.
That's not true.
It's correct, mate. It's
not.
EPL stats, mate.
No, it's not, mate.
It's EPL stats.
Hold on.
I'll show you the
data.
Go to the EPL stats and check it.
Hold on. I will show you.
Hold on. You go to EPL. You go to the EPL.
I don't need to go to the EPL. I've got the data right here. I don't need to go to the EPL.
You go to the EPL page.
I don't need.
Go to the EPL page.
I don't need to go to the EPL page. I have the data right here.
You go to the EPL page.
I don't need to go to the EPL page.
Where is
I
the
have
data?
the data right here.
Go to the EPL.
Possession.
That's not the stats, mate. That's not the stats.
Okay.
Go
Would
to
you like
the
to see it
EPL
on this page?
Please check it.
Would you like to see it on this page?
This is your page, mate.
This is not my
your
page.
Go to the EPL.
This is
go to your EPL page.
Go
to EPL website.
Hey, calm. We're having a
SPRef.com.
Calm. Because if you're going to shout and just going to say, we can't discuss it. Right?
Wait. Is FBref is more credible than EPL website?
Yes, because it comes from Opta. Yes.
Yes. Opta
No.
Number one.
Yes.
What's your name?
Yes.
What's your name? Anthony.
Romero has been dispossessed.
Anthony.
Romero has been dispossessed.
Anthony, just so you can understand, Opta is the number one leading data stats company for football. It is the GOAT.
Mate.
It is the Fabrizio Romano. It is the Ancelotti of stats, dude.
No, you know, EPL stats also take the same thing from Opta stats.
So
okay, you just asked where he's come
you're
from.
correct. Hold on. You're correct.
Yeah, I'm correct.
Hold on. You're correct in the disposition stats for the last 2 years.
Dispossession.
Not this year. Now look at the dispossessed. Hold on. Look at the dispossessed. Hold on. I've included that in this data.
Yeah. Okay.
So the data that shows that Christian Romero has been far superior player than Saliba includes the data points that you're bringing up.
Mate, positioning is the most important thing in defending. It's not tackling. Do you know what Maldini said? If I ever made a tackle, I know that I made a mistake. Okay?
Okay.
That's what's called defending.
What about
It's not rash tackling.
What about missing control?
It's called rash tackling. Romero is called.
Hold on.
It's a rash tackler.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Balls? I can mute you, or you can be civil, right? All the other guests.
You can just mention.
Right?
You can. How many red cards has Romero received?
I'm asking you a question. Right, it shows right here.
How many red cards has Romero received?
Let us answer your first question before you go to the next one. How's about that?
Look. So you have dispossessions and miscontrols. The two are equal, right? Miscontrolling means miscontrolling the ball and giving passes away, right?
You know, he's dispossessed more times.
Yeah, 0.29 per 90 versus 0.13 per 90. That's the average between the two players, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the miscontrols. Who miscontrols a pass more often?
Yeah, I can see. It's not. It's not
in
different. Far different from
in these dispossessed statistics. Hold on. In these dispossessed statistics,
for a defender. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Stop talking when I'm talking. Okay. In these dispossessions, where on the pitch are they happening? Are they happening in the defensive third or
it's in your half?
Hold on.
It's in your half.
How do you know that? Demonstrate it.
How do you know that?
Carries into the hold on.
You put
carries.
That's the reason I said stats.
He's answering your question.
I'm answering your question.
Stats can be misleading.
No, you're misleading the stats. I'm asking you the question.
You're misleading the stats.
Hold on. No, because I have the answer. Carries into the final third.
He was
hold on.
He was dispossessed more time, but you never.
Anthony,
Hold on.
Anthony, I've just muted you, right? Don't leave. I've just muted you. Let Will answer the question. Once Will's finished, I'm going to unmute you so you can respond. But Will can't answer the question unless you let him speak, right? Will speak, and then I'm going to unblock Anthony because otherwise we're not going to get anywhere.
So carries into the final third, right? Christian Romero does far more than Saliba. Progressive carries, that means moving the ball forward. Christian Romero does far more than the Saliba does, right? You can see
Will,
that.
How does
Tackled during
this
take-on
question?
percentage. Hold on, look. This is what shows the data. Tackled on a take-on percentage, right? So that means that he gets tackled 44% more of the times because he makes almost 2 times as more runs, right? That's what I'm saying. Christian Romero pushes higher up the pitch. So of course he's going to have more dispossessions, but he's better on the ball when it comes to miscontrols, right? Progressive passes received. So it's now the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that Romero is losing the ball in our defensive third. Now it's your turn.
Okay, Anthony, I'm going to bring you back in. What do you say to that? You're now unmuted.
Progressive passes. Yeah. You said progressive passes, right? Because
Progressive
Saliba is
carries.
not moving up the pitch.
Progressive carries.
Progressive carries, progressive passes, anything. Because Saliba is not moving up the pitch, his stats will always be lesser. The one who you can measure the stats with, it's Gabriel Magalas. His stats will be higher. He is the one who goes up the pitch. Stats can be very misleading, right? If you measure the stats with Gabriel, you can see that he will have more progressive carries and more progressive passes. Saliba sits backs, Gabriel move forwards.
Okay, that's not the answer to my question. Hold on.
This stats
Answer
can
my
be very
question.
misleading.
These stats aren't misleading. These are just the data. Okay, the only person that
these
misleads the
stats are
stats.
misleading.
No, stats aren't misleading. Your interpretation. Anthony, stop. The stats are just numbers. They don't mislead anybody. They don't have a personality. They don't have a bias. They don't mislead anyone. Hold on, Anthony.
And also a minute.
Anthony, stop for a second. Let me finish my sentence before you interrupt. Right? And the burden of proof is now on you. You can mislead the stats. I can mislead the stats. You can challenge my interpretation of the stats. Hold on. How am I? What have I misled? I didn't make any conclusions. I simply showed the numbers.
They both are different defenders, mate.
Okay. Who has a higher percentile?
The both are,
Which number is bigger? Is this number bigger or is this number bigger?
Just a minute. You can put a higher percentage like this, and you can make another column with Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Even he will be higher in the list than Saliba.
Wan-Bissaka is not a central defender.
We're comparing centre
No. I'm just saying.
We're comparing the centre backs.
Just a minute. You can put Wan-Bissaka with Zinchenko. You will see the same stats.
Zinchenko is not a centre back.
I'm saying Wan-Bissaka with Zinchenko.
We're not talking about Wan-Bissaka.
Okay.
We're talking about centre backs.
No.
Changing
That's
positions.
That's
We don't know anything. Hold on. You're simply saying that's the case, Anthony. You're simply Anthony. You're simply saying that's the case. You show us the data. You do that homework. You bring it back to the show. I'll bring you on any time that you want. You show us how the stats are misleading. You're saying it. That's not proving it.
I already said Romero has been dribbled past 18 times. Saliba has been dribbled past thrice.
One stat out of 150.
Or twice.
One stat.
That's the most important stat.
One stat
that's
out of
the most
150.
important stat, man.
No, it's
That's
not.
the most important stat.
Who told you that?
Who told you that?
I'm a defender. I know that.
Okay,
I'm
so
a
are we. I'm a defender. I'm a center back. I'm a coach. I'm a ref.
Anthony.
Been watching the game for 20 years. How old are you, Anthony?
You can be old-fashioned centre back. The modern centre back has to play the ball.
What level do you play football at?
The positioning is the most important thing, right?
Anthony, please, right? Please. Just hear me out on this. Right?
You said Messi said that Romero is a better defender.
Anthony, listen to me. Just don't speak for what. Give me 1 minute. I'm a UEFA B qualified coach. My job is to develop players and try and get those players into pro football. A defender doesn't have a number one job. If that's what you think, you are deluded or badly coached. I'm calling out your coach now, right? The job of a defender. Hear me out. Hear me out.
You have to call Maldini.
Right. Okay. I've muted you because I said to you, give me 1 minute. You're not going to talk over me. Right. The job of a defender will. Sorry, I just got to change the background for 1 second because I need to jump to something. How do I remove this? What have I done? Okay. Right. Anthony, the basics, the fundamentals of defending is this. This is the fundamentals of defending. A defender needs to be able to press, delay, deny, dictate when the attack is on. Emergency defending, which is interceptions and blocks and last-ditch tackles. And then if the defender wins possession, to be able to transition. These are the most important aspects of any defender. I don't care what you think you know. This is coaching basics, right? So when you come on and you say to me that being dribbled past and positioning is the number one thing, that's bollocks. That's absolute trash what you've been told. So I'm going to let you come back on again, have your say. But dude, please don't tell me that positioning is that's it. That's rubbish. You've been taught badly, all right? Back to you. I've unmuted you. You're laughing because you don't know what to say.
That graph is from the FA, by the way.
You're laughing because you don't know what to say.
I know, mate, because you're not more better player than Maldini, right? Maldini knows better than you. Maldini said duels are not defending. If you're tackling, it's the
What
worst.
did Maldini say? What did
mistake you have done.
Maldini say? What did Maldini say are the fundamentals that a defender needs to be a good defender? Because he's never spoken about that.
It's his quote. It states that if
one quote about one aspect of defending.
It's tackles. We're not talking about tackles.
One aspect of defending.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Saliba's bad at interception, tackles, block shots, recoveries, everything.
I'm just saying you. Saliba doesn't need to intercept. It's the duty of Gabriel.
Rubbish.
His role is assigned.
So he doesn't intercept.
Rubbish.
So then how does he have good positioning? If he doesn't intercept, how does he have good positioning?
Rubbish. What you're saying is rubbish. I'm
Do
sorry.
you know how many goals Arsenal conceded this season?
What's that got to do
Your
with
team conceded 6 from open play.
Yeah. How many goals you conceded?
I don't
6
care
from
about
open
Arsenal.
play.
I don't care about Arsenal. Talks about Saliba.
You have conceded 8. You have conceded 8 goals.
2 were penalties.
And one disallowed
2 were
goal.
penalties. 2 were penalties.
This isn't about
Saliba. One Liverpool goal. Liverpool legitimate goal, which was disallowed by a farcical VAR decision.
What? Who cares about that? It didn't count.
Yeah. With 10
talking about the team. Talk about the individual. You're here to analyze the individual, not the team.
How many errors leading to goal? Hold on. How many errors leading to a goal does Romero have? How many errors, Mr. Statman? Hold on for a second. Anthony? How many errors leading to a goal does Romero have?
It's same.
0.
Saliba and Romero. What? 0.
Errors leading to goal.
Who told you that?
This season there are 0 errors leading to a goal this season.
I'm not this season. Saliba has 0 errors leading to goal.
Okay. So how is Romero at fault?
What about
for
last season?
8?
What about last season?
We're talking about the here and now,
Last season he had.
We're talking about the
errors leading to goal.
The guy said
1.
He took the stats from 365 days.
Arsenal fan does this. Every
He
Arsenal
took the stats from 365 days.
Argue with an Arsenal fan, they talk about the past.
Every Spurs fan does this. Every Spurs fan with a white tainted.
Hold on, I just answered your question. Still, hold on for a second. Anthony, hold on for a second. Anthony, 1 error leading to goal. How about William Saliba?
He has the same.
So then why are you comparing it then?
Because I see the match with my eyes, mate, not with stats. Did you watch the Chelsea game? which he pulled the air of a defender. Did you watch the AC Milan game? I watched every Spurs game. Did you watch the AC Milan game?
Hold on.
He made several mistakes. He made several fouls.
Who had more errors leading to shots? Who had more errors leading to shots, Saliba or Romero?
Yeah, but your eyes are poorly
I think
trained.
Saliba.
Error leading to shots. Error leading. No. That stats is also misleading. That stat is also misleading.
It's an error leading to a shot. An error leading to
because
hold on, listen to what he's just said. Everyone in the audience, listen to what he just said. When Saliba loses, when he's worse in a statistic, it's misleading. But when it's Christian Romero who's worse, it's an accurate representation of the data.
Can you just how many error leading to shots for Saliba and for Romero? For Romero?
Two for Romero.
From last season last season till now.
Yeah, from last season.
From last season till. How many penalties did both committed?
So penalties committed, 2 for Saliba.
We'll stop. Do you see what he's doing here? Can you see what he's doing? He asks you a question, you give him the answer, your answer proves him wrong. Right, let's just find something else. Find something else. Dude,
Mate, my answer doesn't.
I'll answer because he's wrong that way too. Hold on.
Exactly. You are changing your argument every time we crush you. This is ridiculous.
Hold on. It's wait, because
you never trust me, mate. You never trust me. Your defender is a rash defender.
Anthony,
your defender is a rash defender.
Anthony,
he's a rash. He's a rash defender.
Rash Anthony. Hold. Stop for a second.
Christian Romero is a rash defender.
Romero only conceded 1 penalty last season. Saliba conceded 2. Romero only had 2 errors leading to a shot. Saliba had 3. They both had the same. Hold on! Stop fucking
just a minute.
I'm going to mute you now while I
you
finish my
have
sentence. Okay? They both had the same amount of errors leading to goals. So Romero conceded less penalties. He conceded less errors leading to shot, and they conceded the same amount of errors leading to goal. Who was more rash? Obviously, by the numbers, Saliba is a more rash defender than Romero, according to the stats from the website you like. Now you can waffle. Now you can waffle, yeah.
You're not listening, Anthony. You're not listening. You just want to hear your own voice on YouTube. You're not listening, dude. You're one of those. You like the sound of your own voice. We're fucked. We ain't got a chance for this debate.
Go ahead. Tell me how he's more rash when he's conceded more penalties and more errors leading to shots. I'm waiting.
He's muted. 1 minute. You're unmuted now.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Muted.
Yeah.
We're waiting to hear how he's more rash.
What was the most important match for you to qualify in the Champions League?
What does it have to do with the question
for the next round? It was AC Milan.
Stop moving the goalposts. Stop moving the goalposts. Answer the question.
Wait. It was the AC Milan game.
No.
What did Romero do?
I'm not going to wait.
What did Romero do? What did Romero
do when you got knocked out by Sporting?
What did Christian Romero do? Mate, he was injured.
What did Saliba do when you got knocked out by Sporting?
He was injured at the 10th minute.
What did Piss and Saliba do when you guys got knocked out by Sporting?
He was injured, mate. He was injured at the 10th minute.
Okay, what did Piss and Saliba do when you guys got knocked out of both cup competitions last season?
What did Romero do when he was smashed by Newcastle United? Fucking tennis side.
Okay, that was you think that was Romero's fault?
He was fault for his positioning.
What's that
got
got
to
to
do
do
with
with being
positioning? This was the match of the Newcastle man.
What has that got to do with being
Please.
You're changing the subject. You're changing the subject, dude.
You're changing the subject. You know that Saliba is the better defender.
Saliba's
But
not a better
simply
defender. We
changing the
know for a fact that Saliba's not a better defender. You're changing the subject every single time. You want to talk about you want to talk about getting dribbled past, which, by the way, SofaScore doesn't list. Hold on. SofaScore doesn't give an individual number for dribble pass. So I want to know how you got the 18 number. It's 0.6 per 90 per game. Right? So take the games played.
You can check it on per match. You go just click
so
Romero.
You're telling me
for every single one.
You went through every single Romero match.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
we can
you
just do this.
never.
We can do
Get
this
out of
by
here,
math.
man.
Hold on, Stel. We can do this by match. We can do this by match.
If it is
Hold
true,
on.
yeah, you check.
27 minutes.
You
27
liar.
matches.
You liar.
You're,
You fucking
I'm going to check it
liar.
right now. Watch. 27
If
matches.
I'm not a liar,
0.6.
if I'm not a liar,
27
if I'm not a
times
liar,
0.6
if I'm not a liar,
The math doesn't work. 16.
Let me get this right.
he was
16.2.
dribbled past 18 times.
Will, please.
He was
Not
dribbled
possible.
past 18 times.
What's
Will,
27
listen-
divided by 18, my man?
Will,
I
listen to this.
just counted it, man.
Listen to this. Look at this. Everyone, please listen to this, right? This is hilarious. Will set up this show about 5 hours ago, right? Only 5 hours ago did Will say, I'm going to do this show. And then he put it up online 5 hours ago. Are you telling me in those 5 hours you watched every Romero game ready for this show? You liar. You fucking liar, man. Get out of here, man.
0.7. Hold on. Why does
Yes,
SofaScore?
yes.
Hold on. Why does
You
SofaScore?
watched every Saliba match to put the stats. You watched every Saliba
No,
match
I
to put
pulled
the
them off
stats.
FB Ref.
I pulled
pulled
it up
them
on
off FB
SofaScore.
ref.
Why this guy is
I
telling
gave
I'm a
my
liar?
source.
Why this guy is telling I'm a liar? Why? I am
Because
saying
the
the source is
data-
SofaScore.
Okay.
Why this guy is telling I'm a
Power
liar?
play.
All these Spurs fans are liars. When was
hold
the
on.
last time you won a league? Why
Anthony,
this Spurs fan is
Anthony.
saying I'm a liar?
Stop screaming. Stop screaming, and I'll show you the number. Okay. Hold on.
Why this guy is saying I'm a
Hold
liar?
on. Hold on.
I said the
Just
stat he
stop
was
for a second.
dispossessed 10
I'm gonna
times.
mute-
It was
I'm
right.
gonna- I gotta
It
mute
was
you
right.
while we're trying to show you the number here.
Will,
Okay.
He watched every game in 5 hours.
Dribbled pass. I'm gonna put myself on the big screen so you can see.
One
Okay.
game's 90 minutes long.
Dribbled past per game 0.06, right? Passed per game 0.06. Games played, total played. Focus camera. 27 games. The math doesn't work if it's 18.
Will.
The math doesn't work. If they round up to a single digit, 18 divided by 27 is 0.7. So please explain to me how it's 18 when SofaScore says on their own website 0.6 per game.
How?
Go
How do
ahead.
you
Well,
want
let him answer the math.
You-
Please explain to us
You're
why the
saying
math.
it's 17. Even I counted, like your calculation, it was 16.2, but it was 18. It was 18. Count per match.
So SofaScore. So
single
hold on.
game.
So SofaScore's own statistics are inaccurate.
Go per single game, and you can check it. He got dribbled past 18 times.
Oh my god.
Well, maybe they didn't count one of them. Maybe they were in
do you-
error. How do we know?
do you
When they
think-
can't
do you
even
think
hold
I-
on. When they can't
I-
even do the Anthony, how can that site which you chose be reliable when they can't even get their own math right on their own website?
It's the reliable site, man.
Okay, so is it a reliable? Is everything on SofaScore reliable?
I don't believe
It's
anything.
everything on everything on EPL stats is reliable.
Okay, cool, great,
EPL website.
All right,
It's
so-
everything on FF. If everything on FBref is reliable.
excellent. I'm glad you
I will
said
say
that.
a stat. I will say a
Hold on.
stat which is
Mute him
not.
for a second,
I will
so.
say a stat which is not reliable.
Mute
You
him for a
go
second.
and check at a stat of Bruno Fernandes. He has missed 2 penalties.
Anthony,
Okay.
you're just on mute for a
Anthony,
minute.
you're on mute. We don't care about Bruno Fernandes. This is SofaScore rating in the Premier League for 2.223. We've already heard Anthony confess with his own mouth that SofaScore is reliable. So their statistical rating for the player for last season is 6.97, right? Now let's look at William Saliba's SofaScore for last season and see if it's reliable or not, because we all heard him say that the numbers are reliable. Here it is right here in black and in yellow for everyone else. If I can get my camera to focus. 6.96. So even SofaScore, with its own number, says that the Christian Romero was a better defender than William Saliba last season. Let's take a look at this season. Right here, 7.15 for William Saliba in the 23-24 season. Let's go back to Christian Romero on the SofaScore ratings for this season. And let's look to see what it says. Does it or will it say that Christian Romero is the better defender? Fucking course it does. 7.5 on the SofaScore. Far better than William Saliba. So Anthony, please come back to the show and tell us how reliable SofaScore is.
You're fucked.
Yeah. If you're saying that Romero is a better defender, right? With SofaScore.
Yeah, he is. I just showed you.
Yeah. Go and check for Gabriel Magalhaes and Christian Romero with stats.
We're not
for
talking about
SofaScore.
Gabriel. The show isn't about
I'm
Gabriel.
just
The
saying.
title's not Romero's
Do you know?
better
Do
than
you know?
Gabriel.
Do you know how the SofaScore works?
Yes.
They just include tackles.
No, they
Tackles.
don't.
You're
No,
the
they
one
don't.
Tackles and
that told us-
interceptions.
You're the one
Nope,
that said
you're a
it's
liar.
reliable.
Tackles and
liar.
interceptions.
You're a
Yeah.
No,
I'm-
you're a
yeah,
liar. Now
go
you're
check-
lying again. Lie one more time and I'll kick you off the show.
I told
Right.
you he's a liar. He told
Lie
us he
one more
watched every
time and
game
I'm gonna
for
kick
5
you off the
hours.
show. Hold on. We can go to SofaScore right now. We can pull up their website and look and show how their score for SofaScore rating is calculated.
Yeah, you can just go and check into SofaScore.
Yeah, and we're going to
Anthony,
do it right now.
calculated.
And they'll say that they use over
go.
100 different statistics live.
Go and check.
Yeah, we
And
will.
Anthony, do me a favor, right? Just do me one favor.
I'm just asking you one thing. Is Gabriel Magalhaes a better defender than Saliba?
I couldn't give a shit. That's not the argument. Let me ask
If,
you one
if he
thing,
had a
right?
higher
I'm
SofaScore,
just asking
hold
you.
on. If he had
I'm
a
just
higher,
asking you.
hold on. According
done the
to,
data.
hold on, I'll answer the question. If he
I'm
had
asking
a
you.
higher SofaScore rating than Saliba last year, according to SofaScore, which is the site you cited, he is a better defender than William Saliba. Yes.
No, he's not a better defender than Saliba.
Did he have a higher SofaScore than Saliba?
Yeah, that's the
Then he
reason
was
I'm
a
saying
better
that
defender.
stats can be misleading.
Then he was a better
he's not a better
defender.
defender than. He's not a
Why?
better
Because you
defender.
don't like it? Because your cognitive
do you know-
dissonance doesn't allow you to do it?
Do you know Joachim Andersen has a better score than every defender? in the
Yeah, and
Premier
he's
League?
been a great defender this year.
We've said that. We've
He's
said that.
not
the
a
whole-
great defender than Saliba.
Why?
That's the reason I'm
Yes,
saying
he is a
stats
better
can be
defender than
misleading.
Saliba this season.
You're the most deluded thing, mate.
Anderson
You're the most
is
deluded thing I've ever met.
absolutely a better defender than Saliba this season. No
If
freaking doubt.
Anderson
Anthony, you've
can
lied, you've lied twice, and we've caught you.
Crystal
and you're-
Palace has
you're
only
the- you're the
conceded
biggest
7
liar, mate.
goals.
You've lied twice.
Anderson has been more
if
Oh my
if
God,
Anderson played a higher line, he will be cooked
I don't care about
by
Anderson.
You don't
Erling
know
Haaland,
that.
Mbappe.
You don't
and every,
know that.
Every, I
This is
know
about
that. mate.
You
I know
don't
that.
know that.
Will, 1 second.
I know
Will,
that.
You
Will,
don't.
Anthony.
I
This
know.
is about Romero.
You don't.
Anthony. This is Will. This is about
I know.
Romero versus Saliba. Anthony. This
You
is about
don't.
Romero versus Saliba. You've changed the argument for the 29th time to something else because you're losing every argument.
I'm not changing the stats,
Do me
man.
one
I'm
favor,
saying
do
he
me
was
one
dribble
favor,
pass.
Anthony, do me one
Positioning
favor, do me
positioning is the
one
most important stats. Why did you never put a stat called
What
Anthony,
positioning?
Anthony,
What positioning?
Anthony,
Hold on. What
Anthony.
positioning does
Positioning.
Saliba? Hold on.
Yeah,
Stop.
wh-
What positioning statistic is Saliba
Why-
better
why-
than
why-
Romero at?
why didn't you put a dribble pass stat?
I can't.
Because
I can't.
FB ref doesn't record a dribbled pass stat.
Yeah, multiple
Because
stats
it's irrelevant.
What? It's irrelevant. Dribble pass
Yes.
is irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah, the most deluded Spurs fans I've ever seen. Dribble pass is
Why
irrelevant for
would
a
they
defender.
have? Hold on.
Dribble
Anthony,
pass is
Anthony,
irrelevant
if
for
your
defender.
logic is correct, Anthony,
We crushed
hold
you.
on.
We lose it. We crushed you.
SofaScore has like
Do you know?
what?
Do you know?
Anthony,
do you know why?
you gotta
do
stop
you know why
talking.
Virgil van Dijk?
Anthony,
don't care about
why does
About
SofaScore
Romero.
have like maybe they show you maybe 25 stats, right? They show you 25 stats in their app, right? Or on their website. 25 different categories. I'm spitballing here. I don't know the exact number, but it's that much. FB Ref shows you over 150 different statistics. Why do you think FB Ref, who collects their data and gets it directly from Opta, who sorts it out and takes the time to build out a website with over 150 statistics for every single game, why do you think they chose to leave out that one particular statistic? Why do you think that is? They're being, 3 to 4 times more thorough, right? 25 times 4 is 100, 150. So that's 6 times more thorough than SofaScore is. Why do you believe they decided to leave that statistic out?
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know, man. I don't know.
Anthony, can I just say one thing?
Do you know? Can I just say one thing? Can I say just
No,
one
I
thing?
asked you that first.
Do you-
I asked you that
do-
first.
do-
I wanna say one thing.
do you
I
know
asked you that.
what?
Anthony, I asked you that first. You're not
Do you
listening.
know? Do you
Anthony,
know?
I asked you first, right? Anthony, just do me one favor. Whatever you want to think, whatever you want to believe, whatever you want to hear, I actually don't care anymore. All I ask is you do one thing. Just do one thing for your sake, not mine. Tomorrow, wherever you live in the world, when you wake up, go back and watch this video and just listen to the debate and then make up your mind. Because I'm telling you, when you listen to this back, you're going to say to yourself, holy shit, what was I doing? I promise you. That's it. That's all I want to say. Nothing else.
I don't know what you're saying, because you're saying that I'm just shouting because I cannot see the screen. That's the reason I may be.
No,
shouting.
I want you to hear what you said. Listen to what we were saying as a reply, and then listen to what you were doing, and then you'll understand what I mean. Watch it tomorrow. Just watch it tomorrow, just without us having the back and forth, and then you'll see what I mean.
You can
carry on with your
the
point.
feedback.
Carry on. I've said what I want to say.
Feedback.
Yeah. So and we got errors, right? Romero's in the 24th percentile for errors at 0.06. William Saliba's in the 4th percentile for errors at 0.13 per 90. Why do you think that is? If he's got better positioning, why is he so error prone?
Anthony, you there?
This is for the last season or this season?
Last 365 days. This includes this season and most of last season.
This is errors for actions.
Yeah, defensive errors. Yes. So if his positioning is so much better, right? You would say that I would say logic would say, right? It would be logical that if a player has great positional awareness, that they would make less errors, not more. And he's in the 4th percentile amongst defenders in the top 5 leagues in Europe, UCL, and UEL over the last 365 days. That means only 3% of defenders are more error prone than William Saliba. Christian Romero is in the 24th percentile, right? Which means he is 20% less likely to make an error than William Saliba. If you're correct that William Saliba's positioning sense, his position on the pitch, is so superior to Romero's, why does he commit so many errors?
Is the error leading to goals or shots?
Defensive errors.
I'm just asking. It's leading to goal.
I don't know. It doesn't delineate that. I can let me pull
It
it there.
doesn't. It doesn't lead to
up.
goal. You can pull it off.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Hold on, let me see what it says on errors. I have to go to the glossary here.
Well, we've got another person in the background, so we're gonna have to swap over.
Yeah, we'll have to move this on, but we'll let him answer this last question because I think it's a relevant one. Errors, mistakes leading to an opponent's shot. If his positional awareness was so good, why would he make so many errors that lead to opponent shots?
How many errors leading to shots?
0.13 per 90. So 13 out of 100.
It says errors. It's not error leading to shots, no?
It's errors according to the glossary on FBref.
It's not error. It's not error leading to shots.
Yeah.
It's just simply
errors leading to shots.
What if it's errors leading to the creation of an assist?
Error leading to shots. Error leading to goals are very, very different.
In this, okay.
Yeah.
Errors.
Oh, they're not different.
Hold on.
The striker.
Guys, you guys are pontificating, and I have it right here in front of me. I can put it up on screen if you guys think I'm lying. But the glossary for FBref, for the statistics that I've provided that are up on screen right now, the glossary or the definition of the term error is a mistake leading to an opponent's shot.
Okay. Anthony, God bless you, brother. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate you. We've got another person to bring in. We're not going to go over that anymore. That's ended that bit. That's ended it. Okay.
I don't know what's ended it.
You just asked if it leads to shots, and Will has proven yes, it does. So that particular segment is over.
Where he has proven.
We've got other people to bring on. Anthony, we've got other people to bring on, bro.
You want me to prove it? Hold on, I can just easily just share that screen. So we'll put it up on this page. That way, people at home in the audience can know that I'm not a liar. Thanks for accusing me of being a liar. I'll do that. Just because I don't like to be accused of that. All right. So what we've got here is add to stage. Errors for the people at home. Mistakes leading to an opponent's shot. Right there in black and white for the world to see. This is the glossary. Let me close this out so you can see from the William Saliba scouting report for the last 365 days. Right, all of this data, which was in that spreadsheet, 100% copy and pasted. Right, players compared to positional peers in the men's Big Five leagues, the UCL, the EEL, over the last 365 days, based on 2,705 minutes played. Right? Powered by Opta. How are the scouting reports calculated? Scouting reports compare a player's statistics to other players at their position over a specific amount of time. Each statistic is ranked as a percentile based on how it compares to other players. Any player who has reached a minimum amount of playing time, which is obviously the 2,700 minutes, time in a competition with Opta data receives a scouting report. On a player's main page, we show the summary of the player's scouting report, but you can get the detailed stuff, blah, blah, with 20 statistics. Right? The full one comes in the big one, right? So if you want to see all this stuff, they have this all available for you on FBref. It goes into all the details. It's not numbers I'm pulling out of my ass. I didn't make them up. But let's bring Matthias to the stage. Matthias, please tell us why Christian Romero is not as good as William Saliba.
I'm not here to tell you that. I'm
what are
sorry.
You tell us?
I'm actually here to tell you that I think that you're very right. And that there is a lot of Romero gets a lot of stick, and I think that he has been brilliant this year, and people underrate him a lot. So I'm not here to tell you that Saliba is the best and Romero is shit. Don't get me wrong, I would love Saliba on my team because I'm a Spurs fan, right?
I agree. We agree.
We all would. We all would.
I agree with that.
I would love him on my team.
We would. I would love William Saliba on our team.
Romero is very, very good, and people are saying that he's not that good because last year he was a little bit rash, but I think that he's.
I don't even think he was that rash this year. If you think about the situation he had to deal with Eric Dyer and the way that he performed last season, with Hugo Lloris and the way that he performed last season. Way Emerson Royale performed the majority of last season, and you think about the one guy who has to make up for once Bentancur. And if you notice, most of his rashness came when Bentancur got injured, and he didn't have Bentancur's support on that right hand side in defense, and he had to deal with Oliver Skipp's mistakes. He had to deal with Emerson Royale's mistakes. He had to deal with Eric Dyer's mistakes. And when one defender is doing four men's job, the fact that he still had a higher SOFA score than William Saliba, who finished second in the Premier League last season, is freaking insane.
Yeah. If you look at last season and you realize that he had Emerson to the right, Dyer to the left, and Sessegnon / Davis to the left, right? It was just almost hilarious. Very bad, but hilarious. But this year he had Udoji and he had Burrow and he had
G-Chain, we've been saying it for the past 3 hours. Cool.
Yes,
I'll open the laptop. Poor look him in the eye, Stelios.
I don't know what you have talked about the last.
In the eye, the data, not me. But hey, I'm up for it.
Yes.
If Stel won't look you in the eye, I will. Romero is a better defender than William Saliba.
So I just want to shit on the wrongins that want to say that Romero he's so rash and he's not a good defender. Did you see him last year? Fuck those people.
Matthias, do you know what one of the problems we've got with this whole argument? Do you know actually what's not
enlighten me? Please enlighten me.
I'll tell you what it is. Too many of our own fans shit on our own players, right? There are YouTubers that have shat on Romero last season.
And this season.
And this season, they've all flipped. He's the best. He's great. Well, hold on. Where were you last season talking about Romero? The same fans did it to Son. Now they're kissing Son's ass. Last year, they wanted him benched. They wanted him kicked out of the club. The first 2 games of the season, they still wanted Son gone.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
our
on defense
fans,
with. Yeah.
Mateus,
I
too
was
many
on
of our
defense with
fans.
Son.
But
I was on
what
defense
happens
with
is,
Son.
yeah, but what
But that
happens
was
is,
only because that he was so old. So I didn't really know. But this season, he has showed me that
yeah, but
there's
Mateus,
no
what
reason.
happens is, when your
Yeah.
own fans on YouTube are talking trash,
Yeah.
our rivals will go, there you go, Spurs fans are saying it. No, they're not.
Yeah.
If you listen to
Yeah.
people like us and a few other channels, we're not all saying that.
Mm.
But they pick the ones that suits what they want to hear. And this is
Yeah, I agree.
this doesn't help us. So when you get fans that come on the show and say, oh, but everyone knows Saliba's better than Romero. Who's everyone? Even your own fans say it. Which fans?
Yeah.
If they tell me the names, I'll tell you about those YouTubers. I will tell you about that YouTuber, but
Yeah,
it doesn't help us. It doesn't help us.
not at all. It doesn't help us, not at all. And I think that Romero has been excellent this year, and it's not just about the stats. It's by just the eyesight, the way he is, the way he tracks forward, and the partnership he has with Mickey van der Ven is just. I think, like you said, still, I think Mickey van der Ven and Saliba and Gabriel is the 2 center back pairs that we're gonna watch this year.
Sorry to interrupt, Mateus.
Yeah,
but I do want to bring up one last point before we wrap up the show, because we've crossed the 3-hour mark.
Sure.
I think it's been a really good show. I don't want the show to be super long. If it gets into that 6-hour mark, nobody will watch it. And I might clip the first the original presentation and upload it as a video so people can watch just that segment. Like maybe just me and then Stelios talking about it before we bring on the first guest. But I just want to ask people about, so like, for example, we got Connor here and Sports Bible
Send me a link.
Saliba, just search
Connor,
that.
WhatsApp me a link. I want to see that.
And then but you all, so every website that I could go to, 1 versus 1, SofaScore, FOTMob, FBref, every single statistical website available has Saliba or has a Romero
Will, can you
clear
link it in the
Saliba.
chat?
Huh?
Can you link it in the description for the video?
What, the FBref page?
Where the data's come from, like the sources.
Yeah. I'll put the FBref link in the chat. But I'm saying every website that you go to has Romero clear, so it's not even just one. But I love it when Arsenal fans and Liverpool fans and all these things, they talk about Opta, right? And Tottenham have had the easiest start of the season. And that information came from Opta as well, the Opta analyst. So I'm going to put this up here, and I want people to notice that I went to Opta analysts on Twitter, and I went to their own website here, and I pulled this data off, and this is the one. There have been some other channels, the Football Terrorists, who have put up a graphic that looks similar to this, but the data is different. So either this data changes every week, or or the data. I'm not accusing Terry of tampering the data, but a lot of times data that you see on Twitter, it has been tampered with. But this is one that I grabbed from Opta Analyst. You can go to Opta Analyst. I put this on my Twitter page. You can see it has a link directly to it. It says that Spurs have had the easiest, but it says Arsenal have had the second easiest, Brentford the third, Chelsea, Everton, Luton Town. This is in the opponent's first 10 matches. Right, the fixture difficulty according to the Opta Analyst from optaanalyst.com. If you go to optaanalyst.com and you find this page, you can see this graphic as I have it here. I downloaded it 2 days ago. I have the data on my phone. I don't know where Terry got his. I'm not assuming. I don't know where he got that information from, but it's different from the one that's. Hold on, it's different from the one that's on this particular page. So I don't know that if this data changes or not, because it's based on a power ranking. And if that power ranking changes, the data may also change. But if you're going to use Opta data to banter Spurs fans into saying that they've had the easiest run when we've played 3 of the top 5 teams from last season, then you can't you can't throw Opta out the window when it says that William Saliba is not as good as Christian Romero. That's all I'm saying. You can't cherry pick it.
It's just cherry picking, Will. It's just cherry picking.
Can't cherry pick it, my
That's all it
guys.
is.
Michael from Poland has put the best thing of the night in the comments. Nobody is arguing that Saliba is bad, which is people's perception of this debate. He is class. But this season, statistically, Romero is better. Thank you, Michael.
Over the past 365 days.
That's all we've said. But people lose their shit because it's so tribal. Don't say something that might not mean that my player's not as good as you think. Well, that's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, William Saliba is a great player.
I
We've
would
all
love
said
Saliba as a stand-in from Mickey Van de Ven.
the Jays call-in show from Jay, from Jez rather. Sorry, not Jay, but from Jez. The call-in from Jez. I encourage everybody to go watch that one, and it shows very much that we all talked highly about Saliba. He even talked highly about Romero. We both said we would like the either, and I think that proves a point.
Yeah,
But,
anybody that's saying that, anybody who says like Saliba's not a good defender is like, that's just nonsense.
They're not paying attention.
Everybody knows. I think that everybody knows across the league that Saliba is a good defender. Okay, any team would want him unless they have somebody like Man City or something, maybe But even Man City, I'm sure that they would take Saliba if offered. But you know what I mean? So I think that nobody is saying that Saliba is a bad defender by any means.
No. I think that a lot of people looked at Romero last year and they thought that he was a little rash. And then they just say, we have only seen 8 games this year. So you can't really tell if he's not rash or if he's rash. But if you look at the stats, he ain't that rash and he's actually been better than Saliba. So suck it, Arsenal.
But Mateus cubed. Hold on, Mateus. I need to throw you guys in the back. We're going to bring on G-Chain. G-Chain, are you ready to come on?
Last one of the night, though.
Last one of the night.
Can I say something before I go?
Yeah.
Can I say something before I go? Yeah. I have been a listener for a long time, and thank you guys for putting the truth out there, and I see you next time.
Big up, nice week. Appreciate it, my man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, guys.
Have a great one. We'll see you guys when the season starts again.
I'm a subscriber, and I will like everything you put up, guys.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, man.
Have a nice week.
Big up yourself. You too, brother.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
You too.
So we're gonna move this one here. We're gonna put that one there. We're gonna add to the stage, and we're gonna go back to the layup. So let's see all of the group chat text that Stelios put in the group chat that contradicts everything we've said today. Mr. G-Chain, tell us why.
I've left the group chat. They can't receive
tell us why Romero is not as good as William Saliba, even though all of the data says that he is.
First of all, evening all. Big up my brother Stel. I've known him 25 years. We're tight friends, man.
No, I know.
When I saw that thing that you put on your community tab, bro, when I was scrolling through the nerve, bro, to say Romero is better than Saliba, man. Come on,
because he is.
I've known you 25 years. You know your football, bro. You don't tell me that he's a better player than Saliba, bro. Saliba is a complete player. He can play with a ball. He can defend. He's composed. He's a top player still. Man.
No one's saying he's not, G. Michael said earlier, I think this is what's happened. Look, Michael said earlier, guy in the chat, he said that no one is arguing that Saliba is bad, which is how people are perceiving the debate. We're saying he's class, we agree, but we're saying statistically right now, Romero is better. That's all we're saying. We're not saying Saliba's shit. We're saying Romero is better.
But what you believe is that Romero is a better player than Saliba. Yeah?
I think so, yes. Yeah.
And what's that? That's based on what you see in the stats and stuff, is it?
No. It's based on
150 stats.
Yeah, but like those stats, for example, right? If you're under the cosh more, if you're getting attacked more, then he's going to make, probably make a couple more interceptions or a couple more tackles a game.
100%.
That's the kind of difference. Whereas,
you're 100%. Hold on one second. Let me answer that part of the question before you move on to the second part, right? That's 100%. But if Saliba isn't under the cosh more and doesn't have to defend as much, you can't claim he's a good defender. If you guys are pressing higher up with your midfield and your front line, and he's not having a chance to defend, he's having less of an opportunity. So how do you know he's as good as Romero? Because he hasn't been put under the same pressure.
But when he is pressure, we let in probably the second least.
You're freezing up on us.
Ended up last season and bottled the league, but you know, I mean, we were up there, bruv, because we had that solid foundation. If you ask any Arsenal fan, it all kind of dived, man, when we lost to Saliba, bro. Like, it was a massive loss to us, man.
Yeah, and every time we lose Romero, it's a dive for us too, right? Like I agree with you that the Saliba is your guys' best defender. I agree with you on that, right? And that's the same reason why I think the Romero is our best defender. And what I base it on, for me, when I watch Tottenham, just with my eyes, throw the stats out the window for a second, because the data is what the data is. We can't really argue that it is what it is. But just from a footballing perspective, and from my position, when I see that our team, especially in the team last year, when you had Eric Dyer and Ben Davies next to him, when you had Oliver Skip in front of him, because Romero didn't start getting in trouble until after Bentancur got injured, and he lost that shield in front of him in midfield, and he had Emerson Royale sitting on the right, and now one guy is having to make up for the multiple mistakes from those three players, and then yet he still comes out on top, right, with a better rating than William Saliba and an Arsenal team that was playing great. So the stats for Romero were higher.
You say better performance, but like you finish 8th, bruv. Like you know what I mean.
But that's the team. That's not the individual.
That's the team.
I know, but like,
I mean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a footballing question, right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to, like, when you talk about a world-class player, like potentially like I hate the term, it's a generational talent. Mm-hmm. The reason why that people are talking about Saliba in those terms is because he's a complete player, bro. He can play with the ball. He's composed. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been like, people just can't just twine him up. So it's hard to get around him. Whereas
he's a top player.
With Romero, I thought, the first few months under Conte, everyone was playing well, kind of thing. I thought he was really good then, but he's got that sort of
the rashness. You froze up, but I knew where you were going.
Well, no, what I'm saying,
you froze up.
I don't watch Spurs every week, bruv, so you know more about Spurs than me, but I watch the big games, basically. Mm-hmm. And Romero, he either gives a penalty or a handball or gets, carded. Like, he's not as composed, I don't think.
But you do know that William Saliba, hold on. But you do know that William Saliba conceded more penalties over the last 365 days than Romero did, right?
So how many penalties has Saliba given? What, 2 penalties?
3.
3 penalties. And how many did Romero give?
1.
1? I'm sure it's more than 1.
1.
Oh. Well, how many red cards did he get? How many red cards?
Red cards. Let's see. Red cards. Saliba's had none, so that's good for Saliba. Christian Romero, red cards, none this season, obviously. So we'll have to go to last season. Last season, he had
1 against AC Milan.
1.
AC Milan, yeah. The media.
I'm sure I've seen him be sent.
No,
the media. This is what I'm saying. I was saying to you in the WhatsApp earlier. The media and fan channels are
rash.
They're stupid with what they do.
And we went over this with Anthony, who was like 2 callers ago, right? William Saliba has made.
Let's look at the attributes then. If for a top centre half in 2023, what would you say are the attributes to being a top centre half?
I'll bring it up. So the last guy did it for the last guy as well.
There's no stats on this. This is like it's subjective.
Yeah. It's subjective. Yeah. So
let's talk through each attribute.
If we're gonna look at the defensive principles, the basics of defending, right?
Yeah.
Pressing, emergency defending, which is last stitch tackles, goal line protection. That's more the goalkeeper. Delay, deny, and dictate is slowing down the opposition or defending 2 against 1. When you're outnumbered, and then the transition when you win the ball. So pressing, tackling, slowing down the opposition, defending outnumbered, and then when you're on the ball, what you do with the ball when you've actually got it, the transition. They're the 5 basics that anyone, in my opinion, as a coach, that's how you should assess a defender. Like, just for a simple conversation.
Okay, so that's fair enough. For me, like, I'll look at positioning. I'd look at ability in the air. So is he good at corners and set pieces? Does he win those battles? I'd say probably pace and recovery. For me, that's important for a defender. And then are they comfortable on the ball? Are they able to play under pressure? Are they able to play under stress? They don't want to play under pressure. They don't want to play under stress. So I would say those are the sort of...
Yeah, so here's a good here's a good...
We'll talk through mine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so I just want to show you because this has all of those things you're talking about, right? Yeah. So here, this particular graphic here, which is from one versus one, it's a website that does comparisons between different people, and they use all of those things. So you've got interceptions, defensive stability, ground duels.
Like I said, with these stats, Will, with all due respect, bro, like if you're getting chances created against you every game much more than us, he's going to have higher stats, bro. Like that doesn't, he's not going to give you
right. But what I'm saying is then you can't claim then, right? If Saliba has less defensive duties because of because your team has possession or keeps the ball away from their defenders as much, right? Then you cannot therefore claim that Saliba is better than Romero because he's not defending as much.
Diaz. You can say that about...
Yeah, you could say that about Diaz.
Van Dijk, you could make that argument then.
But hold on. But then you look at percentages, right? So if, say, for example, right, because you don't want to go by numbers, right? You want to go by percentile. Because that means...
Don't get me wrong, stats play a part. I'm just saying...
Right, but you got to let me finish. But you got to let me finish you got to let me land, as the kids like to say. So if you're not going to go by individual numbers or totals, right? So yeah, if Romero has 37, these are spitballing numbers, right? But if Romero has 37 tackles, Saliba only has 10, right? Then obviously the totals are going to be better. But I'm not using totals, right? I'm using percentages, right? Percentiles. So what that means is that out of 10, say Saliba has 10 challenges and he gets 10 tackles, that's 100%, right? Or Romero has 32 tackles, but he's got 100 challenges. That's not a very good percentage, right? Even though the totals are different, the percentage is not as good. So we're looking at percentiles here. How much are they performing compared to not only themselves, but their peers in all the top 5 leagues, all of the competitions for UCNL and all of those things. And when you look at percentiles as well, right, percentages of dribbles tackled, all of those percentiles are included in the data that I'm presenting, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So like dribblers tackled, Saliba beats Romero in percentage of this dribblers tackled. So Saliba is better tackling people on the dribble than Romero is percentage-wise. Not total-wise, but percentage-wise, 76% to 70%, right? So there's a 6% betterment there, right? When it comes to tackles won, though, Romero wins percentages of tackles won, just total tackles, not necessarily dribblers. Romero is better by 20%. Okay, and then when you look at interceptions plus tackles, there's all of these percentages are included in the data. Tackled during a take-on percentage, right? So if you're taking a man on, what percentage of the time do you get tackled, right? Saliba's better at being not tackled when he takes a man on because he doesn't do it very often, right?
Okay.
Right. So Romero pushes the ball up a whole lot more, like almost 2 times as much does he go on runs. Like, I don't know if you watched the Luton game this past weekend, but he went on this run from our box all the way to their box, right? Beat 3 or 4 guys on the dribble, right? Down the wing. Looked like a winger, right? I've never seen Saliba do that, right? That's more of a Gabriel position. Gabriel's the guy that pushes forward into midfield, pushes forward into the attack, tries to get into the box. And you can see that from the data, right? Saliba doesn't get into the box near as often as Romero does.
So you think Romero is better on the ball, technically, dribbling wise, yeah, than Saliba?
Yeah.
Yes, I just honestly,
and you can see that from here. It
must
shows...
be watching a different sport, boys. Like for me, I mean, I can't see the chat, but like, I mean, you're obviously all Tottenham fans, but in the chat, just say,
a lot of gooners today.
Who do you think is more comfortable with the football at their feet, technically, as far as making a Cruyff turn to get out of trouble, being
Romero?
Do you want me to do a poll now? I can do a poll now.
No, but before you do the poll, and we'll talk about it. Yeah, but I think Romero is like, I have never seen I have never seen a defender in a long time who was able to take the ball off of a man standing up and then immediately turn and initiate in a transitional attack. Go watch just one Romero highlight reel, and you'll see him time and time and time again. Besides the bone-crushing tackles, those are great. I love those. But just
I associate Romero more with that. He's tenacious, hard tackler. You know what I mean?
But he's also Mickey Van der Ven isn't very good at taking the ball off of a man standing up. He's really good with the last man tackle, the sliding tackle. He gets them clean. He doesn't take people out, but he's really, because of his pace, he's able to get just enough ahead that when they make that touch, he does that slide tackle and takes the ball cleanly. He doesn't take people out. Romero doesn't have the speed, but when he battles people shoulder to shoulder, you can watch him, and if you watch his face, he's watching, he's paying attention, and as soon as they take an inch or 2 inch too long of a touch, he jumps his body in between the two of them, takes the ball with the foot, spins, turns, and immediately beats them on the dribble, and then plays the ball into somebody in the midfield. He does it over and over and over again, and I don't see Saliba doing that ever.
Why is it then? So, like last year, all your fans were getting on Romero's back, basically.
Not all. Not all.
Not all, but
yeah,
like
not me.
A lot, basically.
The ones that have agendas
biggest,
do.
Whatever. The
same reason why they were getting on the Sun, right? Only 18 people in the whole league scored more goals than Son last season.
Our fan base wanted us to sell Son last year. They were saying sell him. He's finished. He's washed out.
That's the difference. That's what. When the last time I came on it, what
you froze up.
What I said. Why don't you say his Son had a stinker last year? He did have a stinker last year, but this year he's back to his best, isn't he? But let's keep it real. Last year he was dog shit, bro.
Dog shit compared to who? Wait. Dog shit compared to who?
Compared to what his normal level, the season before he was top scorer, and was he player of the year, or he was close to being player of the year, right?
He was robbed of player of the year.
Joint golden boot with Salah. He was joint golden boot.
Exactly. That is Son. That is his. He is
no. Hold on. That's the only. Hold on.
Listen, man,
just let me finish. No, hold on.
Son,
you gotta finish.
Fuck all for about 3 months. He scored a hat trick when he got put on the bench. So don't talk about stat padding against his little man, bro.
No. I'm not talking about stat padding. I'm not talking about stat padding. Hold on. You gotta let me finish my sentence.
I slightly agree with G here, right? I think Son last season didn't have his best season. I agree with that. But
hold on. Stop.
But I also said he's got credit in the bank for us to write it out.
Yeah.
For him to perform.
You guys got to listen.
Still say he's underperforming, though.
Hold on for a second. Let me. You guys.
Hey, you're going to bring out
Jesus Christ! No, I'm not going to bring out stats. I'm not going to bring out stats when he's stat padding against Leicester. Let me finish. Let me say what I got to fucking say, and then we'll move on, right? Besides this Golden Boot season, when was the last time Son got 20 goals in a season? Never. When was the last time he scored more than 15? Once. Hold on. Stop. Let me finish.
He was a sick player.
2 seasons. Hold on. 2 seasons out of 8 are the only times that he scored more than 12 goals in a season. Fact. So when Son scores 10 and 6, and every other season under Pochettino, hold on. Every other season under Pochettino was 10 goals and 6 assists or 8 assists or 10 assists. Right? Only 4 goal contributions different. And it wasn't even his worst season, full season, not the first season, but full season in a Spurs shirt. Why are people saying he was dog shit? Because he didn't replicate a one-off season the season before that?
Will,
that's not dog shit.
Now. Will, look how he's playing now.
Was Son dog shit in 17-18?
World-class player, bro.
Was Son dog shit in 17-18?
I don't care. I'm talking about last year. Last year.
It's relevant. Was he dog shit in 17-18?
I don't know. For 2 years, I thought he was absolutely brilliant. I thought he basically became one of the best players in the league. But last year, he was shit, bro. Like, why can't you just say
the whole team was crap, though. The whole team was crap.
Yeah,
so Gabriel Jesus was dog shit?
Jesus, I thought obviously he got injured for a long time, but I thought he really changed the way our attack
Son was injured the whole season.
Sorry, say again?
Son was injured the whole season. If you're going to use injuries, Son was injured for the whole season.
By the way, I'm not trying to shit on the
12, 13 games. He was really...
Yeah, he played with a herniated groin for the whole season.
Guys, I'm not trying to shit on the party, but
Conte finally put him on the bench. And sorry.
I was going to say, what's this got to do with Saliba versus Romero?
It's cutting off now.
Sometimes if you kill the camera, the audio comes through clear because it doesn't put such a strain on your signal. You must have the same internet as
I'm back, yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, like, people want to say that, but Son was You got 16 goal contributions in the league. How many players for your team had 16 goal contributions for the league, right? Just Saka, Martinelli, and Odegaard.
The thing is, last season, I've said this 100 times, the environment at Spurs was...
It's all like bombing out on me, bro. 1 minute.
If you just turn your camera off, G, it'll improve. I've said it before. The environment at Spurs wasn't good last season. Look at Basuma, for example. Basuma last season was in and out, injuries, didn't have a good season. This year,
wasn't even that bad, really. I mean, his SOFA score was like 6.89, which isn't horrible.
If we compare him to this year and what we saw at Brighton,
completely different.
Was, right. And I've said this. I keep saying it, and people just dismiss it as if it's not important, but it's massive. The environment you work in will dictate a lot of the performance you see. If you work in a company where you're happy, the staff are happy, everyone loves the boss, I guarantee you the output of the staff and that company will be much higher than a company where everyone's miserable, hates their job, it's all toxic. The same applies to football. The same applies to any walk of life. If you're in a family at home where everyone's together, you're a tight unit, there's a lot of love, you're going to be a very effective, family. You're gonna bounce off each other and lift each other up in life. If you're in a home where the dad's a drug dealer, the mum's an alcoholic, one of the kids is going to court because he's going to go to prison, what chance have you got in that environment? So I've said this about Spurs. Last season was the worst we've seen. Fans were toxic. The ownership was a joke. The manager had enough. The players didn't want to be there. Nothing last season was functioning how it should. Nothing. So a lot of players like Son and many others, Basuma, Romero, they got caught up in that, So, but we dismiss it. Fans dismiss it.
My only point is that it's one thing to say that a player wasn't as good as they were the season before, right? That's fine. There's no denial of that, right? I've never denied the Son wasn't as good last season as he was in the season before that, right? That would be silly. I would be dumb. I'd be delusional. But I do have a problem is with saying these shit, because when you look at his performance compared to his peers, right, which is players in the league, right, he was the 18th highest goal scorer, the 14th highest in goal contributions. How is that dog shit in a Premier League team with 38 teams and 22 players on every team? To be in the top 94% of the league as far as goal contributions, how is that dog shit?
Will, my only argument last season was don't shit on the Son. Stop turning against Son. The way fans just completely wrote him off. The way
brought you on like 4 times, you just can't talk because your internet's shit.
The way fans just wrote off Son, and the way fans also said Romero, he's overrated, he needs to go, he's rash. The way our fans turned, but dude, turn on Dyer, who's been crap all his life. Turn on Chicken Royale, who was never good. Turn on Sessegnon, who's injured every single season.
Don't forget Igor Lloris as well.
Eric Dyer, Chicken Royale, Sessegnon have done nothing to deserve the status of being a top player. Nothing.
Brian Hill, Danjuma.
Nothing. All of them. But what we did was we shat on Son. We shat on Romero. We shat on the good players. It's like, what are we doing here? Are we crazy? And now those same people that shat on the good players, they're now praising them. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, you see, he's brilliant. He's one of the best in the league. Well, where was this confidence and this support for the player last season?
Because they're wrong and still, do you know what I mean? They can't think for themselves. And right now, Sonny, under Ange, you're playing that positive football and it's kind of helping him. And you're now building the team around him. And maybe you should have done that.
Minerals, it's the signings we made. Instead of Dyer, we have Van der Ven. Instead of Hugo, we have Vicario. Instead of Ben Davies or Sessegnon, we have Udogie.
Van der Ven and
Instead
Udogie.
of Danjuma or Lucas Moura, we have Madison.
Instead of Emerson Royale, we got
level,
Porro. Yeah.
Porro. The entire level has gone up.
Solomon and Brendan Johnson, although he's yet to be proven. you know,
The
we could say
levels have
easily
gone
are
up.
better than Lucas Moura, right? And I mean,
Yeah,
come on now.
the level has gone up. Absolutely. Your team
Girish
has
is back.
improved
Girish is back.
compared to last season.
Sorry, gents. I don't know what happened there, man. Just the team cut off, bro. But
Your phone
yeah.
sounds a lot better though.
now.
So
That's better.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. Wi-Fi is moving a bit mad. But
You
anyway,
got
should we
there.
get back to talking about Saliba, the Rolls Royce, bruv?
Bruv, the
Compared
Rolls
to-
Royce minerals, bruv. Let's have
Compared
it,
to
right?
that bacon the rash man, bruv. What's his name? Romero, bruv.
Yeah, bruv. The butcher,
Sliding
bruv.
in.
He is, bruv.
okay, so
Yeah,
let me
man.
ask you a question. Who's your besides Saliba, who is your favorite defender of all time, G-Chain? What defenders do you look at in the game and be like, man, I love watching them play?
Bruv. Maldini for me is a complete as a defender for me is just a complete player, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Was he a centre back though? Was he a centre back?
Yeah, at Milan he started as a left back and then he moved
The left back, then he moved
sort of
to
into centre half. You know, when he was a bit older, he can play. He can basically play either role. That's how good he is, still. Do you know what I mean? You know, and
Most of his career he was a fullback, right?
Do you know what I love? What he says? He says if you're a good defender, you don't slide in. You never do a slide tackle, man, because your positioning, your ability to read the game, you know, that's what you rely on. That's what top defenders. I mean, Italy at one point for maybe I'll say probably 3 or 4 decades, you know, their defenders they produced were incredible, man.
Yeah, but here, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you actually watch Romero play, most of his slide tackles don't come from last-minute charges. They come from him reading the game, running 30 yards forward, and slide tackling into a player who's receiving a pass in the midfield. That's where most of his slide tackles come from. His one-on-one duels that he gets in, most of the time, he takes the ball off of the man standing up. That's what I'm saying. People don't, his rash, hard tackles. Go watch a highlight reel. Just put in Romero highlights, whenever, right? It doesn't even matter what year it is. And watch it. It's an 8-minute video.
Will, what I will say, you know your team better than me, bro. Do you know what I mean? You guys watch Spurs every weekend. I don't. I'm an Arsenal fan, so I'll watch Spurs in the kind of big games, you know, or whatever, Champions League last year, or whatever, and that's where I form my opinion. But you can't. If there's a reason why all the pundits, all ex-players are talking about Saliba being a Rolls Royce, he's been one of the best defenders in the world right now. They're not saying that about Romero, bro. I'm not saying, do you know what I mean? So we can't all be wrong.
But players are. Current players are. Messi did. Right? The player from Everton did. Right? It was a winger from Everton. I can't remember the name, but he said Romero is the most difficult defender that he's ever played against.
Okay.
This is all off the back of you beating.
This is all off Roy Keane, Jamie Carragher.
What about Lionel Messi?
This is all off. 1 minute. This is no one was talking about Saliba like this until you beat Man City 1-0. Off of the back of that one game, everyone's just talking Saliba because that was the hype.
Or tell you got second
game.
No, what are you talking about? When we collapsed, when we bottled it, bruv, when we absolutely choked last year, everyone was saying it's because of Saliba, bro. Like, even you, I've got messages from you saying it's
yeah, that was a big factor because
now imagine, okay, 100% because you have Gabriel. Hold on. Let me hit this point because I agree with him, right? I agree. When you have a partnership, you can't say that the Saliba Gabriel partnership was the equivalency to Romero playing with Ben Davies and Eric fucking Dyer, right? And so when you see now Romero with Van der Ven, and there's nobody saying Romero's playing bad this year or playing rash this year, are they?
I'm not saying he's playing bad, but you can't look at me now and say over the last 365 days, after the shocker you had last season, and how amazing William Saliba, like he was just his first season in the Premier League. He was incredible last year, boys. Like, come on, man.
That's because the environment.
He wasn't good last year.
That's because the environment.
Nobody's saying Saliba wasn't good last year. We're just saying he's not as good as Romero.
So you think Romero, after the season he had for you last season, is better than Saliba?
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
It's crazy, guys, man. It's
exactly
like there's not a single person.
All the data
proves it.
All the data proves it.
Oh my God! You're being a data pro in this style, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah, like if when
Yeah,
you
but
look
you're
at
just
the
talking-
Oscars,
yeah,
hold on. G-Chain.
What
If you
kind-
if
what
you
kind
watch
of an
you watch
argument is
Arsenal,
that?
hold on, stop for a second. If you watch Arsenal every single week and you watch Saliba and you like Saliba, and I watch Christian Romero every single week and I like Romero, I never turned on him last season, not once. You can go back and watch every single show we've ever done. Right?
That's the difference between
Hold on. So
that's
what
the
is the
difference between me and
symmetry
you.
breaker? What
Will,
is the
that's
symmetry
difference
breaker
me
between
and you? I will call out underperformance, Will, because you're loyal. Last
I'm
year,
no. I'm not loyal. I'm not
He is,
biased.
bro.
No. I've
Bro,
never.
bro,
No.
you're judging
you think
Arsenal
Son played
no.
well last year, bruv? He was terrible, man.
I didn't say he played well.
No, but you okay. You think he was whatever? I don't know what you
He
were
was
saying.
average.
But look at the Son this season.
He
This
regressed.
is the world-class player, man. This is what Son is about, bruv. This year,
Yeah, but the team as a whole is better. G, I've told you this. The team is far better.
We're playing.
Yeah,
what is Son's strengths? G, what are Son's strengths? Hold on, G. What are Son's strengths?
So with your top players, who you're telling me that they're better than us, like Romero, Son. I remember you guys saying Kulusevski is better than Saka. So when they have a
No,
pause,
we never said that. Never said that. Never said that. No.
Will said that. I've been on a show.
When did Will say?
No. What we said was Kulusevski was better than Saka. The last minerals.
Based on what stats for 10 games?
No.
Minerals. I've muted
Based
you
on
because
what?
you're just talking like some teenager.
Who
What
is
we said
who
was
is me?
no minerals. The other guy,
Minerals.
minerals.
All right.
He just goes around landing the minerals, and that's what he does. So, he's Labrador Grove boy. He's nuts.
Yeah. Salute, brother. Salute.
What we said was Kulusevski was better than Saka the last 3 months of the season in Conte's first season. So when we signed Kulu, February, March, April, May, he was better than Saka. He was. He scored more. He created more.
Way more.
Last season, he wasn't. Last season, Saka
he was not good at all. Saka was way better than.
Yeah,
I think Saka. I think Saka's
like
been better
the
than Kulu. Hold on. I think Saka's been way better than Kulu this year. And Saka's been playing on one leg, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like
when
you made that post the other day, still, I think you're doing the same thing again. You're saying, right, for this 8 games or whatever it is, like
it's 1 year.
Season.
It's 1 year.
It's 365 days.
It's 1 year.
Did you catch the beginning
Romero
of the show?
didn't have a good season last year. Still, call out underperformance of your players. It's not.
Why didn't he have a bad season? Hold on. Why didn't he have a bad season? Why did he have a bad season last year?
I've called out players. I've said Dyer is shit. I called out Chicken Royale. I've called out many players.
Brian Hill,
I'm not
Ben
saying
Davies,
to say that they're
Perisic.
shit. What I'm saying is, for a period of time or a season, they've underperformed, isn't it? Like, that's the difference. I will say with my team, I will say if someone's had a bad year, I will say they've had a bad year. I don't care. It doesn't mean I don't like them anymore.
I'm not saying. Yeah, but hold on. I'm not saying that Romero hasn't underperformed. What I'm saying is Romero, even if he underperformed, was still better than Saliba.
Yeah, but that's crazy still, man. Look at
That's
the
what the
season
data
we had
proves.
last year.
The data proves it.
Your team had a good season. Your team. Saliba versus Romero. 1v1.
With
Romero did
Romero,
better.
the team is relevant, but with Saliba, the team isn't relevant.
No.
You're saying that the team. Hold on. What we're rebutting is that your argument that because Arsenal played well, right? Therefore, Saliba played well, and that doesn't follow logically, right? A team can play well and a player can play poorly. Both can be true, right?
Yeah, but Will, you do realise that obviously, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I love talking football on it, but you do realise this take is like you're in the extreme minority, right? You do kind of like
sure, but
you guys do realise
doesn't make something true either.
Talking about Saliba in a certain way, and what his sort of ceiling could be and where he could go to.
But the majority of people have an opinion. We're using factual data. That's the difference.
But
if 90% of people have the same opinion, doesn't mean they're right. It means they've got the same opinion.
But like I said with stats, still the thing, if you're a team under, taking there's more pressure on you, you're going to make a couple more tackles or this or that. But
you're also going to be prone to more errors.
Listen, look, we played Man City the other day.
Yeah.
Haaland, he didn't have a single shot. Man City had one shot on target. But last time they'd done that, Mark Hughes was their manager, bruv, in 2010. Yeah. Because of the defensive solidarity of Saliba, Gabriel.
Let me freeze you right there for that. That's true, right? 4 shots, 1 shot on target, right? But and then Arsenal fans like to say, hold on. No. Saliba played great. Saliba played great.
No one's saying that.
Saliba played great. Listen to what I'm saying. what I'm saying is though that you guys had 12 shots, right? So that means you guys peppered them, right? No,
we didn't pepper them. It was an awful game. Let's be honest.
Only two. Hold on. Don't interrupt me when I'm trying to finish the sentence, right? You guys had 2 shots on target. So only one more shot on target than them. Most of your shots were like Odegaard blasting it over the ball from 30 yards away. I don't mind conceding those kinds of chances as a player. I'll let you take those shots all day long, right? If I'm sitting in that back line and Odegaard wants to blast balls over the bar from 30 yards, who's stopping him? Right? We've all played the game, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about William Saliba stopping Haaland having a single shot. That's happened, I think, once in his career or something.
I don't know, man. They haven't scored a single goal at the White Hart Lane in 4 years.
Okay, but Saliba didn't stop Heung-min Son, who is a lesser striker. When we came to the Emirates,
is playing world class this year still.
But Haaland is a better striker. Haaland won Golden Boot last year.
And Son won it the year before. Son won it the year before.
Okay, so who's better, Haaland or Son? Who's a better striker, G?
They're both top players, aren't they? They're different players.
Who would you say?
Haaland in the box is basically pretty much unstoppable if you feed him, isn't he? Whereas Son can dribble with the ball. Do you know what I mean? He can create more. He's a different type of striker, bro.
Son scored 2 goals at the Emirates without dribbling. Saliba failed to stop it. I'm just saying, because if you're going to say he stopped Haaland, he didn't stop Son.
So what about Romero? How did he do at the Emirates? What happened? Tell me about his game.
He didn't.
Hold on, I'll tell you.
He had, go on,
okay, yeah. So you have the penalty, which was deflected off Maddison's foot. If you look at the angle of the shot, unless Ben White's trying to chip the goalie there's no way the ball goes like this straight off of his foot, right? It came off Maddison's foot and hit his arm. You can't help that. Shit happens, right? That's not a mistake. He was sliding in to block the shot. As he was sliding in, he had his arms like this, and it papped off Maddison's foot and hit him in the arm. It was a penalty. We got to suck it up and press. But you can't say Romero's at fault for that. Then the other one was the right center back or our left center back missed his defense on Saka, right? And our left back missed the defense on Saka. And Romero has to come from across the pitch and try to throw hope into the wind to block that cross that was coming across because you guys had Jesus on that backhand side far post. You know it. We all saw it, right? Gabriel Jesus right there, and it bounces off his knee and goes into the back of the net. The rest of the game, he was phenomenal. Phenomenal. I mean, shit happens. Like Matip. Do you blame Matip for the own goal in the 94th minute against Liverpool? That ball coming across the box from Porro? No. He had to, right? What's his name was standing right there, back there, right behind him. I can't remember if it was Kulu or if it was Skip. Right? You can't blame him. Somebody had to put a body to that shot.
Game, yeah. I don't know, man.
No, I mean we're talking football, right? We're talking football.
Yeah.
We're talking football, right? Like if you're a defender and you got to make up for the mistakes of your teammates, because we all know that Brendan Johnson cuts a doji off, and as soon as he does, Saka drives in the middle.
So, how many goals did you concede last season when you finished 8th? And what you're telling me that Romero was basically the best one of the best defenders.
100%.
We had Eric I'll tell you why. Ben Davies and Chicken Realgy.
I can tell you why.
Awful.
Hold on, I can tell you what. Last season.
Yeah, see, you know what you're saying, still. Let me finish my point, and you can do yours, Bill. What you're saying just now. So when you finish 8th, let loads of goals in, it's Chicken Royale and Eric Dyer's fault.
100%.
No.
Let me finish. With Arsenal, we don't feel as much pressure because the team's playing better. You don't want to give Saliba credit, so you don't want to fault Romero because of the team around him, but then you don't want to give Saliba credit because of the team around him.
No. That's not what we're saying. Hold on, that's not what we're saying, right? What I'm saying is this, okay? Is that unfortunately for this particular conversation, those particular numbers are recorded, right? Errors leading to a goal, errors leading to a shot, right? And penalties conceded, right? Those numbers are recorded. And so for Romero, you can see that in the entire of all last season, he only had 1 error that led to a goal, 2 errors that led to a shot, and only committed 1 penalty in all of last season, right? Saliba, who played in a far better team with far less defensive work to do because of the quality of your midfield and your front line pressing.
Will, hold on, let me
finish. Had more mistakes than Romero did.
Did you just say Romero last season in 38 games, just to clarify what you're saying, he only made 2 mistakes. Is that what you were saying to me? Yeah.
He had 2 errors led to a shot, 1 error that led to a goal. In that same period of time, Saliba, playing in a far better team, with a far better front midfield and front line than we had last season, who conceded far less goals, had 3 errors that led to shots, and the same number 1 error that led to a goal. So please tell me, if Romero, hold on, stop for a second. Hold on, stop for a second. Just let me finish my sentence, please.
No, not mistakes, G. No, mistakes that led to shots on goal.
Okay, the mistakes led to shots on goal. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So you have that, right? And so please tell me why, if Romero was under so much more pressure, because like you said, we had a lot more chances, a lot more defensive work to do. That's why his numbers were higher. Please tell me why he made less errors than William Saliba, playing in the second place finishing Arsenal team, who didn't have as much defensive work to do.
See, this is where, if you're telling me in 38 games that he only made 2 mistakes where a defender got around him and had a shot, bro, I'll find you 1 game where he's made 2 mistakes, man. I'm going to come back on this show,
not that led to shots on goal.
Okay. So if he gets dribble past, and an attacker has a shot, then that's a mistake, right?
Hold on 1 minute. Will, what can you define what the word error means then? What does an error mean?
So an error is a mistake that leads to a shot.
Yeah, but when you say mistake, if someone dribbles past you, is that an error?
No, that's a dribbled past.
Okay. Because G just said dribble pass. That's not an error then. So that's why I wanted to define.
When you say error, then what do you actually mean then?
Like Jorginho. Jorginho. That would be an error.
What does that constitute then?
Sorry? Jorginho.
When you say error, what does that actually physically mean then? Because
what does that mean?
I would say when you
making a mistake,
ball
so remember when Adoji played the ball into Nketiah by mistake? That would have been an error that led to a shot, right?
You know, Jesus, when he dispossessed the ball off Maddison and he took the shot and he went over the bar, was that an error by Maddison or not? Is that classed as an error?
Let me pull up Maddison for this season. And
so being tackled and losing the ball, and then the striker goes and has a chance.
Yeah, it's making a mistake, right?
So if someone dribbles past you with skill, that's not an error.
No, that's just being dribbled past, right? That's part of the game. They're supposed to do it. So errors leading to shot. Yes, 1. See right there, Maddison, 1. Error led to shot. So the Gabriel Jesus mistake.
So that's an error.
An error. Yeah.
Okay.
See, like for me, again, you're looking at these stats, but as a defender, you're marking a striker. If he beats you to a header, if he spins you, takes it past you, or he gets in front of you at near post and nicks a goal, that's what defending is for me.
But that's covered. That's covered by the stat that says dribble
past.
There's a stat for that. And
Will, who's throwing these stats at me himself, saying about errors. Saliba's made this error. I'm trying to say what I'm saying is.
Yeah, so an error is if you're dispossessed on the ball and then it leads to a shot on goal. Whereas if someone dribbles past you as a defender, that would be a stat saying dribble pass per game.
So when you lose the ball, the only thing an error is if you get robbed of the ball under pressure, basically.
No.
Jorginho did against you boys.
No. It's any mistake that leads to a shot. Right? So if you get dribbled past and the guy takes 10 more touches and passes the ball around, it doesn't matter. That doesn't count as an error that led to a shot. It counts as being dribbled past, right? If it leads to a shot, then it's calculated as an error that led to a shot. If it's an error that led to a goal, then it counts as an error led to the goal. But what I'm saying is that in all of last season, I already put the numbers up on the screen. I can put them up again if I go back to Romero. Romero only committed 2 errors that led to a shot and 1 error that led to a goal. Saliba
I'm going to set you a challenge. I'm going to come on next week. I'm going to pick 1 match, just 1 match. Yeah, not 38 games. I'm going to pick one match, and we're going to look at what Romero had done in that game, and how he marked the player and what he done, and you can then tell me about errors, because I would say a defender, he probably, do you know what I mean? He probably misses a tackle, slides in, or it happens a lot more than twice a season, bro. So, it just that stat you're trying to throw at me just seems a bit crazy.
That leads to a shot, though. Not that leads to a shot on goal.
Yeah.
So
okay. Well,
if he loses the ball, if he gets dispossessed on the halfway line and then the ball goes out for a throw for Arsenal, for
tries
example.
to pass out to the fullback and it gets intercepted and the team break and have a shot. That's obviously a mistake, right, or an error.
That will go down.
Like a Doji's pass to Nketiah would count to it as an error that led to a shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is my challenge to you, right? I'm going to call back in next week. I'm going to pick one game. Yeah, not 38. I'm going to pick one match that you played, and I'm going to show you 2 errors that Romero's made in one match, bruv.
That led to a shot.
But that's led to a shot. So whether he's got dispossessed or
directly from his error, not 5 touches later, but directly from his error.
Oh, well, they're not allowed to dribble. They literally have to.
Dribbling's fine. The same guy. So if he turns it over to a player and that player shoots on goal, right? Then yes, that counts. But if he passes it to 3 other people and then they shoot, that doesn't count.
Well,
That's
listen,
not recorded in the
you're
stat.
kind of defining error, but I'm going to show you an example of one match where
because this data is specific to this instance.
If Romero passes to an Arsenal player and then Arsenal make 6 passes and get a shot on goal or score, that will go down as that won't go down as an error. That will go down as Romero
loss of
a
possession.
negative, losing possession of the ball.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Still, that's fair enough. What I'm saying is, bruv, I'm going to find you one game where he's literally got dispossessed and they've had a shot or given a penalty, or trust me, just let me come back to you with one match, and then you can talk about errors, bro. Yeah, then we can go from there because. Like
until
season.
Until then, you agree that Romero statistically is better than Saliba, though, yeah?
Statistically, you claim what you want, innit? I don't really care, bro.
No, I don't claim. It's what the data says.
I don't really care. But
so what? I mean, what do you think?
Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Do you know what I mean? Opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one, and it fucking stinks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
but these aren't opinions right here, though. This isn't opinions, right? This is William Saliba.
No, it's an opinion, isn't it? It's an opinion.
No, it's not an opinion.
No, these are data. These are facts.
Statistics are not. Yeah, statistics are not.
The last time I spoke to you, Will. The last time I spoke to you, right, on one of your shows, I felt I had to call in, man, because you were saying Harry Kane is a better footballer than Thierry Henry because of stats, bruv. And sometimes,
no. I never said a better player. I said he's a more effective player or he performs better.
So he's a better player, right?
Depends on what you're meaning by. You're talking about all-around footballer, skill, technique, all of those things. Then no, Harry Kane doesn't have half of the football, like the freestyling skill that Thierry Henry has in his little pinky, right?
That's
when you talk about effectiveness,
those aren't stats.
Who puts the ball? Hold on, right? That's fine. I agree. But we're talking about who puts the ball in the back of the net. Freestylers aren't footballers, right? There's a difference. What matters in the end is putting the ball in the back of the net and winning games.
And for a defender, Will, what matters is stopping the ball going in the back of your net. Do you understand?
Tackling, intercepting, blocking, all those things is what matters.
Yeah, right? Leading.
Exactly.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, exactly. So,
and Romero's better than that at Saliba. That's what the data shows.
There isn't, guys, honestly, like I promise you, there is not a single probably neutral fan, pundit, ex-player, anyone who would tell you Romero last season played better than Saliba. Like honestly, man, just like I said, we all love our team.
They don't look at the stats.
Hold on, stop for a second. It doesn't matter what they say. That doesn't make it true, right? For example, when in the 1400s, everybody believed that the world was flat. Were they right or were they wrong?
Why did they believe the world was flat? What was it based on?
A lack of information.
Okay, so anyone who's religious now, we've obviously got scientific information, haven't we, on how the Big Bang, how this started, this started. But everyone has their opinion, bro, isn't it? It's not everything is based on statistics over a specific period of time.
Even scientists don't know the origin of the universe because they weren't there. They didn't see it, right? That's the point, right? They can have opinions for all they know, just like the people in the 1200s, right? They could think that the Earth is flat, right? Now they could think that they could think that the Big Bang.
Hold on, John Stones and Ruben Diaz and people like that.
Yeah, they're there. I haven't collected the data for it, but it's all there.
I said, let's have a look then. Compare Romero to John Stones last year or Ruben Diaz. Do you think they're better players than?
So this is William Saliba's statistical rating, right? Last year, 6.96, right?
But before we pull up the stats, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think Romero last season was better than John Stones and or Ruben Diaz, or who was it? It Ruben Diaz.
If I go if I go off of the games that I watched, I would say no chance. But once I see the data, then I'll be able to make a more informed decision. But just on the eye test only, no way. Ruben Diaz for me.
Yeah, and I would say no.
Phenomenal.
Ruben Diaz or Romero was not as good as Ruben Diaz last season.
So let's now look at the stats. Let's now look at the stats. See what stats say. Yeah.
7.27 for Ruben Diaz. Romero is a 6.98.
So we know that all the ones where you had all like the different tackles and this and that or whatever.
It's about an hour to pull up, G.
Yeah, it took me an hour to put together.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon
this is the quick one.
Guys.
This is the quick one, right? This is the quick one. And I can tell you right now, if this number is higher, then his FBref numbers will also be higher because they use 99% of the same data.
Which is Ruben Diaz, the one who was injured. Like, John Stones, I know, played most of the season, didn't he? So
But Ruben Diaz was better than Romero last season by 30 percentile points. Right?
G, just so you know, with these stats, you have to play a minimum number of minutes.
Yeah,
and then they compare the same minutes. So it's not like he played 2,000 minutes,
90.
he played 1,000.
Yeah, but do you remember still like Pep was like messing around, bruv. He was like, what's his name, man? That Ute, bruv. He was playing, the defenders he was playing. Basically, for City, it clicked when he started playing John Stones, not as an inverted fullback, but as a fucking inverted centre back.
Yeah, that's tactics. That's systems, isn't it? That's
So what I'm saying
is, let's look at John Stones.
You're right. If Diaz played every week, or if it was the other guys, Ake and Akanji. At one point, he was playing all them man there, bruv.
For me, Rodri's the most important player for City.
Oh yeah,
I think without Rodri, I think they're
okay. Cuz banter. The thing that I'm saying is
but Rodri's not as good as Basuma,
hold on.
Right?
If Saliba was in,
Basuma's he's the best. He's the best, right, this season, or not statistically wise, or
not statistically. Rodri's way better.
This season, Basuma is, I think, the top or in the top 3 best players in the league.
He's been brilliant this year.
Madison is the second best player.
What did I
so
tell you last year, bruv, with Conte? What's he doing? He's got him there. He's saying he's not tactically aware, man. Play the guy. The guy's a baller, bro. You know,
Conte plays different style, innit?
Different tactics.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
But he's a player who's comfortable on the ball, under pressure. He's like he bursts. He can burst forward as well and drive.
Class.
He's basically got a bit of everything, guys. You know what I mean? So
he is a bit rash. 4 yellow cards in 8 games is far rash.
He is. He plays with intensity, and to be honest, I don't mind that. You need someone who's got.
But you mind it when it's Romero.
What's that? Sorry.
You mind it when it's Romero.
No, but Romero was honestly, guys. Like, anyway, let's agree to disagree.
But anyway, I want to talk to Cruz banter here real quick. He says you guys say just stats, but then say Saliba was in a better team. No, the fact that he was in a better team and has worse stats is even more damning to his case, right? Because we're looking at John Stones here. Was he a better defender than Romero? Yes, he was. Right, so the data shows that these guys were better than Romero.
Saliba was in the Premier League team of the year. He was basically everyone said the reason why we won. The main reason, which you agree with, the reason why we fell off is when we lost him, basically, wasn't it?
PFA. Hold on. Let me freeze you for that for a second, because people like to use the PFA. PFA, first of all, is a popularity vote. It's every single year it's filled with 90% the first and second place teams in the league, and sprinkled with the exceptional players who come from other teams.
Yeah, but it's voted by the Premier League players, bro. Yeah, it's voted by the players who play. The short list is drawn.
The short list is drawn by the union, right? Then the players vote on the short list, right? And the players vote for the teams that got first and second.
So what are you saying? Well, you think the players would have voted Romero, yeah? If he was...
If we gotten second, yeah. Romero would have been in that team if we gotten second, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, but you didn't. You got 8th, bro, isn't it? So, you know...
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If you go look at every PFE team of the season, look. Every single one for the past 10 years is filled majority with first place and second place team players, with a sprinkling of dashing. Harry Kane was in PFA Team of the Year last season. We got 8th, right? But he was Harry Kane, second in goal behind Erling Haaland, right?
Yeah, because he was world class last year, wasn't he? He's, you know. So that's what I'm saying. You will get there on merit,
right? So if you didn't, it's impressive if you get into that team and you weren't first or second. If you are first or second, because look at Ramsdale now. He can't even get off the bench for you guys, and he was on the PFA Team of the Year last season.
Done the treble last year, bro. Do you know what I mean? They've got good players, man.
But it was 50-50 Arsenal City. If you really wanted to go with Team of the Year and they pulled off a treble, that whole team should be full of City players, shouldn't it not be?
Yeah, but we were top of the league for, everyone says it, we fucking
93%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So but 93% of the time, man, I was fucking, honestly, man, I couldn't believe it. Do you know when it all fell apart? I was there. All my in-laws and my neighbours are all West Ham, and they invited me to the game. I was sitting in the West Ham end, and I've still got it on my phone, bruv. I filmed with Saka when he took that penalty, and he fucking fluffed it wide, man. And that moment, I said, because we just drew with Liverpool as well, I was like, I can just tell, man, it's all falling apart. But anyway, the point I'm making is Saliba. So if all ex-professionals, managers, pundits, like if the whole world is basically saying it, and your view is you're taking an alternative view,
what are they saying?
Point.
Gee,
But I mean, have you ever heard of argument ad populum?
I'm using fancy words now. I'm pissed. It's 3 a.m. on Saturday night.
So basically what that means is an argument. It's an irrational position. Hold on, let me explain it. It's an irrational position that means basically, in layman's terms, that just because a lot of people believe something doesn't mean it's true, right? That's an illogical position to hold, right? Something is true because it's true, not because a lot of people believe it, right? I personally believe in a God, but there's over 4 billion people on this earth that believe there's a God. Doesn't make it true, right?
If you do, then you should bow down to Saliba, bro. He's your God. He is the one, the chosen one, bro. Let's put those shades back on and bow down.
I think Saliba's a Muslim. I don't know if he'd appreciate that position,
But listen, guys. Like I said, we've all said our bit in it, and it's football. This is what football's about. It's about opinions. That's fair enough. But like I said, for me, I know you've gone through your bit. My bit is okay. Right, who's stronger in the air? Who's more composed? Who has better positioning? Who's better on the ball? And I think probably.
But why do you think Saliba's stronger in the air?
I would say probably 2/3 of those attributes are probably.
Why do you think Saliba's stronger in the air? If Saliba was stronger in the air, wouldn't he win more of his aerial duels?
Well, so how many? I think we had the best record on set pieces last year, didn't we? In the Premier League, I'm pretty sure.
That's your team. That's your team, not Saliba.
But I'm asking. So if Saliba,
why is it that you can't? So when we achieve something as a team, why is it then, Stel? Why is it?
Because we're talking about the individual,
and it's nothing to do with Saliba. And when you mess up as a when you mess up as a team, it's got nothing to do with Romero. It's a double standard, bro. Like,
hold on, we wouldn't concede from set pieces.
1 minute. If Tottenham fail as a club, Romero is part of that. I agree. Yes,
Thank you.
I agree, but at the same time, I wouldn't put down if a team is successful. That justifies why one individual player is better than another player from another team.
No, but your first
I want you to explain.
I've talked about our defensive record, or anything I've said positive about Arsenal defense. Your first thing is, but he's in a good team. Like you don't want to what's the word? Recognize his contribution to. No, I
recognize. At the start of the show, we said Saliba is quality. We would have Saliba at Spurs all day long. But when we compare the two,
that would be the partnership I would have.
We had an Arsenal guy that came on earlier, Jez, old boy. He does a lot of YouTubing with Lee Gunner and those guys. He came on and said the same thing. He would have Romero in his squad. Like we agreed. Like we both think they're top players. All we're doing here is saying that when you look at the data, Romero wins, and it's hands down. It's not even close. He wins.
Yeah, but you've done this stuff with Saka and Kulu, bruv. And at that time, I said to you.
At the time, Kulu was better than Saka.
Sample size. Sorry, say again.
No, this is 365 days.
This is 365 days.
I also said
this isn't 8 games.
You joined the show earlier. I said to another guy that come on, and I said to him, just because we're saying this now, at the end of the season, if we did this again and we looked at the data just for this season, Saliba could be way ahead of Romero, or Romero might still be ahead.
Light years ahead.
Saliba's stats. This Arsenal this year, we've conceded less shots. Like we're playing a bit different now. We're trying to control the game a bit more. That's how we're. I'm not too convinced on it, to be honest, but that's what we're trying to do. So this year you'll find that he'll have even less of all like tackles, interceptions, and stuff like that, because we're controlling the game.
But I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about aerial duels, right? You're thinking, hold on, if he was stronger in the air, right? You would think if he was better in the air than Romero, you would think that he would win a higher percentage, not totals, a percentage of his aerial duels than Romero. But you can clearly see here that Romero wins 70% of his aerial duels, and Saliba only wins 57%.
Yeah, but these so these stats will. So you know another thing I'm going to do.
13%.
I'm going to find another game where crosses, because you were letting. It was at one point, you know, like watching the Spurs. You go like 2-0 down, and then it'll be like an exciting sort of last 15 minutes where you try and come back. And in a lot of those games, you know, maybe you don't want to blame Romero for like if you get let a corner in or something like that. And I don't know how you kind of base these stats. And you know, I mean, the last stat you told me where he's made 2 errors in one season just sounds insane to me.
Yeah,
so
2 errors that led to a shot. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna find one game where he's made 2 errors that led to a shot.
Yeah, but hold on. Romero.
You won't.
Romero in the air isn't amazing, but he was better than Saliba. That's the argument. He was better than Saliba.
But you will not find 2 errors that led to a shot. You won't.
G, do you know who comes up statistically as the number 1 defender in the Premier League this season so far? He's clear winner?
Hakeem
Anderson.
Anderson at Crystal Palace.
He's decent, to be fair, but
he's number 1.
Yeah,
he's
but
number
again,
1.
still, the reason why he's number 1 is because Palace, they have more shots had against them.
Yes, he has to defend more.
Yeah,
Saliba doesn't have to defend. How can you say he's the best defender? That doesn't make sense, my man.
It's about when you are like against like Man City, for example, when you are called to mark your player, you need to be able to pocket him, bro. You know what I mean?
How? They didn't create any chances. You said yourself they didn't even come at you.
Yeah, but Man City was 1 game.
But hold on, they didn't even come at you. They had 4 shots period. There was no pressure on your back line for them to take a shot. Otherwise, they would have taken a shot.
Because we defended well, bruv. Because we defended well.
No, it's because your midfield did a number on them.
There was no balls coming into
your midfield.
Haaland. He only had 18 touches the whole game.
Why was there no balls coming into Haaland and stuff?
Look at the possession statistics.
Dude, it's because your midfield did better than theirs. You owned them in that.
Defending is part of the game, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
But Saliba's not a midfielder. The midfield,
okay, so with Saliba, there's like, you must have seen the highlight reels going around with Haaland. There's like 4 or 5 clips where every time he came into him, he won the header.
He won the
battle.
That
time when the through ball came through, he like shoulder barged him on the floor, buoyed him off. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't
you
know
see
why.
those in Romero highlight reels all the time.
Yeah, Saliba had a good game, man. There's no doubt. Saliba had a good game. But when he played Tottenham, where was he against Son? Where was he then? So we can't just use one game.
Where was he against Madison? Where was he against Son? Where was he against?
We can't just use one game, right? We use lots of games.
When you look at lots of where was he against Son? But then Romero.
You do know we create more chances this year per game than City does, right?
Yeah, but you do know that Romero was looking that first half, brother. I bet if I go to your live stream, I bet you any money you guys would be going, Romero, what's he doing? I'm going to find that clip as well. I'm going to find the clip.
We were screaming. We were screaming that it's not a penalty.
With those shades on, I'm going to find you, brother, saying something about Romero, and I bet I do. I bet you I do, man. I bet I find something about you going.
I bet you don't.
Shaky.
I bet you don't.
Because it was natural to say that because he had a period of about 15
I was on
minutes.
that watch along. I know for a fact that hasn't been said, especially by me. Still wasn't there. He was at the game.
I'm one of the only fans last season who kept defending Romero. I kept defending Son, and I kept defending Conte, and I got nothing but abuse. Nothing. This season,
you defend them. Why can't you just call out?
No, I had a reason. I had a reason. I was saying, the system we play under Conte is not working to Son's benefits, and Romero needs a proper centre half next to him because he can't do the job for free. This season, all those people that were digging out Son and Romero and having a go at me, they've all now flip-flopped the opposite way. I'm like, but we told you this last year. We said this to you. They didn't want to hear it. I still get abuse for Conte, by the way. I still get abuse for Conte, but for me, I stick by what I said. You
deserve it. You deserve it, bro. Because
we didn't back him. We didn't back him, man.
No,
we should never.
You know what? You know why you deserve that heat still? Because I understand what you mean about your owners and not backing him to build on the top 4, but there is no excuse, for not losing to Middlesbrough and Sheffield United and them man there, brother, B teams. I don't care what you say, bruv. Your reserve team, whether it's Dyer or whoever it is better
than the youth team of Nottingham Forest or
but
Sheffield
all right,
United.
let me. Do you know what? You make a good point, but let me tell you this: the exact same thing happened, losing to these Colchesters, Dinamo Zagrebs, all these.
I don't know. I'd have to pull the numbers.
Norwich in the FA Cup when they got relegated. It happened to Mourinho. It happened to Poch. It happened to Redknapp. Why does every top manager or half decent manager that comes to Spurs always lose to these lesser teams? For me, something is fundamentally wrong in the club because it can't happen to every single manager at Spurs. Conte, I've seen that losing to Middlesbrough. I've seen that story played out for the last 15 years at Spurs. I've seen that same story. Huh?
Hold on, let me grab this real quick. But
I don't disagree with you, but I've seen it happen too many times to think.
Let me grab this one real quick. So Tottenham away. Hold on for a second, please.
Wenger, for 9 years, we just kept choking every season, bro. Do you know why we did? Because we had a young team, we had no leaders, and we just kept bottling it every year. February.
Is that your manager's fault? Is that your manager's fault? Is that your manager's fault?
Yeah, partly, but he also had to sell his best player every summer. You know, when we moved to the Emirates, and so. You know, it was a tough time being an Arsenal fan, to be honest, because every year we just basically scrape forth and never win anything because he'd
try supporting Spurs for the last 20 years, bro, man. Don't talk about tough times.
Yeah, let me grab this comment real quick. Let me grab this comment real quick. Tottenham away. Will Guihi 2 has a sofa score rating of 6.96 for last season, same as Anderson. So that means that Anderson, Guihi, and Saliba had the same sofa score. The site across itself is consistent. They judged Saliba on the same scale as those two players, right? And Saliba performed the exact same from him. The data that I provided earlier in the show, the one that I conglomerated onto an Excel sheet for ease, right?
Still, did you do the poll?
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence.
No, I didn't do it.
Comes from a different website. You can't compare the two websites because they record different things. Some of the data is exactly the same. Some they have a dribble pass stat. FBref doesn't. Right? It's apples to oranges. Compare apples to apples. Right? The fact of the matter is that Romero had a higher sofa score last season than William Saliba did. That's a fact. Can't be denied. Can't be argued. Right?
Do you know what pisses me off? Right? It's when fans when your team or your players do well, they want to use the stats. I look at the stats, top XG, top goals scored, most battles won, blah, blah, blah. But when you challenge that with other stats, they don't want to see those stats because fans have fallen into the trap of just looking. No, do you know, I blame Sky Sports, Will, because Sky Sports and other channels, what they do is they show you like 5 main stats or 10 main stats, and that's it. Everyone just thinks, right, that's stats. It's not. There's 100, 200, 300 stats that you could break down to really analyze something, but people can't be bothered because it's boring. For most people, it's like, this is boring. I can't be bothered. But
I'm a nerd.
That's where it's like accounts. It's like accounts. If you look at a set of accounts, it's boring. But if you look at the fine details in the accounts, you begin to understand what's going on. But no one wants to read accounts.
Yeah, but like, what you guys are trying to do still is base everything on these stats. What you're saying is you're not going to watch the game and say, right, who do I think is better?
No, we're not saying that.
Who's better on the ball is not a statistical thing. It's a subjective thing, right?
No, it's not.
I'll answer that question.
Why is that a subjective thing?
You can't measure a Cruyff term, bro. You can't measure a Cruyff term under pressure.
That's flash. Hold on, that's flash. You are not required to do Cruyff turns to dribble.
No, but to be able to be comfortable under pressure, like, you know, as in like, okay, you got two. Say the ball's played out from the keeper or a ball's played over the top. How's the defender going to react? You know,
G. You make a good point. 1 minute. G makes a good point. Let me answer that. Right. All pro clubs, every single pro club, this is how they work now. Okay, and it's been like this for a while, but it's getting more and more. Especially, you're seeing Brighton do it. Brighton have become the kings of it.
They're top, yeah.
They look at the data, they look at the stats, and what they say is, right, here's 50 players. They use the data, they get it down to 3, and they say, right, or it might be 2 or 4, whatever. They use the data to pick the player, and then what they do is they send out the scouts and they say, this is the data. Go have a look. Can you see what the data says? And the scout will come back and say,
like Moneyball. We've seen that film Moneyball. It's a bit like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, they also send out scouts, G. So The scout will then go. The scout will go and watch the play and say, right, the data says he's a brilliant dribbler, and the report will say he made 10 dribbles, he used 2 Cruyff turns, 6 Ronaldo chops, 2 L-shaped turns, and the report will back up the data. What they don't do is what they did back in the day. Back in the day, the scout just went out and said, that's a player, that's a baller. They don't do that anymore, G. The game's changed.
It's a lot of science. I agree with you. It's a lot of science and statistical data and who's in this and who's in that. But
and the reason why,
still,
let me interject.
like,
the reason why they do that is
I
because
know Will obviously feels it, but do you honestly think on the ball, as far as like composure, touch, ability to sort of
all measured
deal with the ball under pressure, do you agree with Will as well that you think Romero is better than Saliba? Because that's like probably what his main attribute, I'd say, is probably his best attribute. That's
because I watch Spurs and I see them every week and I've got a season ticket. I can honestly say, and it's not being biased, Romero is a very calm player on the ball. He's a calm.
You don't even see pressure on his face. Sometimes he's too calm.
I think what I'll tell you what, I'll make a prediction. What we're doing on this channel with this stats and data, in 5 years' time, every channel is going to be doing this. You wait and see.
Yeah,
they're all going
to. Football is subjective, man. It's about opinion. That's what makes
it not subjective.
Yeah, but you still have debate. You still have debate.
Who won the game isn't subjective.
I'm not dismissing it, guys. But what I'm saying is, football is emotive, is opinionated, is subjective. Sure. Like for example, Zinedine Zidane, for me, is the greatest midfielder ever, right? The way he controls the ball, the elegance, the style, the panache. There's no stat that will show you that, brother. You understand?
It doesn't show you
it's
panache.
It's a beautiful game, baby. Like, hold on. It's kind of.
Hold on. Let me give you an example, right? So Ronaldinho is
one of my. You're right. There's no stat.
100%. There's no stat that shows you panache or flair. But what they do
makes the conversation interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Otherwise, the conversation is. Yeah.
Ronaldinho is one of my favorite players ever, right? As far as style, flair, flash.
Me too, Will. I was there at the Bernabeu. He scored 2 goals. He got clapped off by the Bernabeu, 85,000.
Oh, for AC Milan.
I wouldn't have fallen in love with the game.
Madrid, the Clasico. He scored 2 goals. Barcelona won 3-0. It was shit for us because Madrid was dead that night. We went out clubbing still. Everyone was fucking depressed, bruv.
Didn't he score a good goal for AC Milan at the Bernabeu as well?
I went to
at the
new final when he scored against AC Milan. I was at that game as well. Yeah,
so let me ask you a question. Sorry. Who in your opinion do you think is a better player, Neymar or Ronaldinho?
Ronaldinho by
all day,
right? Mile.
All day, concrete mile. And you know why? Skill-wise, they both have great skill. Neymar is probably one of the most skillful players of this generation as far as flash and panache is concerned. But you know what Neymar doesn't have that Ronaldinho did have? Effect.
Minerals.
He actually had the stats to back up the pizzazz.
Yeah, but Ronaldinho had a 3-year period where he was the don, bruv. You understand? Like he was in nightclubs and he got fat and he smoked and he drank. So
because the culture was different. Because the sport was but I'm saying Ronaldinho has better stats than Neymar. That's my point.
Oh, does he? Okay, well that's good.
That's the point. That's my point. So Neymar. He came in a time when sports health, sports fitness, sports psychology.
Neymar's a bit free anyway. He's piping a man now.
None of those things. Were a part of the game then. That's what I'm saying. Some players, and I would bet. So this is the problem with statistics, is that because it is a recent thing, there's nobody that's going back and recording the data for those old games. A lot of the stats, like the 150 different stats that we're showing on FBref, have only existed since the 2015 season. Right before that,
Will, the point I'm making, Will, I understand what you mean by stats play a part of it, innit? But what I'm saying is, it's not everything, guys. It's not the be all and end all. Do you know what I mean? There's more to football than just the stats, bruv. It's kind of,
Of course, nobody's saying that there's nothing part of the game. But what my question is, if you and I want to compare 2 players and say who's better, besides my opinion and your opinion, right? What is the symmetry breaker that can say definitively or demonstrably?
Disagreement makes things interesting, Will. The fact that we disagree makes the conversation interesting.
Exactly. Football is a game of opinions.
And, exactly.
By the way.
Otherwise, stats don't take away the
opinions. But that's why if you watch our Monday night show, it's about opinions and views. We don't really do too much stats. On every Thursday, we do North London is ours, Spurs versus Arsenal Gooners.
I was twerking on there the other day. Where's the stat for twerking?
That's just trash TV. It's 2 hours of just insane.
I was literally twerking on TV on the screen the other day.
Stats we only use. Stats we only do when we use a comparison.
I've seen you. I know you're into and you know your shit. To be fair, bro, you know your stuff. But it's all the kind of it's the science of it. And you know it is statistical data. So you know at the end of the day, the stats are the stats, aren't they? It's what happened basically. So like I say, it does fall part of it, but it's not all of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. But just even though I'm a stat man, I'm also passionate, right? Like when I'm sitting there and I'm talking about with different things with Stefan, and he gets so delusional that I literally come up and say he's twerking for Declan Rice, and I start shaking my ass on screen.
I'm not a bitter fan. Like Arsenal, when I watched you guys play Man United, I was Textel going, "How good is
nothing like Stefan." But you're nothing like Stefan G. Like there's only one Stefan.
I like watching good football, bro. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. Like when you play Liverpool, I don't care who wins. I'm not that sort of fan. I'm you know what I mean? I'm past.
I like winning games.
Yeah, I just want to watch great football matches. I just want to watch great football matches. That's basically the kind of fan I am.
I get bored though. Like for example, I could never be a Manchester City fan because of the way that they play that style of football. It would bore me as a fan.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, Will. Semi-final when they beat Real Madrid 4-0, I thought they were fucking fantastic. As much as
they have good games. Yeah. Those are the games that are good. But I'm talking about in the league when they're battering teams 6-5, 6-0, 5-6-1. Those games bore me. Right? Like they bore me. Like even if you go watch our the one that Son got a hat trick against Burnley. I wasn't hardly cheering at all. In that tight game against Arsenal, hold on, let me finish. In that tight game against Arsenal and stuff, and every time we scored, I'm all brah, 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 brah up in the screen. You know, like, I mean, those types of games really hit me, like fire me up, right? I like the tight ones, the Leicester 3-2 in the last 94th minute, right? Like the Liverpool game where it's going down to the wire. Yeah. I don't like the big blowout games. That's why I'm a Spurs fan. We have more drama, more heartache than any other club in the world.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying last year.
I want to back teams 4-0, 5-0. I'm the opposite. I want to hammer teams 6-0.
Watching you guys last year as a neutral fan, it was painful, man. That parking the stinky bus, bruv, it was awful. Whereas now, if Tottenham are on the telly, I'll watch it because I want to see some. You know what I mean? Mate, at the in the NLD. Credit to you. I mean, I thought we could have been a few guys up in the first half, but you kept playing it from out the back. You kept doing it. You were brave. It takes balls to do that, bruv. Do you know what I mean?
Even City didn't come to your ground and play their ball. We did.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, but Girish, this is the problem. If you look at the big six, right? Let's assume Spurs are in the big six. So Liverpool, United, Arsenal, City, Chelsea, Tottenham, right? Let's put Newcastle.
Conte was never the right fit, bro. Come on, man.
Now, hear me out. G, hear me out. Hear my point.
I like counter-attacking football.
1 minute. If you look at the big six, G, if you look at the big six, United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, in the last 20 years, you have all won trophies and more than one. 4, 5, 6, some 15, like Chelsea 20. Spurs are the only team to not win trophies, right? We've won one Poxy Cup in 2008. This is the worst drought in the history of our club. We have to win silverware. So I'm all for watching good football, and I'm all for being entertained.
I agree with what you're
saying. What I'm saying is Spurs are in a place where the football watching it is great.
We couldn't be picky.
But fuck me, we need to win silverware.
Who are the two managers that nearly won trophies for you?
Jose Mourinho.
Who were the two that recently who were closest?
Jose Mourinho.
But your best teams, what? Redknapp and probably Pochettino.
No. It was Mourinho. It was Mourinho and Poch.
Mourinho and Poch. The only ones that got to finals in the last 10 years.
Yeah, Mourinho and Poch.
Poch. Did Redknapp? Did Harry Redknapp when he was doing when he had Bale?
Got to a
semi-final. I used to like that team. Bale, Modric, that was a fucking
hold on. Who was manager when we lost to Man United in the cup on penalties? It was Redknapp, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Redknapp. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For me,
he inherited the team. Yeah,
that was in 2011, wasn't it? That was 2011.
The last 15, 20 years. Your two best teams was that Harry Redknapp team, Bale, Modric, Van der Vaart. I thought that was a fucking quality team, and obviously Pochettino's team. And what kind of football do they play? The Spurs way, attacking football.
I agree.
The crowd up.
I agree. They won nothing, G. They won nothing.
I know, but they came the closest. That is
Yeah,
your
but they
way of
get-
doing it. That's
closer.
your club ethos.
Yeah, but hold on. On the one
Jose
hand,
Mourinho wins that final if he's manager.
He wasn't going to win
see-
that final, though, guys.
Yes, he
Man
was.
City
We
are
lost 1-0.
immense
We
team,
lost
man.
1-0.
Yeah, but Man City always find a way. They're a top
We
team.
lost
G,
1-0 with
okay,
Ryan
okay.
Mason.
One minute.
Pep has
Let me
never
ask-
beaten Mourinho in a final. Never.
Let
Bruv,
me ask-
Mourinho, the
let me
week before, lost
Girish, let me ask you a question.
2-0
Girish,
lead
let me ask you a
against
question.
Dynamo Zagreb,
Girish.
whose manager was in jail, bruv. Come on,
Girish,
man.
1 minute. Girish, let me ask you a question, right?
That's not Pep.
Let me ask you a question. Arsenal go and play Man City next week in a cup final. It's Man City versus Arsenal. Who do you want as manager in the dugout for Arsenal just for that one game? Mourinho or Ryan Mason?
Oh, obviously Mourinho, yeah. I mean,
Right,
okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, but-
That's
no,
what
but-
happened to us.
No, the
So
point is,
Mourinho
though,
had a
Stel,
better
I don't
chance.
want Mourinho in the first place. I don't want Mourinho in the. That's what.
But he got
mate,
us to a
at that
final,
time, what did I
He
say
got us
to
to
you?
a final.
You should go for a progressive. Like that's your club, bro. That's your style, isn't it?
Yeah,
That is Tottenham Hotspur. man.
Girish, I'm not against good football. I love watching good football. I coach all my teams that I coach, they play football the right way. Or they at least they try to. Sometimes the ability makes it difficult, but at least they try to. I coach the same. Here's the thing. We have to win trophies, and we weren't winning. And Conte and Jose were proven serial winners.
Yeah, but you
So-
know, Lee's not going to give them a 60-70 million pound players they want, bruv. You know
That's
it,
his
bruv.
fucking problem, isn't it?
That's
That's
his
his
fault.
You know it,
That's
Stel.
his fault.
Come on, man. You know
That's
that.
Levy's fault.
Yeah,
but he
but
didn't give.
you know
he
that
didn't
before
give
you give them
Then
the
why
job,
did he
Stel.
hire them? Why did he hire him if he
Exactly.
wasn't going to back
That's
them?
what I said to Stel. Exactly. What you've done now with Ange, you should have done it after Pochettino, bro. Do you know what I mean?
We
This
said
is
that.
your club. This is how you do it.
G. 1 minute, hold on. When I realised they weren't going to back Poch, they weren't going to let him rebuild. Once I realised they're not going to do it the Poch way, then I was like, fuck it. Mourinho in, at least he'll win us a trophy. Did I think we were going to sack Mourinho a week before a final? No. And we lost the final. He then brings in Conte. Conte gets us top four. We're buzzing. We're back. And then we had a dog shit transfer window where we spent loads of money on crap. And
Yeah,
he
but
ended
still,
up getting
those
pissed
managers
off.
need ready-made players, bro. Come on, man. You know
I know.
that, man.
I know. So the owner shouldn't hire a manager that he's not going to give those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
So-
still, you've never been a club that goes and signs 5, 6, 7 million pound players. Like you can't.
Okay,
You know,
as a fan, as a fan, what do you want me to do? As a fan, what can I do?
no, as a fan, this is what you should do. Appreciate the situation you're in, understand it, and say, do you know what? The kind of club we are, the kind of manager we want is a Ange or a progressive manager, because that's how we have success. Our two best teams in the last 2 decades have come from managers who play that way and have young players and build them.
They
in
won
and
nothing, G. They
But
won
G,
nothing.
G,
You called us Spursy. You called us Spursy.
Yeah, because you are. Yeah, but
So you can't win.
yeah, but
Either we keep the good managers
yeah,
that
but the
play
difference between me and you, still, what happened 10 years ago has nothing to do. Yeah, but what happened 10 years ago with a different team has got nothing to do with you playing Fulham in the cup, bro. That's the difference between me. I just can't
What do
understand
you mean
why
10
you
years
think.
ago? What do you mean 10 years ago? I don't understand.
No, you always say to me the reason why you don't blame managers for not doing well in the cups and stuff is because the same thing's happened for the last 20 years, right? And my point is, what does the team that Harry Redknapp picked that got knocked out of the cup 10 years ago have anything to do with a team Ange picked against Fulham? It's got nothing to do with it, bro. It's like
No,
they're
it's Ange's
different
fault.
games with
We all
different
blamed
players.
Ange.
No. 1 minute, because it keeps happening. And by the way, we blamed Ange. We blamed Ange because he made 9 changes, which was a
But
joke.
last year, you looked me in the eye and told me Conte, it wasn't his fault for losing against Sheffield United and Borough and stuff like that. And come on, man, you can't.
G, because for me, 50% of the players at Spurs shouldn't be at Spurs. They're dog shit.
But G, you've watched us play this season. You know very, very well that if we start our starting 11 in that cup game versus Fulham, we don't lose that game.
Of course, I know that. But the point I'm trying to make, well, even if you don't, like the thing is, Ange went ballistic, brother. He made 9 changes, which is just crazy, right? But if you make 4 or 5 changes like every other club, you can't have a £15 million a year manager.
Even if we have Vicario, even if we have Vicario.
Let me finish. Last season, at the end of the season before, you pipped us to 4th place, right? You're a Champions League team. You finished 4th. You gave him, I know you keep disputing it, but you gave him 200 million to spend that summer. You won the transfer window, yada, yada, yada. And then 6 months later, you make, let's say, 4 or 5 changes to your first team, and you won't blame the players and manager for not beating Sheffield United. Like, you know, it gets to the
when
point,
did we
bro,
not blame them? We blame the players. 100% we blame
No,
the players.
Snell didn't refuse to blame the manager.
Not the manager's a different story. We blame the players, though.
Girish, if Ange fails at Spurs, I will not blame Ange. The only time I will blame a manager, the only time you will ever see me blame a manager at Spurs is if 2 things happens. 1, the manager is given minimum 3 years, minimum. And 2, every single summer, I don't care how much we spend, but we buy players for the manager's system, not who the club thinks is going to be good, like Jed Spence, which was a fucking joke of a signing. So far, since Ange has come, we signed a top centre-back that we needed, a good goalkeeper that we needed, a left-back, which we signed last year, that's come in, and Madison, the creative mid we've been wanting since Ericsson. If we have a summer like that for the next 3 years and Ange is still here, then I will 100% blame Ange if it doesn't work. 100%. But that has to happen for me because Mourinho got 15 months. Conte got 15 months. Poch got 3 years and find players. I want just like Arsenal, Arteta's been given 4 years and every window they've spent. I want to see the same at Spurs. Then I'll blame the manager.
Okay, so let me ask you a question now, yeah? And be honest, okay?
Yeah.
So Conte, he comes in. Let's say the first 5 players he signs: Kulusevski, Bentancur, Bissouma, Perisic, Richarlison, and who else did you sign that window?
Richarlison wasn't his signing.
Yeah, but this is where, again, anytime it's a shit signing, it's Levy, and every time it's a good signing,
no, because Perisic was Conte's signing, and I don't think that was that was in our best interests. So I do.
But so let's look at the facts, right? Conte comes in, the first 5 players he got: Bentancur, Kulusevski, Perisic, Richarlison, and pick one other, Bissouma. Yeah. So those are the 5 players. Yeah. Okay. So let's just park that. Ange comes in. First 5 players he gets: Vicario, Van de Ven. Who else did he get? Solomon. Solomon, Udogie, and who Madison. Okay. So who got the better 5 players? So Kulusevski, Bentancur, Bissouma, Perisic, and Richarlison. Let me finish.
Ange.
So you think Van de Ven, Vicario, Solomon, Udogie, and Madison is better than Bentancur, Kulusevski, Bissouma, Romero, and who else did we say?
Richarlison. Yes, G. Because the players we signed under Ange suit the way Ange wants to play football. If you go and look at the players Conte had at Inter Milan and at Chelsea, what we signed is a shadow of that style.
Yeah, Perisic was the only one that really fit, right? Everybody else, Emerson Royal, Brian Hill, all those guys came before Conte.
Jed Spence, right? Clement Longley. Absolutely.
Yeah, but still, more fool you for believing that your chairman is suddenly going to rip up every fucking thing he's ever done and start buying £70 million ready-made players.
We don't need that.
In your heart of hearts, you know that was never going to happen.
Gee, we didn't need that. We just needed to buy players that the manager...
Like Pedro Porro in the front window where Conte leaves like 2 weeks later. Like Pedro Porro started playing in February, Conte was gone by March. But like, and this is what I'm saying, like you got to blame Levy on this because look, if you're a straight guy, you don't hire male strippers for your stag do you?
I don't know what you do in your free time is up to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? It's,
if you're a straight guy, do you hire male strippers for your stag do?
Ideally not. No.
Right. So why are we buying managers that we're not going to back? Like that's what I'm saying. The logic doesn't follow, and that's all on Levy's fault. He should have never hired him if he wasn't going to play.
Will, even then, Mourinho still got us to a final. Let the man play his final. Like let him do the final, then fuck him off. Instead, you bin him 6 days before the final
because of the clause in his contract that says if you sack him, if he wins a cup.
Ryan Mason at 29 in the cup final against Pep. I was more qualified than Mason. He wasn't even UEFA qualified.
Bro, Ryan Mason's like the school caretaker, bro. Isn't it? Whenever it goes south, he's there, isn't it, bro?
But you know, both times. Okay, this is the funny part. I blame Ryan Mason all the time, and I catch so much shit from our own fans. Probably even Kyle's going to get mad at me in a second because I'm going to talk crap about Ryan Mason. He don't like it. But Ryan Mason is the person.
It's not his fault, he's doing the club a favor.
Yeah, but when Jose Mourinho left the club, we were still within reach of top 4. We ended up falling down the table and finishing 7th. When we were under Antonio Conte, we were in 4th place with 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss in our last 5 performances in the Premier League. And Ryan Mason took the helm and we dropped down to 8th. Even when Stellini got sacked, we were still in 5th.
Yeah, but Conte, the reason why he left, he said, we're going to finish 9th. Oh, I'm done with you lot, man. These players don't fucking, you know what I mean? They don't want to take any responsibility.
Yeah, Conte quit. But it wasn't because of the league form. It was because of the Champions League form.
Yeah, he's like, there's something where I can't get the players motivated enough, and so he just basically quit. But it's a bit harsh to blame Ryan. You know what I mean? Ryan Mason's just there as a caretaker, bro. Like he's not, he's not really, I don't think it's, you can't. I'll say the blame is more on Levy, bro, than Ryan Mason. You know what I mean?
But Ryan Mason should say no.
You know I'm Levy out, Girish. You know I'm Levy out all the time. You don't hate me for saying it. You don't get pissed off with me.
No. I don't hate you still.
You know what I say?
I don't hate you saying it, but
hate my view on it.
The difference between, I think the difference between, say, you compared to, say, me or Gilly or whoever else supports other clubs, Liverpool, Arsenal, whatever, is that we're able to apportion blame accordingly. So we'll say, okay, yes, the owner was at fault for this, but the manager shouldn't be losing to Sheffield United's fucking reserve team. But
you win trophies, though. Spurs don't win trophies with this chairman. Listen,
because
there's no.
Because Conte told you why. There's no. The players, they don't feel any account. There's no. You'll basically blame the owner and let the players off. Whereas
no, we never let the players off. We let the managers off because you can't rebuild a Ferrari with a Spork.
I have
Will, look at me. Will,
everyone.
Look at me. Kulusevski and Son were awful last year. Will, trust me. Look at the ability they have, the quality they have, right? As footballers,
the whole team
doing now. He's playing amazing. That is Heung-min Son.
He was playing it. Hold on. No, he was playing attacking mid with his back to goal.
Talk with you. Do you want to talk about stat padding against?
No, I'm not even talking about stat padding. Nothing. I'm talking about he was an attacking mid with his back to goal, and he wasn't even playing the same role in the second years of Conte. Hold on.
Keep it real, bro.
Hold on.
Keep it real, man.
Bad compared to what?
He was asked to do last year, though, G. He was asked to defend outside our box. Son was actually the most defensive attacker in the whole club last year because
the whole league
to drop back into.
Do you know what Son said when Conte left? When Conte quit? Do you know what he said? He said, Son said, I feel responsible because he kept playing him every week, and he
of course, because he's a humble, honorable guy,
and he's honest, bruv. He's able to assess his own performance. That because of your loyalty, basically, you think calling him out on his performance means that you turn against him.
I call Son out all the time. I call Son out live on. Hold on. I call Son out live on watch along. So when he makes a mistake, that ball was wasteful. That's what's saying. I don't give Son a free pass. I hold him to account. Right, his finishing last season was poor, the poorest it's ever been. Right, his finishing, but the rest of his
performances, though, Will, as well.
No. His defensive performances, his link up play, his shot creating and goal creating actions were higher than they had been even last season, the season before that. Right, there's more to his whole performance than just his goal scoring. That's the main part, and that was real bad.
Do another poll. Will was telling me his stats from last year are better than from the year before when he was top goal. This is where stats you can't, brother. Watch how he's playing.
No, his defensive stats. No, hold on. His defensive stats and his goal and shot creating stats, the second pass, the pass before the assist, his link up play, that was better than the season where he was the counter-attacking left winger who was bombing in behind, scoring 23 goals.
Yeah, when you
he wasn't being asked.
You were beating all the big teams
because he was bombing down the left. We were still playing counter-attacking style that way. We weren't building up through fullbacks because we didn't have any. Right, so we were playing a lopsided 4-4-2. And Son was playing on that left-hand side and was in charge of being basically a left striker in the 4-4 lopsided 4-4-2, and he was playing in behind. That's why Harry Kane had 14 assists that year, and he only had 3 last year. The system changed. Kane was lobbing balls into Son, running in behind. Last season, Son wasn't running in behind. Of course, the numbers are going to be different.
Whose fault was that then?
Conte's.
So Harry Kane maintained his performance, and you were quite critical of Harry Kane.
Harry Kane increased his performance. The year that
for me as a neutral, like I said, you watch your team more than me, but I swear for the first 10 games he was like literally awful, to the point where your fans almost bullied Conte into dropping him, and then he dropped him and he brought him on against Leicester and he got a hat-trick, right? Do you remember?
Our fans are idiots. Our fans are idiots.
Yeah, and that was in the first 4
games
games of the season.
For that. I've got reviews as well.
You say that still, but then with other teams, you want to comment on those players and managers' performance, but because you feel some sort of loyalty to your top players, this is my opinion. Okay, you take of it what you make of it what you will. I thought you have a reluctance to what Conte said. You have a reluctance to put responsibility on the players. He said, "What about the players, man?" Right? You know, everything I blame the players. The owner or the manager. The players need to step up.
No. I said last year, and I say it this year. Dyer, awful. Sessegnon, waste of money. Jed Spence, waste of money. Brian Hill, waste of money. Clement Longley, absolute joke of a signing. Ben Davies, dog shit. Fraser Forrester, I was losing my mind over that guy.
There's 2-3 players that you pick on. So Dyer, Chicken Royale, I've heard you guys, but they got you 4th spot the year before, bro. Do you understand? So
Emerson Royale didn't.
Who was in your team that
it was Doherty.
But, do you know what? 4th spot for me, I don't care. If you said to me, and I've had this argument with Spurs fans, if you said to me for the next 5 years, Spurs finish 8th, 9th, 10th, but we win 2 FA Cups and a League Cup, I'll take that. I will take that.
You're so shameless because you tried to cuss our manager, for he's finished 8th, this and that, and and where we got lucky winning the cup, and now you're saying you take the same thing.
No, because it's different. Because your club, before Arteta came, you were winning trophies. Wenger still was winning trophies. Wenger won
winning trophies is what it's all about. Like, that is what it's all about.
Exactly. But we're not. You're agreeing with me, you know that.
10-minute warning, by the way. This stream is 4 hours and 50 minutes. We gotta freaking shut this bitch down.
You guys started talking I started hearing some shit talking about Son. And some shit talking about Conte.
Love us as well.
You know, Genie, you're saying, well, your fans were, complaining about Son last season. You guys, you guys were saying that he was awful. Your fans were saying that he should be benched and everything. Like, that is actually a reason for saying that he's bad. Your fans think that, some of your players that are amazing. Your fans were talking about, Kai Havertz, give him a chance. He's actually a pretty good player. Does that mean that he's a good player just because your fans say that?
I'll be honest with you. If you can find me a group of Arsenal fans who think Kai Havertz is a good player,
it does not matter. It does not matter that it does not matter that our fans are talking shit about Sonny. That doesn't equate to a justification for Sonny.
Odegaard. Odegaard has 1 assist in 8 games. Do you think he's playing good this season?
I think he's suffered. I think the last 3 games, his performances have dipped, I'd say, yeah. But I thought against Man City, he didn't really do well. I thought against you guys, I thought Maddison played better than him. I thought Maddison played better than him in the North London derby. And what was the other game? Oh, the Champions League game we lost. I thought he wasn't the link in the play like he kind of normally does. But he really does link up well with Saka on the right, and obviously Saka's missed those 2 games. So they're the kind of our right hand side, and Jesus and Martinelli are kind of left hand side.
You got Gooners talking about how Eddie Nketiah is Eddie Henry, and he's like amazing and everything. I mean, just because you have some stupid fans that are talking about how Eddie Nketiah is amazing doesn't automatically equate to, oh, see, it's proved that he's amazing.
You see, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Arsenal. I mean, you guys are. I'm not on YouTube and stuff,
right?
But,
yeah.
Well, then that's my
Estelle,
point.
have you seen a lot of Arsenal fans saying
Don
Eddie
Robbie.
You
is-
say, okay, so hold on. Eddie Nketiah, okay. You have fans that are saying that Nketiah is the future of your club. He was given
They are long
Henri.
from
Hold on.
Starbucks.
He was
Yeah,
giving
those are the
Henri.
long ones in
No,
our fan base.
listen. He was giving Henri shirt number. He signed a new contract. Okay. Does that mean that he actually is the future of the club? Does that mean he is a good player? Just because you have some fans.
He's the backup dancer. He's the back. He's not the main guy, isn't he? He's the backup dancer.
You have some fans that say that, or just because your club gave him an extension or gave him Henri's shirt, does that mean that he is a good player? Does that mean he's a great player?
So who exactly was saying Eddie Nketiah is Arsenal's future? Because
AFTV.
Really? Who was saying on AFTV Eddie Nketiah?
The only one
people on Twitter have been saying it.
Yeah,
people on YouTube,
I'm pretty sure all
tons
Arsenal
of
fans
people.
know Eddie Nketiah is the backup striker.
Okay, but hold on. My point. You get my point, though, right? So just because some of your fans, or even maybe if it's a lot of your fans or less of your fans, it doesn't really matter. Just because your fans say something about a player, and does that equate that that's the player they are? Not
But
necessarily.
that's my opinion. Having watched the games, when
I know,
I
but
look at
that's what
Son
your
the year
argument
before,
was. Your
when I look at
argument.
Son the season now,
Yeah, but your argument was that Sonny was terrible last season.
I thought he really was. I really thought he was. Yeah.
Because our fans were calling for him to be benched. Because our fans.
I'm saying I thought that, and even your fans thought that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, our fans are stupid.
Okay, forget about your fans.
Our
I'm saying it then. As a football fan, I watched you play last year.
Last season, our fans were also saying that Son should be sold. That's also what our fans were saying last season. Our fans were saying that Son was finished and he should be sold. That's what they were saying last season. The other thing is, this season, even before he moved to the center, we had fans saying that he can't play central. We have fans saying that
can't be the captain, can't play left wing.
That he has no leadership skills.
You know where I believe he's going to get back to his best. When Harry Kane left, it's very easy for the club to feel everyone starts feeling sorry for themselves. But when I saw him do that interview, I thought, you know what, he's gonna sort of what's the word, assume some leadership. And when you have world class players, sorry, what's your name? Sorry, I don't know. Cube, yeah. So what I'm talking, when you have world class players, your best players, they need to step up and take that responsibility and lead the team. Do you understand? Deliver. And if they underperform, it's okay as a fan to say they're underperforming. I don't understand what the kind of big problem you seem to sort of find of saying he didn't have a great season. It's kind of
he didn't. So that's
it was obvious.
Though.
If I'm being
my
honest.
point is that's my point though. Last season, Son did not have a good season on Son's terms. Okay,
exactly.
He didn't. Yeah, nobody's saying that he did. Will wasn't saying that he was. None of us were saying that he had a good season, but he was not dog shit. He was not horrible. People were saying that he was needed to be sold, that he was dog shit, that he was horrible, and you even said that he was dog shit. And that is
I didn't say he should be sold, but compared to his level,
you said that he was dog shit.
Yeah,
earlier,
I think he was. I think him and Kulusevski, like Stel was telling me at the start of the season, we've got the best front three in the Premier League, Kane, Kulu, and Son. And what I said
coming off a golden boot season, you're going to think that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the difference is, come the end of the season, when Kulu and Son have had a stinker, it's like, no, we want to back our player. Yeah, but back your player, but also admit that he didn't have a good season. It's not, it's what's the problem with admitting it? That,
right, but hold on. Who is our highest scorer in the Champions League?
Sorry, say again.
Who is our highest scorer in the Champions League?
I don't know that information. But...
Son, yeah.
I thought it was Harry Kane, right?
No, Harry Kane didn't score a single goal in the Champions League. Right. So what I'm saying is, and for me, like I understand.
How far did you get in the Champions League? I can't remember now.
It's round of 16. We topped our group and got knocked out by AC Milan in round of 16 by what, 1 goal difference.
We got out of the group, then we crashed out straight away.
But,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember
yeah.
that now, yeah.
And the people that we knocked out from our group knocked you guys out of the Europa League.
Well, okay, what Sporting Lisbon was it, or something like that, or Villarreal? I can't remember now.
Yeah, Sporting Lisbon. But
Sporting Lisbon, yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, I agree that Son, compared to the previous 2 seasons, was definitely a big dip in performance when it came to goals and assists, right? The number of goals and assists, right? Yeah. But when you compare Son across the league, right? He had more goals and assists than 94% of the league. 94%. So he's still in the top 6% of all Premier League players as far as goal contributions is concerned. Yeah. Top 6%. So even at his worst, even as dog shit, he's better than 94% of the league when it comes to scoring goals and assisting.
Statistically, yes, but trust me, he was not better than 94% of the league last season.
He was.
Okay,
he was better.
So do a poll.
Hold
Do
on.
a poll in your comments right now. Was Heung-min Son better than 94% of the players in the Premier League last year? Please do a poll. I need Will to be humble now. This is getting silly.
There's no point me doing a poll because 90% of this chat is Spurs fans.
Okay, but I believe that they are able to be objective on this particular point. So just do it for me anyway. Like even if it turns out that everyone will, the poll is: was Heung-min Son last season better than 94% of Premier League players? That's the question. Do the poll. Let's see what
the answer is going to be no.
Pause.
The answer is going to be no.
Yeah. So what are you saying, Will? Then that's what I'm saying.
Because Will was but hold on. Will defended Son tooth and nail last season, where most of our
he just
fans
said to me, even in Son's terrible season, he was still better than 94% of players in the Premier League. Will, did you just say that to me? Yes or no?
Yeah, a better scorer and assister than 94% of the league.
Yeah, so that's what he's saying.
1 minute, 94% better at what?
Scoring and assisting.
GA,
any other
GA, yeah, all attacking players, GA, goals and assists, right?
Hold on, Kane and Haaland automatically are ahead of him because they were the top 2 goal scorers. So there's no way Son beat them. So, Will, you talking about goal contributions?
Yes. So Son was 18th in the goal table at 10 goals. He was 18th, right?
Yeah.
And at 6 assists, he was, I think, 14th or 12th. And when you add up all of the number of players that scored or assisted throughout the league, right, he was better. He had more goal contributions than 94% of the league. It's just a fact.
I'll
he
tell
had
you
16
one thing
goal
for
contributions.
free, I know about my team.
Name. Hold on.
From
Besides
Saka, Martinelli, Odegaard, and Jesus, they all got over 15 goal contributions.
No, they didn't.
Every single one of them.
They
I know
didn't.
that. So.
No, they didn't.
Let's
Gabriel Jesus did not have more than 16 goal contributions in the league last season.
He scored 12 goals, and he was out for 4 months. But he got, what did he get? 12 goals. How many assists?
I think it was 2.
Okay, 14 then. All right, one off then. Yeah. What about Odegaard?
And then Odegaard had more. He had like 25. Saka had a bunch of assists. Martinelli, I think, had
he was our top scorer.
16. He had the most goals, but he didn't have as many assists.
Okay, but all 4 of the players were 15 or above.
Yeah, and you guys finished second, right? Yeah, and they're all on that list.
You're saying 94%.
They're in that
straight away. I'm telling you, 4 players that, and Haaland, like.
Yeah, how many goal scorers how many goal scorers and assisters do you think are in the league? You have 38 teams with 22 players, 22 men squad.
Players up front for everybody. So Rashford is definitely up there. Haaland's definitely
235
up there.
players.
Salah's
235 players. Yeah, there's about 235 goal scorers, right? Each year, right? 18. If you're just talking about forwards, right, he would be a lot higher. There are many teams in the league. There is nobody from the bottom 12 teams that had, maybe except for Ivan Toney, who had more than 16 goal contributions in the league. I'm talking about
when you say
comps,
235 players, what do you mean? Like every team's 11 or what? Like what?
Yeah, every player that scored or assisted.
Yeah, but that includes like centre halves and like any old.
Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to be at the bottom of the list because they only got 1 or 2 goals, but they still are a goal scorer and an assister, right? If you're talking
so like say Romero got 2 goals, he's included, or I don't know, Rob Holding who got 1 fucking. Basically, you're saying that. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying, and this is where the stats start to skew and stuff because you want to come out and say with chest, he's better than 94% of Premier League players. Yeah, it sounds good, doesn't it, on paper? But when you actually look at it, that it probably includes, like, you know what I mean, like half the defenders.
Okay, Will, take out defenders. Take out defenders from the analysis.
I can't take out defenders. It's a stat that's recorded by the Premier League, right? They include all of the goal scorers on the list. Right? You'd have to go through and literally single out, pick them out, each individual one.
On stats, man.
Right, so let me ask you a question. If I were to say right now, right, that you were going to sign a player who would get 20 goals and assists in all competitions, would you sign him?
Is that what Son got last year, is it?
Yeah.
What did he get in the Premier League? Because Premier League is 38 games.
16.
16 goal. Okay, so, and then in those games, Will, do me a favour, you probably have to see it. How many individual games did he score in? And how many was it
8.
like he got a hat-trick? Sorry?
8, I think.
8. So out of 38 games, he made a goal contribution in 8 games. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
So out of 38 league games, in only 8 games did he actually make a goal contribution, what you're saying.
How many games is Son playing?
He played 35, I think. Maybe less.
He only missed 3 games. All right, that's minor. He only missed 3 games.
So in 20, less than a quarter. So only in 20-25% of the games, he made a don't get me wrong, it's not all about, you know, DNA. I hate that shit, you know. Like I said, I look at more than that. I look at how the players play and what impact they're doing and stuff like that. But, you know, whereas I bet if you look at this season or the season before, you'll find that he's making a difference in most of the games, you know, at least every other game,
No,
as opposed to 20%.
He's only scored in 3 games out of 8.
And assists?
He has no assists so far this season.
So he's only scored 3 goals. So how many? What's he got then? What, 3?
Oh,
he's scored more than 1 goal.
3 games.
6 goals in 3 games.
And has he won penalties or anything like that?
No pens.
I can't believe he's got no assists. Is that correct?
He's given away a penalty actually against Brentford.
He gave away a penalty.
That was a ridiculous penalty.
It was a joke.
He didn't have a single assist.
VAR ones
He has a lot of big chances created. He has 4 big chances created, which means the person blundered it that he passed it to. He should have 4 assists right now.
To be fair, so well, like I said, I you know, I don't watch you every week. I watch you, so I'll probably watch the big games. So North London derby, obviously, Man United, Liverpool. You know, like
basically whatever big games or match of the day, innit?
Yeah, exactly. No, whatever big games on Sky or BT, I'll watch it, and I think he's been, you know, brilliant this year. I think he's really led the line. He's really G'd the team on. You know, he's basically being his normal self. Like he's doing what Son normally does. You know what I mean, bro? So
yeah, but the difference is this season, if you look at the first 2 games, he was ineffective because we kept playing him out wide on the left. He was finished as a winger a while ago, right? Since he's been moved to the number 9 role, so now he's replaced Kane. He's basically, Son is clinical. He needs very few chances and he scores.
And you know what I like about Son?
Wait, hold on. What makes
he's
you
left
think?
and right-footed.
Wait, Stell, why do you think that he's finished as a winger? Why is he finished as a left winger?
Kane's not there to put those lovely through balls.
No. You said that he is finished as a winger.
Hold on, you do realize that he created. Hold on, he created more chances from the left-hand side in the first 3 games than James Madison did.
Yeah. When I say finished, I don't mean like his career's over. He can't play there again. What I mean by finished is that he's not the player he was in his first 3-4 years playing out wide. Where
I agree with that. His dribbling is not as good as
players.
Hold on.
No. I think.
Hold on. That's not true. His first 2 to 3 years that he played for Pochettino, Lamella had more game time than he did. What are you talking about?
No. What I'm saying is,
but the 2 years under Jose and Conte, that's what I know.
Yeah, but those 2 years he was playing in a completely different role. That's a completely different type of a winger.
Let me say my point, and you understand what I'm saying. Under Poch, the way we played under Poch, out wide, he was a massive influence in our games, right?
Never scored more than 12 goals in a season.
Hear me out. He was, for me, he was a big influence in our games. When we then brought in Mourinho and Conte, out wide was not his position anymore because of the way we played. Him playing more attacking as almost like a striker with Kane.
Second striker, yeah.
Was the best position for him in that system. Now, with Ange, the way we play, for me, out wide, it kills him because we like to invert in.
Because we don't have a striker.
Right. So for me, Son as a striker in this system brings the best out in him in this system. That's
because we don't have a striker. Yeah.
Fair enough. But I think even out wide, Will, I think Son is a better player in the middle than out wide now. Even if we got a striker, unless the striker's like Ivan Toney or someone that's going to get you 20.
Let me ask you a question, Stel. Let me ask you a question. So
I think
hold on. Let me ask you a question.
You know, like, 1 minute, Will. You know, like Wayne Rooney, as he got older, his role
I don't care
changed.
about Wayne Rooney. It has nothing to do with Son.
No, it does, because what I'm trying to point out is, as a player gets older, I think they evolve into a different type of player. And I said it last season. I think Son now has evolved into a different player. He's still brilliant, just a different type of player.
Sure.
Yeah.
But okay, look, if we can find a young, like if we were to go sign Matoma, I would say Son should never play on the left again. He can play up the middle all day long, right? This is what I'm saying. Hold on.
Why would you say that?
Why? Because Matoma's younger, faster, runs at a guy harder, does all those things.
And that's what I mean by, and that's what I mean by he's finished out wide.
Hold on. Son has never been that player. This is a complete rewrite of history. Under Pochettino, Son Heung-min never scored more than 12 goals. He assisted a bunch of goals. Yeah. He was not a player that took a man down and beat people on the byline and stepped over people and crossed them. He had never done that. He always cuts in on his right, cuts inside, takes a shot from outside the box and scores. That's what Son's famous for.
I disagree. I think he's two-footed, Son. He can score with both feet.
He is two-footed, but he doesn't drive to the byline and cross with his left. He never has.
No, Harry Kane feeds up both balls through it.
But he only did that under Jose and Conte, right?
Yeah.
Under Jose and Conte,
his best years,
the two years where he scored 17 and 23 goals, right? He was playing as a left-handed striker most of the time. He was making those runs in behind. And Harry Kane's assists went up. Harry Kane was never a big assister until that system changed. Son Heung-min became a rock star when Jose and Conte in their first two seasons. Conte's system then changed. He wanted Kane to stay up top. Son had to drop deep now. Kane's assists dried up. Son's goals dried up. Right, everything that made Son that guy. Now Son's playing through the middle.
But that was Levy's fault, right? That was Levy's fault, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's Conte's fault. Then you bring Postecoglou in, and this is my point on the first three games of this season when he played on the left. Son had 4 big chances in those 3 games. Richarlison poofed them all, right? Richarlison and Kula poofed them all. If you give the 4 big chances that Richarlison's missed in the last 2 games, you're going to tell me that if Son was on that left-hand side and had that ball played to him the exact same way Richarlison does, what is the end result? Ball in the back of the net.
Son probably scores, but I think that, like you said, there are better wingers out there, like Matoma, that makes Son redundant in that position.
He's better up front, guys. He's better.
But Will, if I was to say to you, how many better players are there playing in Son number 9 in the league? There isn't.
One.
There's not that many better.
Not
players.
in September. There was 0. Son has the most goals of any striker in September.
Therefore, what I mean by finished,
player of the month.
Yeah, but therefore, what I mean by finished, to answer Cube's question, he's finished out wide. Because he's better here now. This is him. This is his role.
That's fine. I don't mind if he plays down the middle or down the wing, but what I'm saying is right
neutral,
now,
I think he's better up front actually now.
Yeah, of course, because over Richarlison is our option. Son is light years above.
Yeah, but he's actually a proper finisher. Like you kind of back him more than I think any other player in your squad.
He's the best finisher in the league.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's not just because he's better than Richarlison in the league.
He was a better finisher than Harry Kane was.
He's more clinical.
Will, don't tell him, man. Come on, man.
No, G, it's true. No, G, it's true. Son scores from less chances.
No,
it's a fact.
Harry Kane is a fucking world-class striker, bro. Come on.
No.
Nobody's
striker,
not a
finisher.
world-class striker, but as far as
a finisher, the word's clinical. Not. Son is more clinical than Kane. Yes.
He scores from less shots more frequently than Kane does. Kane has to take. Son needs 1 shot to score 1 goal. Kane needs 4 shots to score 1 goal. That's the difference. It's that big.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. They have put the numbers up already.
Wow. So Harry Kane,
goals
who
per shot on target,
4 times as many chances, scored 30 goals last year.
Yes.
I didn't see your team create 100 chances for him.
Girish, check this out. Over the last 5 years, Son is in the top 3 players across Europe for clinicalness. Top 3.
That's what I'm saying.
You
So
wouldn't
when
believe
I
it.
hold
You
him
wouldn't
to a
believe
high
it.
standard, it's because I rate the guy. And last year, out of 35 games, in 8 games he turned up, and
Yeah, but he was playing. He was playing in such a
so deep.
Last season, he was so deep.
About
he was
30 yards deeper than he was a season
He was almost
before.
like a defender, man. It was ridiculous.
So whose fault was that, still? Then
he was an 8.
I blame Conte for not getting the best out of Son. 100%.
That's the first time you said that in your life, bruv. Wait, the chat needs to back me up on this.
No, hold on.
That is the first time.
But I don't blame. But hold on.
Your God, bruv.
But G, hold on.
We've got it on camera, guys. Clip it.
You can clip it. But I don't blame Conte.
I don't give a shit. I'm just joking.
I get clipped every week. What goes on
playing haram football style, bro.
Yeah, hold on. If we had the fullbacks,
I don't blame Conte for what happened to Tottenham though.
If we had the fullbacks, hold on, let me finish. If he had the fullbacks that was needed to play the system that he wanted to play, Son's role, right? Yes, it would have lessened the amount of goals and assists, but Son is a team player. He doesn't play for himself. You've heard it. He comes out, he gets a hat trick. Everybody's like, boom. He comes out, he scores 2 goals at the Emirates. People say, hey, Son, this is the first time that you've scored a goal, that any Spurs players scored a brace at the Emirates since 1993. First time in the Premier League era. How do you feel? I couldn't have done it if it wasn't for my team. They gave me the good balls. I just put them away, right? It's not down to me. It's the whole team. He's like that every single time. He's a team player. Postecoglou himself said he's the most selfless player he's ever managed, right?
Conte said if his daughter married a guy, he wanted to be
it would have been Son. Yeah. So if Conte tells, if Conte says, hey, Son, right, I know, that's fine. Yeah. But what I'm saying is if Conte tells Son, hey, this season, your role is going to change a little bit. You're not going to get as many goals as you used to get, but it's going to help the team benefit. We're going to get better results. If Conte's the one that told Son that Son's going to do that, and the problem is it didn't happen. It didn't work out. That's Conte's fault. It's not Son's fault.
You
see, right? The manager says, sit back.
I've never heard on your channel Will and Stel on the same episode say last season was Conte's fault. So you guys are making progress.
Son's dropped down.
I'm proud of you.
No, 1 minute. People don't listen to a lot of the things we say. A lot. Believe you me.
Get a purple and yellow scarf out again. Come on, then. Let's hear it. Yeah, come on.
I've never. If they don't back Ange and they don't keep me for 3 years, gee. In fact, I'll tell you this now, and I've said it on the what's it called, that X, not Twitter, X. If this summer, in fact, I told you, I messaged you yesterday. If in January Spurs are in a title race, mathematically we're in that group, and Levy doesn't pull the trigger and back Ange, I'm full blown Levy out. I don't give a shit what happens after. No way are we making that same mistake.
When it's going well, it's Ange masterclass on this, on that. He's world class. We've got the best front three.
But if we're in a title race, it's going well.
As soon as it goes south, it's Daniel Levy's fault.
No, we all thought we were going to play the same way. None of us thought we were going to come out and change the system. None of us thought that Bentancur was going to get an ACL injury and be out for 12 months. None of us thought that stuff. I predicted this before the season in June, that we would finish on 86 points. Exactly. I still get bantered every single day. Bro. Hold on, I still get bantered. Hold on, it's not never learning. None of us knew that the entire system would change, that the players would change.
Yeah, but Will, you've gone from predicting 86 points to telling me it's Daniel Levy's fault you can't beat Sheffield United in the Cup. So Conte
on the day, it's not Levy's fault.
The manager threw the players under the bus because he's like, when are they going to take responsibility? When is there going to be accountability?
The players were at fault.
1 minute,
those were different players. Those were different players. We had different players last season.
No, 1 minute. Can we go back 2 minutes, right? You said, right, G, you said
we have 7 new starters.
When things are going well, it's all fine. When things are going bad, leave you out. I'm not saying that.
No, let me clarify. I said when things are going well, it's because of the manager and the player's performance. Yeah. When things are not going well, you will never talk about the manager and the player's performance. It's always
I'm doing I'm doing it now though, because I'm saying to you now.
We always talk about the players.
I know you are. It's for me, you lose credibility when you do that, bro. Because it's always a joint.
Hold on, But I'm going. But G, you're wrong in what you said, because what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not wrong. It's my opinion. There's no right.
No,
or wrong.
no. What you're saying about what I do is wrong. That bit is wrong. And let me explain. What I'm saying to you is, in January, if Spurs are in a title race, that means things are going well.
Yeah,
what I'm saying to you is,
Jose
what I'm saying to you is,
Christmas still.
Now hear me out. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Bro.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. This is a hypothetical situation. If in January, so after Christmas, Spurs are in a title race, massive if, that means things are going well. What I'm saying to you is, when things are going well, I'm going after the chairman if he doesn't backhand then. When things are going well, I'm not Levy out when it's going bad. I'm Levy out when it's good, when we're in maybe a title race. Because if he doesn't backhand when things are good, I'm full-blown Levy out.
Do you know where I agree with you, though? Where I agree? Because you sold Harry Kane, he's got to give Ange that 100 M's, bruv. He has to.
He has to back any manager. He needs to back any manager.
But I want to clarify.
I know you don't want to accept it.
Done
He's
over the
given
years,
that you've had. I know you've had 3 managers. We've only had 1. They've had the same amount of money as us.
We've had 5 managers.
I know it triggers you, but Levy has actually given them money. But okay, you want to argue this is who signed this, who signed that. It's always
money isn't
excuses,
backing.
man.
Money isn't backing. I told you we've had this argument. Money isn't backing. Give them time as well.
Yeah,
you can spend 500 million and sack the manager.
You say give them time, but then you want to laugh at Arsenal finishing 8th and he's a fraud and this guy's shit and that guy's in the mud. And if your manager does that, you don't want to give them time. You want
none of our managers have been given 4 years. He's had 4 years. He's done nothing. Your guy.
Okay, in your eyes, he's done nothing. In Arsenal
won nothing.
fans'
What's
eyes,
he won? What's he won?
We won one FA Cup, and we feel
that was
we
Unai
are
Emery's
progressing.
team. That was Unai Emery's team. Yeah, that was Unai Emery's team.
Yeah, but who was the manager?
He managed like the last 3 games of the competition.
Once Unai Emery.
Okay, and who were the last 3 games? Will who do we beat?
United.
All right, Girish. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, Girish. Let me ask you this question. If Arteta doesn't win major silverware this season in his 4th year after spending 700 million, who are you going to?
Okay, so still, has he spent 700 million?
Yes, since he started. Yes.
Tell me how he spent 700 million. Go on, tell me how he spent it. What players?
I haven't got the entire list in front of me right now.
500
700 million.
I'm saying it's 500 million. So you show me where there's 200 million.
500 million. It's way more than that. Come on.
Okay, so show me where 700
All right,
million.
Okay, I'll get it up. Okay, I'll do it now.
Get it up. Yeah, let's have a look. Because I know you love the 700 million figure.
Let's send this lab Grove boy back to the woods because he likes to laugh when he doesn't know what he's doing. All right, Minerals, you stay here for this. Bro? You stay here for this. I'm going to show you what I mean. Don't worry.
Come on, man. You're stuck in the matrix.
What was the date?
No. I'm gonna cook you now. I'm gonna cook.
Still, what was the date Arteta joined, became manager of Arsenal? What was the exact date? Can you look it up, please?
It was 2019.
In 2019.
It was 2019 because it was a couple of weeks after Mourinho got the job.
Okay, so it was like November, December time, right? So from then, look at how much we spent. Every window, obviously, incomings, outgoings on transfer market.
I'm even just to help you out with your argument. I'm even going to ignore the 1st January transfer window. Arteta was there. I'm going to ignore that.
Because we didn't spend anything. Whereas
I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't know.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Yeah. We got Pablo Mari.
I like to go by the data. Hold on.
Because the thing about you still is when I say to you, Arteta had to clear a deadwood in the first 18 months.
I don't care about that. That's nothing to do with 700 million.
Yeah, you don't care because when Conte gets 200
you don't
million
care when
in the
we
first
spend
6 months, you don't want to hear it. And when I say to you, Arteta had to do a process.
But you don't want to hear it. But I repeat what I've said to you 1,000 times. When I say it's not just about money, you don't want to hear that. You just want to focus about the money.
Well, you're saying 700 million. You're the one who just took money up.
Because Arteta's been given time and money.
So if our manager don't get 8th this year, what would you do? If he finishes 8th this year, what would you do?
Nothing, because I want him to have time as well as being backed.
So if you're willing to give the manager time and give him money, but every other manager you want to call a fraud in the mud, why have you not sacked them?
Because they've been given time and money. Because they've been given time and money.
You can't then banter other clubs by saying.
I can if they've been given time and money. I'm not changing the variables. If a manager's been given time and money and they're not delivering,
listen.
In the 1920 season, in the 19
because I know my team more than you.
In the 1920 season, did you buy anyone in January?
So listen, we finished. You always make this big hoo-ha about Arsenal finishing 8th twice, yeah? In that first 18 months, tell me how much money Arteta got. And then tell me how much money Conte got, Jose got, and Ange got. Let's see.
Did you sign anybody in the 1920 season? Did you sign anybody in the January window?
Mari and some
Will,
side.
Can you get up transfermarket.com because
I've got it right here. Hold on,
Go to
I'm adding it up.
transfermarket.com. I'm going to show you, man. I'm going to teach you a little lesson now. Let's go on a little journey.
I showed you that website. What are you talking about? I showed you guys the website.
Let's go on a little journey.
Hold on. Who did you sign in the January window in the 1920 season?
Let's school these boys.
Come on, then. So tell us the figures.
So hold on. Your signings that season were Pepe, Saliba, Tierney, Luis, Mari.
Pepe was not.
Yes.
No, Will. No. That was in the summer.
I know.
Will
so
was
I'm asking.
cheat,
hold
bro.
on. No. I said, listen.
This is the 200 million
Listen to what I
difference.
said. Hold on. I said no. Stop.
No, G. You're
Stop.
not listening.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying those are the players that you signed in that season. Which of those players did you sign in January? Pepe, Saliba,
Go on
Tierney.
transfermarket.com.
It doesn't tell you. It just shows you the total for the whole year. I'm looking at
Will, give me the names. I'll tell you. Give me the names. Who's the first player?
Pepe, Saliba, Tierney, Luis.
Summer.
Okay, Mari.
January.
Will, 1 second.
Okay. Ceballos.
Loan, that wasn't it? Loan, yeah. That was a loan.
It was 30 million euro. Oh, wait, that's his market value. I don't need that. See, it doesn't tell you. Hold on.
It's a loan, bruv. It's not. You're not going to count loan signings up as well. If you want to, we can. But yeah.
Martinelli.
4.5 million. Yeah.
Well, yeah, 7.10 million euro. Was Martinelli the January window?
Martinelli was under Arteta.
Okay.
Plus 7.1. So your total spend was, hold on.
Mari.
Your total spend from now from the 1920 January window to now is 687 million euro.
Including what we got back.
No, that's totals just spend.
No, I'm talking about money spent, not net spend.
Not net spend.
So what we got back then? What we got back? Because obviously that's how much the money the manager spent.
No, that's net spend. That's a different argument. I'm not talking about net spend. I'm talking about how much you spent on players. How much your club invested on players, because you can get £600 million back, but you might put that towards infrastructure or building another stadium. The money you spent on actual players was almost
and how much money have Spurs spent in that time, Will?
Almost the same. Almost the same. Well, actually, it's going to be 100 million less, but it's about 600.
What, because of Harry Kane?
No, because of you spent 100 million on Declan Rice.
Yeah, we got 100 million back this summer.
I hit back on the wrong.
That's net spend, G. We're not talking net spend. Right? Money spent. Spurs have spent almost the same.
Yeah, it's about 20 million difference. Yeah.
Well, a bit more than that, but it's almost the same. I'm happy to concede that. But my point is, we've done it on 5 managers, 5 different projects, and each manager needs a different group of players. You've been consistent. 1 manager, 1 lump sum of money. I want to see Spurs do that. And that
no,
was
you don't.
argument.
You don't, because every single.
That's why your managers are frauds and ours aren't.
Exactly, our managers are fraud because he finished 8th and won the FA Cup. But then you want to say no, we need to keep our manager when
money.
Every other manager's a fraud.
Yeah, because they've been given time.
Yeah, but you don't want to give them time. You wouldn't give them time. You personally would not give them time.
I do. I never wanted Jose sacked. I never wanted Conte sacked.
I showed you on my last show, bro. I put the screenshots on there, bro.
You cussed me for defending Conte.
No, I put the screenshots up on the last show I was on. You said specifically. Poch out.
Did you or did you not cuss me for defending Conte?
I cussed you for wanting Poch and Mourinho gone.
Gee, I'm asking you a question. Did you or did you not cuss me for defending Conte?
I cussed you for defending Conte for when you lost the cup game, Sheffield United and Middlesbrough.
Exactly. Right. But you cuss me, Spurs fans cuss me, rival fans cuss me when I said keep the manager, back him. I got cussed.
Now that you want to say
it's
that,
not me. It's not me.
I showed your community what you
Levy.
wanted with Poch and Mourinho. You wanted them out, bro.
I wanted Poch to be backed, but when they weren't going to back him, what was the point? Bring in Mourinho then.
19-20 season.
He's not getting back. This is not
19-20 season. We didn't sign anyone in January.
See, this is what you do, right? You argued about £700 million. I proved that wrong, so you changed the argument to something else. You've spent 700 million.
No. You're not going to include what we got back, the 200 million we got back.
No, because that's net spend. Net spend isn't how you measure how much you invest in players. How much you invest in players is what you actually put.
Stell, you run a business. Business.
Yes.
Do you look at your gross profit or your net profit? I run a business as
well.
No.
What am I analyzing?
We're not talking about profit. We're talking about
what am I analyzing?
Expenses.
Yeah. So, okay, Will. So on that note,
G, what am I analyzing?
Has the club spent
G, what are we analyzing? 1 minute. What are we analyzing?
You made the point. Answer my question.
Yeah. So if your expenses are 700 million, that's what you've spent.
What about the 200 million income?
That's
where did that income go?
Different categories of the P&L.
G, where did that income go? No, G, where did that income go?
There's a difference between, hold on, there's a difference between revenue, expenditures, and profits. Right?
Gross profit and net profit. Like I said, it's a difference, yeah.
Yeah, but we're not talking about profits, we're talking about expenditures. How much did you expend?
Okay, profit is what is one side, expenditure is the other side. It's the same thing.
No.
Don't
you have revenue. No, hold on. Revenue is on the right. I own a business too. So, right? I own my own business as well. Revenue is income, right? Expenditure is outgoing money, right? And profit is the difference between the two. You either have a net loss or a net gain, right? It just depends on how much profit to expenditures you have, right?
Okay.
A good business runs on zero profits, right? You have invested enough in that you want zero at the end of the year, right? You don't have to pay taxes that way. You don't have to do all kinds of stuff. Right? The biggest benefit to the corporation, ask Amazon, is to finish at net zero at the end, right?
Okay, so if you move house tomorrow, let's say you buy a £1 million house and you sell your house for 700,000. Have you bought a 1 million? Have you spent £1 million, or have you really upsized for 300 million?
You spent £1 million pounds. That's the buying price. Because when you sold your house,
what does it cost you to move? Still,
I've just told you
to that house. What does it cost you?
G. When you sell your house, where you use the money you've gained from the sales is a different conversation to what the price you bought the next house for minus what you got for the sale. So if I sell Harry Kane for
I'm living in a £700,000 house.
I am answering
to £1 million house. What's it
then
going
the
to
house
cost
cost
me to
£1
move from a £700,000 house to £1 million house? What's it going to cost?
£1 million is what you pay to the person selling the house.
They got £1 million.
So to move from a £700,000 house to £1 million house, it's not going to cost me 300 grand. It's going to cost me $1 million. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it costs you $1 million every time because you have to pay. You either have to pay off the loan that you previously had. If you own the house outright, you're still taking that 300, including in the million. You're paying $1 million. Whether it's a 700,000 or a 300,000, if you're buying $1 million home, you paid $1 million. It's the same question as what's heavier, a pound of rocks or a pound of feathers? They're both a pound.
Come on, guys. If I want to move from my house, 700 grand, to £1 million house, I need to find 300 grand, man. Come on, let's not lie.
No.
You need to find 300, but you're still paying $1 million.
You're insulting me a bit now.
You're taking the 700 from this house plus the 300 you found, and you're paying $1 million.
G, you don't want to admit that you've spent 700 million pounds on Arteta. That's all it is. You're trying to wriggle out of it.
No.
That's all it is.
I base my figure on what has the club given the manager. The club has given the manager half a bar, bro.
Well, net spend, you're higher than us too.
I'm not saying who's higher or lower. I'm saying how much money has the club given. You know what, Will? I hope every summer we give him 200 million, 250. Why
are you arguing?
No, I'm not arguing.
I'm just saying.
Your argument is he's a fraud. He's done this. He's done that. He's had all this, and then with you, Stel, you would never give a manager that time. And you say you want your owners to manage that.
I do.
I came on specifically to show you wanted Poch gone and you wanted Mourinho gone, bruv. So come on, man. Like, let's be real. Yes, don't get me wrong. Daniel Levy is not the best.
I never wanted Poch gone. I never wanted Poch gone, and I told this.
The screenshots on the show, bro.
Your screenshots had no context. There was no context, and I explained
Okay,
it.
so when you say it's time for a change, we're 15th, we need a winner, Mourinho, I'm up for it. That what doesn't mean you do.
Alex is falling asleep.
Yes, because at that moment, the club had refused to back Poch. Once they weren't going to back Poch, what was the point anymore?
Listen, let's just, we'll have to agree to disagree, but my point is, and it's not only my point, guys, everyone else in our group chat with Sports Cycle Club say the same thing. When Tottenham do anything good, it's the manager and the players. When anything goes wrong, it's Levy out.
When did Tottenham do anything good, G? When did we do anything good? We win nothing.
I say I don't know what's still. Hold on, I don't know what's still said in the group chat because I'm not in that group chat, right?
Hold on.
What I'm saying. What I've said, and I've said it on this show because I didn't criticize Poch, I didn't criticize Jose. I was the only Spurs fan that I know of that was Nuno still in. I never criticized Conte. I've always blamed the players. I said that you can't put lipstick on a pig. It doesn't matter what manager we get, these players are going to play like dog trash. And Ange is the reason why he's getting results is because he has 7 players that didn't feature under our last manager. That's the difference. If Eric Dyer, Ben Davies, Oliver Skip, Sessegnon, Emerson Royale were starting.
Got those 7 players.
He didn't. No, he didn't.
He didn't.
So
he got a lot of the players. I will say
he bought Basuma,
but he didn't
Richarlison,
get to play them.
Perisic,
He did not get to play them.
Bentancur.
No, he didn't. He bought Bentancur and Kulu in the January window.
Basuma, Perisic, Richarlison, and who else?
Jed Spence, who we never played. That wasn't his signing, but it was signed under his tenure.
It's all caveats, bro. It's all.
But no, he came out before Jed Spence ever kicked a ball and said he's not my signing, and then he never played him.
Out of all the signings you made this summer, did Ange make those signings, or did Levy make those signings?
According to Ange makes them. He said, hold on, don't interrupt me. Ange said at a meeting. Right there, was sitting next to Daniel Levy. I will not allow any players to play for this club that don't fit my system. Daniel Levy's sitting right there at a fan forum.
Ange has said that all his signings.
All his. He claims all of them.
Hold on. Ali Gold has said
give Levy credit then, right? That's a good thing, right? That's a positive.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
That's good. Like that the signings are a collaboration between. That are collaboration between Ange and Levy.
For me, the manager needs to be in control, 100%. The manager needs to be the main guy.
100%. I agree.
It's fair to credit Levy. Okay, everybody knows I'm Levy out. Okay, it's fair to credit Levy for backing Ange and influencing some of the signings this summer. For example, James Maddison. Maddison is a Levy signing that was also approved, supported by Ange. We know this because Ange has said, I back the Madison signing. We also know this because Levy has wanted Madison.
What Levy has to do, though, is give you that 100 million in January. If he doesn't do that,
that's the thing.
I'll be with you.
What did I say half an hour ago? What did I just say half an hour ago? If we are in a title
half an hour ago, we're 5 hours and 37 minutes. This stream, the algorithm has shit all over this stream already. By the way, this one is not getting anyone. It's dying.
I said if. I said if we are.
What is if? If you're so what is Mourinho had you top at Christmas 2 years ago? So what's going to make you in a title race this year? What's the difference? I don't understand.
If Spurs,
the players. The manager.
When he's asking what I define as us being a title race. If at the end of December, so 1st of January, if Spurs are either 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th in the league, and there's no more than an 8-point gap, we're in a title race.
8.
So Mourinho and Conte have had you that in the last
not in January.
3 years ago and 1 year ago.
No. Hold on. Hold on a second. People need to stop rewriting. Hold on, because that was the. Hold on. That was the COVID year in the season. Hold on.
I agree with you.
Hold on. That was the COVID year and the season started later.
Oh,
it was only game.
Game
week 13. Game week 13 when we were top of the table. After that, we took a nosedive down to 5th within 4 weeks. Go look at the table. It's not a caveat.
What?
Christmas Day, you were top of the league, right?
Yeah, in game week 13, not 19.
Guys, so I'm not arguing.
At the
I'm
World
not arguing
Cup
with you.
last year, when we were
Irish,
top on
I'm
New
not
Year's
arguing
Day,
with you. I agree.
When you want to say
Irish,
Arsenal,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, the season started in July that year.
Stel,
you asked me. You asked me what? You asked me.
Stel, this is the key thing. Agree with me on this, bruv. This season, you're not in a title race. It's you can't expect to be in a title race. Like
You're not listening. Gee, let me say it again. If we're in a title race in January,
even if you're 5 points off, you're not in a title race.
Yes, we are. What are you talking about? Yes, we are.
Statistically, you are, but
no,
be realistic, man. You know, bro, be realistic, man. Like he's just come in, the manager. He's not going to win a title.
2 games left, and we're 5 points behind. That we're in a title race because that's a 6-point swing. It's mathematically possible.
If we played half our games, and we are in that touching distance in January, we are in the race. What we do with it is a different story.
Mathematically, yes, still.
We need to differentiate.
No.
Hold on.
Why not realistically?
You're confusing what I'm saying. Do I think we will win it?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So
no.
we need to differentiate between what is possible versus what we think is probable, or what is.
Thank you. I said that, but that's a caveat
possible.
Apparently.
Or
look what your manager has done, guys. He spent 130 million this summer on not like superstars, on players who fit his system. Don't then suddenly throw your toys out of pram in January because you're not signing like, you know, the names you used to give out. Like
we don't need big names. We just need players that fit the system. That's it.
Yeah, so I said that
exactly. So if Levy lets him, I mean, this is a real positive. In the summer, I'm sure you were kind of up and down about who signed who, but you're now saying that Ange's all Ange's players.
Because
right?
Ange came out and said it. That's why. Ange just said it.
Okay.
Ange said, these are my signings. We don't sign anyone unless I approve it. He's come out and said it. So for me, whereas Conte wasn't saying that. Conte was saying he's a club signing.
This is a club signing. I didn't sign him.
That was the difference.
What about who? About what?
Jet Spence.
Kulusevski, all these players, is it? Or...
No, Bentancur and Kulusevski were Conte signings. But Jet Spence, not a Conte signing.
Clement
what about Richarlison? What about
Richarlison? We don't know. No one knows. No one knows about Richarlison. Nobody knows.
Bissouma, who's a top player. I mean, that signing for 25 million in the summer. That was the best transfer in the summer.
Bissouma wasn't Conte.
I need to say this piece about Bissouma, okay? Because this is a whole thing with our fan base too, okay? Bissouma was never a bad signing, and he was never a bad player. And Conte never said that Bissouma was a bad player. The reason why Conte did not play Bissouma as much as people think that he should have played him is because Bissouma does not fit a system, Conte system. It's not saying that he cannot, he could not in the future, but at the time,
because he was competing against Bentancur and Højbjerg, who were exactly what Conte needed.
Højbjerg is not.
Bissouma
better stats than Rice last year.
Bissouma is currently playing in a 3 midfield. Okay, everybody is seeing him do amazing things. In the summer, I said this is going to be Bissouma's summer. He's going to be amazing this summer. I said it this summer. I said this season he's going to be amazing. Why?
Do you know
because
what,
I knew. No, hold on. I knew that
the rest of us fans said it last summer. We said it last summer. It was the best summer.
No. So different. Because I said
Bissouma.
You don't know what I said. I said
to be fair, though, you did. Yeah,
I knew that Postecoglou plays a 3 midfield. The issue with Bissouma under Conte was that Bissouma was struggling in a 2 midfield. He does not know how to play a 2 midfield well, and he was adjusting and learning the Conte system. Whenever Conte played him in a 3, which was very rare that Conte changed his formation to a 3 midfield, but did happen a couple of times.
He balled it.
But yeah, Bissouma played better. And Conte never said that Bissouma was a bad player.
I don't know why we're still alive.
In fact, Conte said that Bissouma was a good footballer. He actually said that he was a good player. The only thing, hold on, he was saying the only thing he said about Bissouma was that Bissouma was still learning his tactics. That Bissouma was still trying to learn his tactics, and it was going to take him time. That's all he said about Basuma. So all of these fans, rival fans, neutral fans, and Spurs fans talking so much shit about Conte not playing Basuma got
Because you're playing Skip and
look
Saar,
at
man.
Pep,
Come on,
hold
man.
on. If you look at Pep,
that's because
Pep
Bentancur
signed Grealish.
I got the
and
quote.
Grealish was struggling that first season under Pep. Was it because Grealish was bad, and was it because Pep didn't think that Grealish was a good player? No, that wasn't the case. It was because Grealish, who was interviewed, by the way, okay, after the fact, said that he was learning the Pep system, and it was difficult for him to take on the Pep system at first, but after one season of settling in and learning the system, the next season he was balling. So if Basuma is held to the same standard as Grealish, then Basuma, yes, he was having a hard time getting into the team under Conte, but Conte did not stay long enough to be able to settle Basuma in, teach him the Conte system, and for Basuma to ball under Conte. It is a fallacy that
he's not having
Conte
enough time.
did not
How much
think
time did
that
Ange have with
good.
Basuma? Cube, how much time did Ange have with Basuma?
2 months. Hold on. Can I clear up? Hold on.
Hold on. Plays a 3 midfield.
So why did you sign Basuma then? Why did you sign Basuma?
Yeah, but Ange plays a similar way to what Brighton plays.
Hold on, stop, please, guys.
Why did you sign Basuma?
We have to at some point end the stream. We can't stream all night, right? And I just want to read the quotes real quick. Conte on September 2nd, 2022. He's a step behind Bentancur and Højbjerg. The same for Oliver Skip, working with me all last season. I'm pleased with what I've seen during the game. We're talking about a player with good skills and who's strong physically with a good engine. Then on September 15th, 2022, these are the only 2 quotes from Conte on Basuma. You have the one player that is struggling a bit with the tactical aspect is Basuma, but also he's improving a lot. Hold on. But also he is improving a lot in every aspect.
Thank you.
So Conte never said he was tactically inept.
Yeah.
That's the exact words I just said.
He didn't say we're tactically inept. He said he's struggling with the tactical aspect of this system, but he's also improving a lot in every aspect.
And then how many games did he play?
He was settling in
Alex,
with a different tactical system for him.
He played 28 games. Alex.
And he got injured last season.
So he played 28 games, league games.
28 games, yeah.
Are you serious? He played 28 league games.
He started 17.
He came on mostly as a sub.
Right.
And when he was in a midfield, he did not play well. He did not play that well. He played best in a 3, and he got injured for part of the season. So I'm just trying to debunk this stupid ass fallacy that Conte did not.
I don't sleep, Sean.
Did not back Basuma. That Conte thought that Basuma was shit, because that is just straight up not true.
Alex, I'm going to put Alex up in the hot seat. Alex, you have got the next 15 minutes of the show. You direct it. You're the boss. It's your show. I'm going back to you, Alex.
Alex, keep it real, man. You've been listening
we are
a lot.
ending. I'm telling you right now, I am hitting the end stream button mid-sentence. I don't give a fuck at 6 hours. So you've got 14 minutes and 8 seconds. Go.
2 things I need to talk about. 2 things I need to talk about. 1, Bentancur. Okay, this is going to be on Mr. Box Office TV, and trust me, I'm going to talk some truth about this guy. Yeah, I'm going to talk some real truth about this guy. I've heard somebody just say now, he's a game changer. He's an absolute game changer. Really?
Yes.
Really?
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 Like, really, we're going to go there right now with Tottenham
Yes.
fans right now, yeah? The gift that keeps on giving Tottenham fans, telling me that this guy's a game changer now, yeah? After
Yes.
coming back from injury, yeah?
Well, no, he
I'm
was
sorry.
a game changer.
No,
we don't know if
he's
he'll
no
be a game changer when he
bro.
comes
He's no
back.
game changer until he recovers from his injury, yeah? And I don't see him any better than Basuma. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, he won't play. He'll play with Basuma.
Just because he came in for Harry Winks doesn't make him a game changer. I'm sorry, yeah, right? The game changer is Maddison right now. That's the game changer for Tottenham right now. Not this.
Nobody said he's a game changer coming back.
Nobody reject.
And what are you talking about? Is no better than Basuma. Basuma's
Juventus from
Basuma's great.
Juventus. Bentancur. I'm sorry. I'm not having it. I'm not having it at all. Yeah, but I'll say something more on my channel because some gift that keeps on giving a video about it, and that's it. And another thing I need to say as well, XG, I'm fed up of it. It's ruining football. It's absolutely ruining football. Absolutely 110%.
I agree
Players are
with
not
you,
thinking
Alex.
for themselves. It's an absolute joke.
I actually agree with Alex on this.
Absolute
XG
joke.
is ruining
I'm
football
sorry, it's
because
absolute
nobody
ruining
knows what it
football,
means.
Absolutely. Oh,
100%.
it's a
I agree.
nonsense stat. It's a nonsense stat because I'll tell you this for a fact. Oh, because it's historically we look at historical things about how a goal was scored, and we see what 0.2 of if it's going to be if it's a chance that is really good to score. I'm like, really? How many teams have got good XG actually won trophies, bro?
All of
How
them.
many teams?
All of
How
them.
many teams?
All of them.
Well, no. How many teams have won championships then? Let's go there then.
City.
Yeah. And if it's Man City, if it's Man City, yeah, right. If it's Man City, I'm sorry. You don't need, and Stelios, don't end the show because I'm still speaking. Like I said, the main event's still speaking.
He's got 11
while
minutes
the
left.
apprentices sit there and listen, the master talks. The point is, yeah, right, is that you don't need XG to tell you Man City are a good team. You don't need XG to tell you that they're a good team. Yeah,
I agree.
Sorry,
You're
it's
absolutely
a nonsense stat. It makes people look like they're playing FIFA, and that's it. And I'll say more on my channel as well, and I'll banter it to pieces as well.
You gotta
make
learn what
all those
XG is
people
first,
that
though.
make XG making themselves relevant. Yeah, I'll even say this as well. Yeah, to give you a little spoiler, the only reason why they made XG is to save managers that play good football. Yeah, because why did Graham Potter stay at his job? Because he had good XG, wasn't it? That's the whole point. The only reason why he left Brighton is because Chelsea went for him, innit? And that's it. I'm sorry.
I don't
it's a
know if
nonsense
that's it.
stat. It's a nonsense everything, and that's it. That's Mr. Box Office talking the truth in 5 seconds, and that's it. While you lot were talking for 5 hours, and that's it. I've just been out as well, so that's impressive, and that's it. If you don't know, get to know. Back to you, Will. I'm done.
Yeah, so Alex, I actually agree with you. No, hold on. Everybody needs to hear this. I actually agree with Alex 100%. Well, 99%. I agree with Alex 99% right now because 99% of people that quote XG statistics have no fucking clue what XG actually is. And they use it exactly like Alex is saying. They use it erroneously to say that this team is that, or they created this many chances and all that other bullcrap, because that's not what XG tells you. All XG tells you is the difficulty of a shot. That's it. It doesn't tell you how many chances a team created or anything like that. All it tells you is the difficulty of the shots a team had it on a day. That's it. But people use it exactly like Alex said. They make it sound like it's some kind of FIFA stat or do whatever, and they talk about it all day long, and they have no clue what it means.
It's for the Twitter virgins, bruv, and the FIFA merchants.
Yeah, but Alex is 100% right. He's not right that XG is a worthless stat. It is good for what it's actually meant for, which is just to say the difficulty of the shot. It has nothing to do with how many chances the team actually created, right? A high XG just means you had a lot of easy chances. That's it. That's all it means.
Well, it just shows you that the players can't. The players are useless and they can't score easy chances.
Exactly.
Isn't it? So
especially if they
your argument's
underperform.
completely flawed. Then, if you're saying that, then if
100%,
it's the most easy
Alex.
chance, isn't it?
Look, Alex is speaking absolute gold right now.
And like someone said, "Oh, Haaland's got 0 XG." I'm like, why are you bringing that up for?
Because he didn't shoot.
That's why he like 0. He was clever, and I was just like, "You're not clever, mate." It's just like, yes, he did do nothing in the game. Well, I could tell you that all day long that he doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
if he doesn't do anything in the game, if he doesn't score a goal, he doesn't do anything in the game. Sorry, what does that say to you? You know what I mean? That's why
Big
I
up
said he's above
G-Chain.
average.
Thanks for having me on. Big up my bro still every each time, and bless everyone in the chat. Big up my man. It was great.
So it's
chat.
just like it's
Big up,
simple as that,
Gear.
and that's it. But like I said before, because I know Will needs to end the stream, and that's it. I'll say it on my channel because I've been lazy. I've been lazy. Yeah, I have been lazy. I've been absolutely lazy, and I will not be lazy anymore. And that's it. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to do some quality, and Mr. Botsov is going to give you some story time. Yeah, some serious story time, not joke story time. Some serious story time, Mr. Bots Office, and that's it. Yeah, about XG and Bentacore. Everyone's going over the top of Bentacore, and that's it. Back to you, Will. I'm done.
No, again, Alex is absolutely 100% right. And that's why you want to look at goals minus XG. Because if a team is underperforming their XG, that's exactly right, Alex. It means they got shit strikers, they got shit players that can't score goals when they should be. It's 100% right.
And the game is about scoring the goals.
Exactly. And that's why Son overperforms his XG by 2 to 3 times almost every single season, because he's a freaking baller. You don't need XG to tell you that. Right, Alex?
Can I just say something though? How the hell did you stay over for 5 hours, man? For goodness sake, man. Have you
Don't
not
ask
got
me,
lives?
dude.
Have you not got
I've been
lives?
trying to end this. I'm
Have
trying
you
to
not
end
got
this stream.
lives?
Dude, I plan on coming
Honestly.
on here, talking to maybe 2 or 3 people, ending this bitch at about 2 hours, and that was 3 hours ago.
Can I
Sometimes
also say this as well? Can I ask this as well about some Tottenham fans? Some people, Tottenham fans, and I don't know why they say this, because they said to me, "Oh, Alex, why are you not happy on stream for? Why are you not so happy on stream for? Why can you not be happy for ads? Why can you not like ads? Why can you not do this? Why can you not do that?" I'm like, bro, I'm not here for friendships, bro. If I want to go for friendships, I'll go to the pub, bruv.
No
I'll go
shit.
to the pub. I'll go
No
to the
shit.
pub. You know what I mean?
Alex
You
got
know?
the minerals, man.
I'll
Let's
go
have
to
it
the red
right.
light district. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, for goodness sake, what you saying? You know? I'm sorry. It's just, I mean, some Tottenham fans are such melts, man. Honestly, they're actually,
And
honestly,
Twitter
so much
virgins, bro.
melts.
They're melts, man.
Because it's like I'm sitting there like, why are you so
Exactly.
horrible for? Why are you? It's like I'm sitting in chats and they're
There are
all
too
talking
many
about
melts
families
in
and
your
stuff.
fan
I'm
base,
sitting there
though.
thinking,
So
okay,
what
I'm
did
here
I
for
tell
football,
you?
man.
That your fans are melts. What did I
Mills,
tell you?
You're on our channel. You're on our fan base's channel. What are you?
Mills.
let him finish his dinner because we've got 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Well, like I said before, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You know what I mean? I come to make an opinion, yeah? If you don't like my opinion, so what? That's how it is. That's all it is, and that's it. I didn't ask you to be my best friend. I asked you to just say agree or disagree with my opinion. That's it. It is just grinding. The whole thing with Ange, grinding. Absolutely grinding. And I'll tell you now for a fact, I actually feel sorry for him. I shouldn't hate him. Why should I hate him for? But the reason why I hate him is because the fans are so annoying. They are so annoying. It gets to a point where it's just suffocating. Maybe I should change my wording. I do apologize for anybody who has suffocated, by the way, because I'm trying to think of a different word to say.
That's what you're worried about offending people on.
Oh no, because I know that there is a world out there.
Alex,
There is
I
a
think
real
if
world.
anyone's suffocating, the last thing they're doing is watching us on YouTube.
Well, it's just the point. It's the point, isn't it? It's an absolute point, and I'm fed up of it. I'm literally fed up of it, yeah. And and to be honest, yeah, this international break has been bliss for me, and that's it for me. I'm sorry, I've got to say that, you know, because at least now I don't have to hear Tottenham fans going me. It's boring. It's boring. You know what I mean? They're boring. You know, I think we've got the worst fan base in the Premier League all day long, every single day. I'm sorry. Well, actually, maybe Arsenal fans. I've got to say that. Maybe Arsenal fans. Maybe. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. So that's my rant done. Back to you, Will. I'm done. I'm finished now. You can end the stream now.
All right, final thoughts. We've got 3.5 minutes left. Anybody got final thoughts?
Yeah.
Go on, I'll go last.
Make them quick.
I have something to say. Everyone that doubts Son is a wrong'un, as Will said.
Yeah.
Right on. Agree.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Anybody else? Sal, final thoughts?
Actually, no, got nothing.
I'm surprised anybody can even talk anymore, dude. My back hurts so freaking bad right now. It's not even funny.
I'm managing a game in 4 hours' time.
It's great. We won 8-1
You should
today.
be in bed then.
Yeah, but I thought this 2 hour stream would end at 2 hours.
Yeah, it was supposed to end at 2 hours, but the show kind of took on a life of its own. I will be clipping this up though, because I'm gonna have to, because there ain't no way anybody's watching a 6 hour freaking stream. So, this one got wrecked, but I can at least download it off YouTube and re-upload bits of it. But so I'm gonna go full screen for just a second because there's a closing out for this particular show that I would like to do. So I'm gonna throw myself on solo here. Oh, whoops, wrong one. It's this one here. So we were looking for the Bigfoot, the evidence that told us that Saliba was a better defender than Romero, but we have still yet to find or see Bigfoot. We've heard a lot of people tell us that they've seen Bigfoot, but we have yet to be able to find him. So we are still trying to find Bigfoot, which is the evidence that Saliba's a better defender than Romero is. But maybe we'll find it one day. I don't know if we will. But folks, we are going to be back. I don't know if we have any shows lined up for tomorrow. I don't think so. I'm going to be on Judge Mo's channel tomorrow at 6 p.m. It's a panel show. I don't know who's going to be on the panel. But if you want to check that out, go find Footy Judge Mo on YouTube and check that out. Other than that, folks, keep it salty. Stay strong. Stay Spurs. We'll see you guys next time. We're out of here.